Chapter 88. Gyoza was listless after he finished acting cool. It was because he ate too much and was too messy. It caused his second month of menstruation to report ahead of schedule == God knew how he clamped his legs and twisted into the bathroom in shame, and how he looked at the blood red in his underwear that looked like he had castrated himself, and how he wailed as he covered his lower abdomen and tossed and turned on the big bed in pain. After half a night of torment, Gyoza finally understood with tears and snot running down his face. There was a reason why the spoiled girls he had met in his previous life didn't eat anything. They loved cleanliness and were picky about their hair. If he lived as rough as he did, he would most likely die from the whipping of his period. Thinking about the days of eating and drinking, thinking about the fancy watering of cold drinks and spicy drinks, Gyoza bit his pillow and couldn't help but shed sad tears. Being a woman, it was simply too difficult. Brother Condor, on the nth day of losing you, I still want to get back together with you. But soon, Gyoza didn't have time to think about anything else. After the second visit of his period, his aching chest actually curved slightly, swelling up like a poached egg that had just been scalded. This change scared him so much that he carefully placed his hands on his chest with trembling hands. Then, he touched the outline of the chest that was still young and tender, as well as the soft and comfortable touch == Gyoza was instantly eroded in shock after the shock. He was so excited that tears streamed down his face. In his previous life and this life, he finally touched the sacred chest of a woman. Although it was his own, he could be considered a person with a girlfriend. He was already a man with Brother Cheng's hand. As long as his body was still a woman, he could touch it however he wanted. Oh my, rub it again. Damn, it feels so good. However, at this moment, Gyoza did not know that rubbing the chest during menstruation was conducive to the development of the chest, straightening it, and enlarging the cup size. Daily rubbing the chest was conducive to the softness, expansion, and fullness of the chest. He was only exploring the female body out of pure curiosity. He never thought that he would be screwed over in the future. On this side, Gyoza was a narcissist. On the other side, the heroic spirits had finished eating. When they tried to stand up, they realized that they were naked. The Night King smartly retreated back into the mud. Dilamudden dodged quickly. Enki pulled his long hair to cover his private parts. Senju Takuma condensed his body in a daze, and Lancelot raised his arm in disbelief. Only the Conquest King was feeling extremely carefree as he laughed into the sky. He was filled with the aura of a Chinibu. He planned on dominating the world and standing on his own. He could not help but grumble and even smack his buttocks in excitement. Everyone's hair stood on end as they heard the slapping sounds. They felt that this person was up to no good and wanted to mess with Billy. They found an excuse to evacuate in a hurry, leaving only Wilbur stunned in place. His face was full of stupidity as he held the husky with a prolapsed anus in his hand. Iskandar could not help but feel pity for him. The fact that this silly child had not been skinned alive until now must be because the smoke from his ancestors' graves had given him protection. If he had not met a legend like him, he might have been forced by Kenneth to pick up trash. He rushed towards his underling, picked up Wilbur and threw him into the chariot. He grabbed Big Doggy, who was trying to escape, and beat him until he lost his temper. The Conquest King drove towards the Milky Way, and the Night King finally got a breather. She slowly crawled out of the mud and prepared to go ashore to find some clothes to hide. Unexpectedly, heavy breathing came from behind her, like a drowning fish. It was very oppressive. The Night King turned her body stiffly and saw Lancelot's navel. Using the dim light, her eyes moved downwards. Then, her female instincts exploded, and she kicked Lancelot's little brother that was standing at attention and saluting him. Lancelot bent over and howled in exhaustion. The Night King was still very sharp today == Gyoza felt that it was time to find something for these hero spirits who had gained physical bodies to do. So he went back to his old trade out of boredom and started selling Amway one by one. It could not be helped. He was a man who could not stay idle. Instead of lying in bed half dead for 7 days, he might as well take care of his friends. After all, it was too hard for one person to bear the pain alone. So it was better to share the pain with everyone else. Perhaps he would be happy when he saw others suffer. It was his period, so he had to maintain a happy mood, smile. JPG. In the end, Tamumudo made his debut and became popular in Japan at an unimaginable speed. Even if he did not sing or dance and only smiled in front of the camera, countless men and women, old and young, would still cheer for him and scream for him. Lancelot went to the Night King with his bank book, but the Night King kicked him out without saying a word. Lancelot was sad and felt wronged like a 200-pound dog. He only wanted to buy the land of Great Britain and return it to her, but he did not expect his king to dislike him so much. Just when he was confused, pitiful, and helpless, his master Yijioza appeared in front of him like an angel. Master told him that if he wanted to chase after that kind of golden girl, he had to take off all the equipment that was emitting gas. Then he would continue to invest in stocks, make a lot of money, take over the IT industry, control the gaming industry, become the CEO, and become a domineering CEO. Then he would spend money to buy a team of stylists and transform himself into a handsome and stalwart man. Then he would drive a Rolls-Royce Phantom to the girl's residence and give her 99 roses. He would have to bang the wall, bang the tree, bang the car, bang the icebox, bang the window, and finally bang the bed. Then he would be done, and the girl would be willing to accept his bank book and black card. Lancelot did not have any doubts about this. Then he picked up the third-rate love script that Yijioza gave him and started to read the Night King's wise and loyal ruler strategy. This was destined to be a tragedy. Enki became an outstanding veterinarian. Because he could accurately find the various problems of animals, he was famous in the industry. Therefore, he was specially hired by the Japanese government to take care of the two pandas sent by Hua Xia. Due to the panda's cuteness, Enki's heart was melted by its cuteness. He worked hard like a nanny, taking care of the panda until it gained 10 kilograms of weight. In the end, he completely forgot about Gilgamesh, who was eagerly waiting in the mansion. As for Senju Takuma, he was tricked by Yijioza to go to Hua Xia, and was introduced to advanced ideas such as new socialist village construction and Yuan Longping rice planting method. Successfully, Senju Takuma changed from a village official who enforced the law violently to an honest farmer. As for whether Senju Takuma could communicate with others after he went to Hua Xia, whether he could survive or not, Yijioza didn't think about it, and he didn't want to think about it at all. In short, after sending away a large number of servants, he could easily fly. It would be great if he also sent away Nara, but this guy was too smart, and he couldn't do anything about it for the time being. The days were leisurely, and he could still lie on the armchair and watch the clouds roll by. And the dogs were quite sensible, even if they had to fight from time to time. At least they didn't destroy the house. He heard that Kenneth's Hogwarts was established, that Rin Motosa and Sakura Gianto entered the school together, that a girl named Ilya was very outstanding, and that after Wild Goose Night recovered, he chased after Takumi's wife. Well, Takumi's head was a little green ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Yijioza suddenly remembered the three guys who were missing. If he remembered correctly, they should still be at the bottom of the well, right? Long time no see, I miss them very much. Speaking of which, he was quite curious about how they were doing at the bottom of the well. Yijioza rummaged through the cabinets and dug out Sadako's videotape, and then dragged his family and dogs to watch it together. It was still the original recipe, the original smell, and the atmosphere of horror was very strong. But Miss Sadako had learned to insert commercials. Every time the scene changed, she would give a close-up of Dillamudden's face, or the side of the spearman's sleeping face, or the spearman's smiling lips, or the spearman's exposed abs. After the insert commercials, Miss Sadako would slowly climb out from the bottom of the well and weakly walk to the front of the television. She stretched out her hand and hooked onto Yijioza's clothes and dragged him and the dogs to the well. Sadako's ability was really amazing, and in the blink of an eye, they had changed places. This was a dark and deep forest, surrounded by a ghostly aura, covered with dead leaves and covered with mud. The smell of rotting animals spread through the forest, accompanied by the rustling sound of the cold wind. It was extremely frightening. Sadako was like a turtle that climbed ashore to bask in the sun, slowly coming and slowly leaving. She used her hands and feet to disappear into the well, as if she had never appeared. Very amazing. Was this well connected to a passage to another world? Yijioza couldn't hold back, and probed the mouth of the well. However, even if he widened his eyes, he still couldn't see what was below. This well was too deep, too long, and too dark, and there seemed to be a black substance flowing faintly, making one's hair stand on end. But Sadako, she really disappeared. Yijiuza activated his purple chi, protecting himself in all aspects. Then he climbed to the mouth of the well and slowly descended. Nara and Kimimaro leaned over the mouth of the well and looked at him, while the 5 dogs stared at the darkness below, biding their time. Yijiuza went down, down, and down. The light above him grew dimmer and dimmer, and gradually, he could no longer see the mouth of the well. In the next second, the tip of his foot touched solid ground. It carried a familiar yet unfamiliar smell of rot, and countless white skeletons were scattered around him. They passed through his body, turning into a bubble in the blink of an eye, vanishing. Yijiuza landed firmly on the ground, and the tip of his ears twitched slightly. He heard some movement, as if someone was running over madly. Inuyasha, wait, what's wrong? Guwei's cry rang out above him. Inuyasha raised Tetsuya and ran towards the Sunset Shrine's bone-eating well. I can't wait. I smell Saishomaru. Damn it. How did he transmigrate to the modern era? Hold on. Saishomaru, Inuyasha? Why did these 2 names sound so familiar? Yijiuza raised his head from the bottom of the well in a daze, and he just happened to meet Inuyasha, who had just rushed over. At that moment, the white-haired young man with dog ears raised Tetsuya and was about to chop it down, but the elegant and refined girl at the bottom of the well revealed a smile that revealed 8 teeth, waving her hand in greeting. Hi, Inuyasha, Guwei. After staring at each other for quite a while, Inuyasha suddenly let out a cry. Why, you're not dead? Yijiuza. Why does someone with such low EQ, who doesn't even know how to speak, have a girlfriend? I refuse to accept this. Why are you a human or a demon? Yijiuza shrugged expressionlessly. Ladyboy, send me money. Inuyasha, Guwei. As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 dogs, Nara, and Kimimaro all appeared at the bottom of the well. They fell in a mess, and it didn't look like they had entered the well one by one in an orderly manner. Instead, it looked like they had fallen in a fight with each other. Their arrival immediately squeezed the narrow space even more flat. A familiar smell fermented in the air. Inuyasha sniffed and felt that this area was filled with the smell of Saishomaru. No matter how complicated his feelings were towards his brother, whether it was fear or awe, he didn't want to see Saishomaru in the modern era. After all, he didn't want to fight with Saishomaru, but it seemed that he couldn't do anything to this guy if he didn't fight. No, wait. Why is there the smell of Nara? Strange, could it be? When Saishomaru raised his head and looked at Inuyasha, Inuyasha lowered his head and glared at Nara. Nara raised her neck and locked her eyes on Guwei, and Guwei stared at Kimimaro. Yijiuza said coldly, I understand the logic. Can you let us climb out of this well first, and then have a meal together before considering whether to fight or not? Have a meal together? Chapter 89. A group of people and a litter of dogs, they sat harmoniously under the imperial divine wood in a strange atmosphere. They began an exchange that went straight to the soul. There were 3 main questions. Who are you? Where did you come from? Where did you go? There were 3 additional questions. Is this guy Nara? If he is, can I kill him? If he isn't, can I beat him up? Yijiuza was calm and composed. Nara had a smile on his face. Kimimaro was expressionless. Under the gaze of Saishomaru's cold golden eyes, Inuyasha's dog body trembled. For some reason, he felt a sense of majesty coming from the head of the family. He stared fixedly at white firewood for a few seconds. In the end, he retreated inch by inch under the other party's threatening gaze. He felt that, if he yelled out anything, he would definitely die without a burial place. The developed nerves of intuitionistic animals to avoid danger saved Inuyasha. The corner of his mouth twitched. He instinctively removed the demonic power that had fused with Taisuya. He sheathed his saber and put it back into its sheath, looking like he was well behaved. Saishomaru snorted softly and closed his eyes. This half-demon wasn't too stupid. The atmosphere was a little stiff. When Inuyasha's attention shifted away from Saishomaru, he stared deeply at Nara with a probing expression. The smell is exactly the same. Gu-wei. Does he have the aura of the Jade of Four Souls on him? Gu-wei shook her head. The demonic power is the same, but it is tainted with the smell of spiritual power. After saying that, the girl in the green sailor uniform turned her eyes and looked at Igyoza. It's the spiritual power that dissipates from her body. If he is really Nara, he should have been by her side for a long time. How long is a long time? At least a year. Inuyasha fell silent. He was finally willing to split his gaze to Igyoza. You have been missing for 3 months. Igyoza was stunned. In his memory, 3 years should have passed. Why did Inuyasha say that it had been 3 months? Gu-wei sighed. I found your blood-stained underwear beside the bone-eating well, thinking of the sharp teeth of the Tibetan Mastiff and the fear of being dominated by the rabies vaccine. Igyoza couldn't help but turn pale. You're gone, and so is your dog. We all thought that you... Gu-wei paused and continued. We didn't expect you to appear again, and you even grew up to look like a young girl. I'm glad you're still alive. As she spoke, she glanced at Nara. In the end, she did not conceal her intentions and said straightforwardly, in these 3 months, Nara has been hunting us. I don't know what method he used, but he has almost completely gotten rid of his impure bloodline. He has become stronger and stronger. In these 3 months, Nara had been hunting them down? Igyoza could not help but glance at Nara. The latter shot him a glance and shook her head gently. He's removed even more clones, and every single one of them possesses strange abilities. There were a few times when we almost died in the hands of his clones. Gu-wei sighed. When I saw you and Nara together, I thought you were in cahoots. But now, I've changed my mind. Gu-wei smiled. She was still bright and pure, without any gloom. Nara's entire body is covered in miasma. He can't touch any spiritual energy at all. Spiritual energy will only purify him. The more powerful it is, the more poisonous it is to him. As for the person beside you, although his aura is the same as Nara's, there is indeed spiritual energy wrapped around him. Gu-wei held Inuyasha's hand, indicating for him to calm down. I trust you, Igyoza. So, I also trust your companions, Igyoza replied with a smile. Thank you. Now let's reintroduce ourselves. My name is Igyoza, and he is my son, younger brother, Bobo Fuyo. Kimimaro nodded slightly. As for the person beside me, his name is Tortoise. His head was straight like a tree. Nara cleverly cut off Igyoza's words and said unhurriedly, My name is Tortoise Mountain Cheeto. This is the first time we've met. Please take care of me. Igyoza. Nara had completely put away his sinister aura. His peach blossom eyes were filled with gentleness and purity. There was even a smile on his lips. He was like a young master of an aristocratic family in the Heian era. You seem to have mistaken me for someone else. Under Igyoza's horrified gaze, Nero smiled and said in a low and gentle voice, It's really vexing. Gu-wei was shocked and said embarrassedly, I'm really sorry. It's just that you look too alike. But now, it seems that Mr. Tortoise Mountain and Nara are two completely different people. It's okay. Nara lifted his bathrobe and smiled subtly. I'm suddenly curious. The Nara you've been talking about, what kind of person is he? What a fucking good question. Before Gu-wei could say anything, Inuyasha was filled with righteous indignation. Scum. Inuyasha scolded. Despicable villain, evil, hiding his head but showing his tail. He was originally a gathering of evil beings, but now he's gradually approaching the great demon. He already has a city's territory. He awakened the flying demon moth and joined forces with it to invade the southern region. Inuyasha unconsciously looked at Saishomaru and put his hand on Taisuya. Flying demon moth. I heard that it's the great demon that was defeated by the Western Kingdom's King General. The Western Kingdom's King General, this was related to his biological father, General Quan's opponent. Saishomaru opened his eyes. His golden eyes were dark. The flying demon moth gathered an army and is preparing to advance to the Western Kingdom. Nara is helping him to get that territory. Inuyasha turned his head and avoided Saishomaru's murderous gaze. One wants revenge, and the other wants pure blood. Pure blood? Gyuza frowned. What do you mean? Nara has been hunting pure blood great demons as food to purify his blood. Inuyasha put away his usual impatience and said in a low voice, they couldn't find a pure blood descendant of the Western Kingdom, so they set their sights on the Western Kingdom's mistress. The Western Kingdom's mistress is a pure blood great demon. Nara wants, suddenly, a murderous intent surged out from Saishomaru's body like a knife. He growled, and all the hair on his body stood on end. His dark golden pupils instantly turned blood red. Demon power turned into a gust of wind and swirled around him, exuding a destructive aura. But in the next second, a pair of soft and slender hands penetrated the murderous storm and accurately caught him. In an instant, he was pulled into an embrace and rubbed the back of his neck. Fuqiang, what's wrong with you? Did you smell someone farting? Gyuza rubbed him and stroked his fur. The last time I saw you explode like this was when Daddy farted in the cave. The dogs. Inuyasha. Did he just find out something incredible? Saishomaru didn't say anything, but his violent aura calmed down. He struggled slightly and broke away from Gyuza's embrace. He let out a low bark and turned to walk toward an open space. Inuyasha's expression changed a few times. He found a lousy excuse. It's a little stuffy. I'm going to get some fresh air. Saying this, he clenched Iron Shatterer tightly and walked toward the direction where White Firewood left. It was impossible for Saishomaru not to be moved when it came to the safety of the Western Kingdom. Since the information brought by Inuyasha was valuable, he didn't mind giving this stupid half-demon a chance to show off. Their aura disappeared from the detectable range. Gyuza came back to his senses and asked, Gu-wei, since the situation in the Warring States period is so serious, why are you in the modern era? At this time, shouldn't they be fighting in the Warring States period? We came to the modern era to get supplies and medicine. Gu-wei lowered her head. Nara and the flying demon moths controlled the demons' battlefield, and the human villages were almost destroyed in the war. She looked up with sadness in her eyes. There was a general from 100 years ago, Mamoru-cha, who was resurrected. He and Inuyasha's father, the dog general, had a grudge against each other for stealing his wife. Since his resurrection, his thoughts have been dominated by hatred. Inuyasha's mother is called 16 Nights. She is the fiancée of Mamoru-cha. Gyuza sucked in a breath of cold air. Holy shit, it was the Hulk. It wasn't easy for this brother. It was one thing for the fiancé to run away with someone, but she ran away with a dog. If it was him, he would also take revenge on the world. Fuck, how could a man like him be worse than a dog? He got a magic sword, Song Yunya. He used it to create a city of the living dead. Gu-wei clenched her fist. Kikyu is at the front line, fighting against the invasion of the living dead. At the same time, she hasn't given up looking for you. She told me that you have a strong combat ability. Gyuza, this is my lifelong request. Gu-wei suddenly prostrated on the ground and bowed. Gyuza was so scared that he jumped up from the ground. Please follow us back to the Sengoku period. We need you there. Get up first. Fuck. Let's talk. If everything in the Sengoku period is destroyed, then everything in the modern world will also disappear, Gu-wei said seriously. If it is erased from the timeline, it will never come back. Nara, flying demon moth, Mamoru-cha, the living dead, fuck. He just participated in the Holy Grail War, and he was forced to save the world again? Gyuza looked at the girl in front of him. She was only 15 or 16 years old, but she was the one who carried the flames of the Sengoku period. Gu-wei was one, and so was Kikyu. Women could go to the battlefield and know how to defend their home. As a man with courage, he must be unyielding. Wasn't it just attacking and defending? Hey, he was good at this too. He heard that the enemy had a new world boss. Nara? No problem. They had one on their side too. He heard that the enemy had a powerful flying demon moth. No problem. They had the pesticide dichlorvos. Not to mention one moth, they could easily kill a whole group. He heard that the enemy had a general who obtained the godly weapon, Cloud Tooth? No problem. It was just a domineering blade with a big orange weapon. If he worked hard, he should be able to escape, right? He heard that the enemy had an army of the living dead and a group of demons? No problem. Plants could fight zombies. He believed that his dog could destroy the world too. The most important thing to be a person was to have confidence. Maybe if he was lucky, when the two armies fought, a lightning bolt would fall from the sky and kill the enemy's general? That would be a happy ending for everyone. Yi Jioza accepted Gu Wei's invitation to team up and said that he had to make some preparations before attacking and defending. However, Gu Wei's family was not rich. She was only a high school student, and she had already spent all her savings to buy supplies and medicine. Faced with Yi Jioza's question, she could only shake her head and sincerely said that she had no way to raise money. But they needed rice and medicine. Otherwise, the people of the Sengoku period would die in large numbers, and there would not be another 500 years of history. And if the established history was changed, it was likely to cause a butterfly effect. Yi Jioza squatted under the royal divine wood and counted the ants. After thinking for a moment, he said softly, "Nara, we need money." Nara leaned to the side and pretended to listen. "Why don't you go out and sell it?" Nara. Chapter 90. It was going to rain, mother was going to get married, fiancé was going to fuck the dog, you had to be serious with the dog. When Yi Jioza sorted out the cause and effect, her delicate body trembled. There were thousands of heroes in the world, only Chana Mingwan was the most loyal. Before he died, he held the green hat in his hand and refused to take it off after he died. He said he didn't want it, but his body was very weak. He first occupied his homeland, then dug out the grave. He didn't see the bones of his first love. His brain twitched and he was furious. After chasing Inuyasha for 800 miles, he could beat him to his hometown in minutes, leaving him with a bloody nose and a swollen face. He almost went to the Yellow Springs to meet his mother. If it wasn't for the fact that Tai Suya was like his father, he helped him time and time again otherwise. How could the delicate skin and tender flesh of a half-demon withstand the fried cloud teeth? The pitiful little baby, it was fine to jump into the well. When the knife was sharpened, he could perform better. He sharpened the knife for 5 minutes and was beaten for 2 hours. He had a long endurance, his skin thickened automatically. Chana Mingwan ate, slept, and beat Daodu in his previous life. He finally had the chance to abuse dogs in his WeChat moments. Because he was so happy, he forgot to stew this bastard in hot pot, so that Inuyasha had the rhythm of making a comeback. His love rival was a dog. It was so fucking embarrassing. He abducted his future wife and even gave birth to a child. After 100 years, he finally had the chance to take revenge, but the son of his love rival cheated and actually brought his girlfriend on the battlefield. Not only did he have a current girlfriend, he also had an ex-girlfriend. Mamoru had lived his whole life, but his eyes were almost blinded by the light. As the leader of the martial arts world, he couldn't help but pick up a knife, wishing he could stab Inuyasha to death. He didn't have a girlfriend. He didn't even have a wife. How could he have a child? He had a house, city of the living dead, a car, mountain spirit pulling the car, young, died early, and handsome, protected his face. Why did the heavens mistreat him like this? They actually let him live alone in his mother's womb for so many years. In short, Chana Mingwan's life history was a bitter history of a single dog who finally got out of his single life and was abused like a dog. And from Chana Mingwan's story, Yi Jioza once again deeply felt the importance of the country allocating girlfriends to single dogs. Yes, such an excellent policy must be carried forward. As for how to deal with Chanana Mingming, Yi Jioza already had an idea. Therefore, when Nara asked about Yi Jioza's arrangements, Yi Jioza packed his dry luggage and said mysteriously, "There is still a blind date market between Mamanaru and the destruction of the world." Nara didn't understand. She smiled. "I'd like to hear the details. We don't need rice, nor do we need weapons. We just need a group of beautiful girls and chatty women." Yi Jioza smiled. Men only have time to act Chinibu when they are on a blind date. Nara's fake smile showed some sarcasm. What a naive idea. How can you be sure that things will develop according to your expectations? You should know that Chana Mingwan is a zombie with a whole city. Nara slowly became sinister. You may not even be able to walk to him alive. Heh. Yigyoza showed an even more fake smile to Nara. Isn't it time for you to show up? Nara was stunned. What? You pretended to be a woman and deceived the feelings of Mithraya's ancestor. I remember that. Yigyoza squinted. You must be experienced in women's clothing. Nara's heart skipped a beat. Well, Nara, next, you will pretend to be Inuyasha's biological mother. 16 nights. Nara was speechless. Why? If he pretended to be 16 nights, he would be hacked to death by Inuyasha before he could do anything. Don't be afraid. You are a man. Chana Mingming is also a man. Even if you are kidnapped by him, it's nothing for two men to hug and touch you. Nara was speechless. After being hugged and touched, he was already dead. Dead. What happened to the basic sympathy between humans and monsters? Nara shook his head firmly. He was about to open his mouth to sell himself to dispel Yigyoza's idea. The lowly in front of him suddenly had a sullen face. What, you don't want to? Yigyoza got up, closed the door, and released the dogs. The 5 dogs laid on the side obediently, firmly occupying all footholds in the room. They stared at Nara with indifferent eyes, which scared the latter into a cold sweat. His smile gradually stiffened. Nara finally remembered the fear of being dominated by the big bosses in dog skin. Speaking of which, they were still dogs, and did not return to human form. But he, by chance, had a new life. Then, thinking of this, Nara could not help but take a deep breath. Only in his daze did he understand just how hated he was among the dogs now that he had returned to human form. If Yigyoza relented and said that he had lost his value, he had no doubt that the big bosses would jump out and tear him to pieces. The jealousy of men. It was even more terrifying than women. Nara corrected his attitude. After discovering that he still needed to rely on Yigyoza, he immediately put on his most sincere smile. It's my honor to sacrifice myself for the world. However, there was something that he did not know if he should say. This time, there were no signs of spatial disorder when they passed through the long space-time of the bone-eating well. Yigyoza and the others arrived safely in the Warring States era. After smelling the cool air, they returned to their senses. Inuyasha jumped out of the bone-eating well with Gu-wei in his arms. At this moment, Yigyoza stopped in his tracks. A familiar electronic sound suddenly rang out in his head. It was the Jinjiang system. This bastard had mysteriously come online again. Ding! Congratulations, hero. You've triggered the special large-scale instance, Fire of the Warring States, Smoke of the Dead City. If you successfully clear the instance, you will receive a mysterious treasure chest. If you fail, 180 days of your time to live will be deducted. Ding! Congratulations, hero. You've simultaneously triggered the special large-scale instance, Save the People, Save the Gods. If you successfully clear the instance, you will receive a mysterious treasure chest. If you fail, 180 days of your time to live will be deducted. The Jinjiang system was like a random mission dispenser. When he came into contact with some special mission mechanism, it would appear out of nowhere and give him a hint that caught him off guard. But when the hint ended, it would flick its sleeves like a scumbag who refused to admit his mistake, not taking a single condom with it. As expected, the Jinjiang system had disappeared again. Yigyoza frowned slightly. Then, he climbed up the wall of the well without batting an eyelid. He took a deep breath and moved out of the well with a minor movement technique. He fished out his dog from the well worriedly. He felt rather annoyed. Now that things had progressed to this point, he finally understood why the Jinjiang system had been so generous with his time to live. It had given him 3 to 6 years at the drop of a hat. Did it mean that it had a trump card waiting for him? He was still young. His ears were still working, and his brain was not muddled. Naturally, he remembered the words, if you fail, 180 days of your time to live will be deducted. 180 days was a huge sum of money. For Yigyoza, who now had some savings, it was still within an acceptable range. But the problem was not whether he could bear it, but the Jinjiang system had actually activated the penalty system for failure. Moreover, the amount of the penalty system for failure was too terrifying. If he kept failing, Wanting to live would be an empty dream. The large fine was undoubtedly forcing him to strive for success. The Jinjiang system was like a giant beast that was slowly waking up. It was baring its fangs step by step, but where its fangs pointed, it was urging him to evolve and become stronger. So strong that he could control this kind of war? Yijioza's thoughts ran wild as he headed to Maple Village. He was about to ask Gu Wei about the village of grain when he unexpectedly ran into Shaman Sui in Maple Village. Shaman Sui was the first person to accept Yijioza and welcome him into the village. After not seeing her for a long time, she looked even older. The spiritual light around her body was like a flickering candle in the cold wind, as if it could disappear at any moment. She was still wearing the same red and white clothes, holding the same wooden bow, and staring at him with the same deep eyes. But Yijioza instinctively felt that Shaman Sui was about to reach the end of her life. Granny Sui. Shaman Sui turned around from a distance, and when she saw Yijioza, she suddenly froze. Then, she grabbed the bow and couldn't help but tremble. Good child. Shaman Sui's lips trembled as she tried to stand up, but her legs were too weak to move. Thank goodness, you're still alive. Seeing this, Yijioza immediately went up to support her. Shaman Sui's old eyes were cloudy, and tears flowed down her cheeks. You still remember to come back? Good, very good. Yijioza helped her sit back on the straw mat, looked around, and found that the area of Maple Village seemed to have doubled, and the population was much denser than before. After asking, he understood that after Nara was resurrected, she first attacked the village of Grain, which had Kikyu. At that time, he wasn't at the scene, and Kikyu couldn't save the villagers alone, so it used its spiritual power to save them. The village of Grain was merged into Maple Village, and their original home was buried in the hands of Nara. The flames of war were burning, and both humans and monsters were fighting endlessly. People saw the city turned into a ghost town, and the south became ruins. In several battles, Shaman Sui almost exhausted all her efforts, and Kikyu was also polluted by the miasma, so they had to leave the village. Now, only Inuyasha and a few others were left in Maple Village. Yijioza sighed helplessly. It seemed that the situation was much more serious than he thought. But it wasn't impossible, as long as the plan was good. Master Saishomaru. Siejian, I'm sorry. Yijioza was speechless. A shrill cry sent the crows flying away from the treetops. Yijioza pushed open the door with a gloomy face, only to see a dark green Kappa sobbing and gazing at him affectionately. It was putting on a passionate performance. Siejian prostrated on the ground, covered his face with his sleeves, and cried on the ground, Master Shumaru, I'm sorry to let you live alone with these dirty and lowly wild animals. The four dogs were speechless. Dirty and lowly wild animals? Hee. You're very brave, little monster. But this guy's name is Saishomaru? White Firewood licked his paws and didn't say anything. Master, please leave this village with Siejian. Siejian lowered his head and said, Master, Siejian can't bear it. I can't bear to see Master mistreat himself and live in the same place as a human. Master. Master. Yijioza squatted beside Siejian with a smile. He turned his head and suddenly said, Master? Do you have some misunderstanding about my dog? He reached out and pinched the back of Siejian's neck. He squinted his eyes and said, Once or twice is fine, but you called White Firewood Master several times. Saishomaru? Bai Chai slowly stopped his claws, his expression calm and collected. Siejian broke out in a cold sweat. He hadn't seen his master for 3 months. The loyalty in his heart was fermented into wine and dragged down his intelligence. Therefore, when he suddenly saw White Firewood's tall and imposing figure, his mind went blank. His mind suddenly went blank. As if he had drunk fake wine, Siejian's mind was filled with Saishomaru. How could he have the leisure to assess the danger around him? But with this neglect, he forgot about Yijioza's threat. What, Saishomaru? Yijioza shook Siejian. I'm very curious. Why did you say this name to my dog? Unable to hold it in, Yijioza carefully looked at the dog resting at his feet. White Firewood glanced at him coldly, and his sharp eyes glanced at Siejian. Xiejian. Master, please don't look down on me. QAQ, Saishomaru. The silver-haired man in fur, the dog abuser? Yi Jioza murmured. Looking at white firewood at his feet, he couldn't help but have a terrible thought. Saishomaru. Chapter 91. Regarding the name Saishomaru, Yi Jioza had a deep impression of it. There was no other reason. Men were animals that used their lower bodies for their brains. They would remember the faces of the actresses according to their sexual interest. Then, they would remember every inch of the actresses' bodies according to the frequency of masturbation. Any otaku who could recite the names of actresses backwards. His back was covered with a truck of tissues. As for Yi Jioza, he was the cream of the crop among the single dogs, so he was even more outstanding. The only way to make him remember another person deeply, other than love that moved his heart, was to move his kidneys. Coincidentally, after Yi Jioza came to this world, the only wet dream he had, the only physical contact he had, the only wave of discord that moved his heart. It was all related to Saishomaru. Even if the other party's gender was wrong, even if 3 years had passed, even if the grudge had become a thing of the past, Yi Jioza could still remember that he had almost been fucked by a man in his dream. Because of this, the moment Xiejian exclaimed, Saishomaru, Yi Jioza's heart skipped a beat. He once again recalled the fear of splitting, the soles of his feet, and almost being fucked. He cared a lot about Xiejian's words, but he had masturbated Fu Chang for so long. How could he doubt it just because of a few words from an unimportant person? Fu Chang was a dog demon. His body was huge, his ability was outstanding. He knew all of this. Fu Chang went through thick and thin together, treated each other with sincerity, accompanied each other day and night. He remembered all of this. What kind of relationship could Fu Chang have with Saishomaru? A white firewood puppy, a tall man. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem like they had anything to do with each other, right? They had obviously started fighting as soon as they met. They had fought to the death and were either dead or injured. Other than forming a deep grudge, what else could it be? However, when Xiejian saw Guan Fu Chang call Saishomaru, "Hey, this is going to be fun," he remembered clearly that Xiejian was in cahoots with Saishomaru. This damned frog was even ordered by Saishomaru to brush the soles of his feet with a feather. With this stupid Kappa's personality, it was unlikely that it would betray its master. The master of the evil vision was Saishomaru. He would never betray his master, but he called Fu Chang sir at this time. So, what exactly was Fu Chang? Yi Jioza carefully stared at white firewood for a while, then strangled Xiejian's neck and asked darkly, "Speaking of which, your Lord Saishomaru is a monster, right?" Xiejian kept struggling. "Nonsense. Lord Saishomaru is the one and only king in this world." "King?" Yi Jioza laughed. "What kind of monster is he? Is the king a tiger?" "Idiot. He is not a lowly tiger." Xiejian shouted at the top of his voice to correct Saishomaru's race. "His Highness Saishomaru is the noble of the White Dog clan." "Huh." Xiejian's body suddenly stiffened, and he shut his mouth. His strong survival instinct stopped him from speaking. A cold gaze belonging to Lord Saishomaru swept across his back. It seemed that if he said one more word, he would die without a burial place. He had been with Saishomaru for 100 years, and had long understood His Highness's mood. Do what you have to do, say what you have to say. His Highness does not mind raising loyal ministers, nor is he afraid of raising treacherous ones. But if you step on the bottom line of His Highness, Xiejian maintained the posture of praising his master. His face was a mixture of fanaticism and confusion, twisting into disbelief and shock. He stared at Yi Jioza in a cold sweat, and his mind was frantically scrolling. No, something is wrong. Lord Saishomaru has been missing for 3 months. First, he has been with this girl. Most importantly, this girl who had offended Lord Saishomaru was not dead. She is alive and well, and Lord Saishomaru is still willing to accompany her in the form of a puppy. Just now, he warned him not to talk too much with his murderous gaze. Lord did not want to expose anything. Lord did not want her to know anything. Lord did not want this relationship to deteriorate. Lord, impossible. This is not normal. Where did it go wrong? Where? No. Xiejian, you have to calm down. Lord Saishomaru must have a bigger plan. But this little girl has no power, and no demon power. What could Lord want from her? What could he want from her? Xiejian stared at Yijioza and suddenly realized that the girl in front of him, who was turning into a young girl, was too beautiful. Whether it was her facial features or the outline, they were so exquisite that they did not look like they should have in the mortal world. A beautiful girl who was becoming more and more mature, and a dog demon who had been single for 400 years. This combination, this style. Lord Saishomaru, are you enlightened? Xiejian could not help but fall into a great panic, and 10,000 naked newborn half-demons popped up in his deep and quiet mind. No, no, white dog, Yijioza repeated. A big white dog? Heh, Fuchong's body is like this too. What the hell? Saishomaru is a white dog. Isn't that a big white dog? And Fuchong is also a big white dog. This big white dog is similar to a big white dog, and Xiejian could even recognize Fuchong as Saishomaru. This could only mean that Fuchong and Saishomaru were very similar in aura, appearance, and temperament. Could it be 100 years ago? She fucked a dog on the 16th night and gave birth to Inuyasha. 100 years later, Kikyu wanted to fuck Inuyasha, but died of no disease. 50 years later, Guwei walked on the path of fucking Inuyasha. Could she succeed? Hiss. This Warring States period was poisonous. Did all women want to fuck a dog? If fuck a dog was a tradition of the Warring States period, and Saishomaru was a white dog, could it be that Saishomaru and Fuchong were related by blood? Fuchong was Saishomaru's son? Saishomaru hated this son for abusing him? Fuchong hated him so much that he wanted to kill him? If so, it would explain why they fought as soon as they met, and why Xiejian recognized the wrong dog. Damn, he was so smart. Full marks for this logic. He should give himself a call first. However, since Fuchong could make Xiejian admit his mistake, why not continue to be wrong? With a free labor service, he could throw the work of cooking and fetching water to him. Oh yeah. The plan worked. Yijioza and Xiejian looked each other up and down, their gazes locked in a stalemate, the flames of war crackling in the air. At the thought that the other would be Saishomaru's, Fuchong's, man in the future, he had to check him out no matter what. Their brain circuits were on completely different channels, but their brain waves could still be connected. It was a miracle. You just said, Lord Saishomaru. No, I didn't. Xiejian denied it immediately to save his life. I recognized the wrong person. He's not. No, he's. Yijioza reached out and pointed at white firewood. That one sentence shocked Xiejian to the core. Even Saishomaru was a little stunned. How did she find out? Are you going to deny your master just because he's smaller? Yijioza was heartbroken. Are you going to despise your master just because he's missing a claw? He reached out and grabbed Xiejian's shoulder tightly. As a loyal servant, how can you shrink back like this? Now is the time when he needs you. He needs you to serve him tea and blow on his hair. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to improve my image as a loyal servant. Xiejian was dumbfounded. He did not expect Yijioza's words to hit the nail on the head. That's right. He wanted to serve Lord Saishomaru tea and give him air. The girl in front of him was so gentle, virtuous, dignified, and generous. She could use such generous words to satisfy the heart of an old official. No wonder Lord Saishomaru looked at her differently. He could not help but reach out and squeeze Yijioza's sleeve with teary eyes. Yes, for Lord. Everything is for Lord Saishomaru. Everything for Lord Saishomaru. Yijioza smiled brightly. If you stay, please take care of Lord Saishomaru's colleagues. Xiejian was touched. Okay. Yijioza thought, happy? I have a free babysitter. Saishomaru looked coldly at his owner and Xiejian, who had reached a consensus, and indifferently looked away. He thought that his owner was smart enough to guess his identity. He did not expect that her purpose was just to order his servant around. He could not bear to watch anymore. She spent so much effort just to get a servant. Ever since he abducted Xiejian, Yijioza finally had time to wander around the battlefield. He asked Xiejian to take care of the 5 dogs, and he brought Kimimaro to wipe out all the evil spirits and big monsters within a 10-mile radius of the Maple Village. Since he was very good with his sword, he also got the title of Sword Mistress on the battlefield. As he became more and more adventurous, no more small monsters came to find trouble with him. After being beaten up by the long-range Purple Cloud Art and the close-range Great Void Sword Will, all the famous big demons gave up and left the area one after another. After all, the two humans who came to his door were so fierce. Did you see the bear monster next door? That's right, it's that bear. It was killed because it was not sensible and coveted the beauty of Sword Mistress. The bear's skin was peeled off, the bear paws were chopped off, and even the bear penis was soaked in wine. They were so scary. On the same day, they took the wine and wandered around the snake monster's territory. Sword Mistress even raised the wine high and said loudly, "I heard that snakes have 2 penises. Very good." All the snakes on the mountain were so scared that they ran away within a quarter of an hour. As for Yijioza, because he carried the wine to scare the monsters, he was given the title of GG Monster. He and Kimimaro had been fighting gorillas all the way and had expanded their territory to the original entrance of the City of Living People. He killed the demons with bad intentions, accepted the small monsters who begged for protection, and adopted the underworld model of the Dogmouth Group, asking the protected small monsters to pay protection fees. Although the monsters were small, they had lived for hundreds of years. They had a rich collection and did not lack things that Yijioza wanted. As long as this area could provide shelter for their people, they did not care about the loss of money. After all, they were not good at fighting, and they did not want to get involved in the disputes between the West and the South. They did not want to fight against the City of the Living Dead. Just like humans, there were warmongers among the monsters, but there were also peacemakers. They observed Yijioza for a long time. After confirming that she was really powerful, they brought their families to seek shelter and even built a barrier for the border of the Maple Village. When the Maple Village was shrouded in a blue barrier, Yijioza knew that the rear should be safe. He packed up his things and prepared to take a cold shower at the waterfall in the back mountain. Days of running and fighting had caused sweat and blood to stick together. It was really uncomfortable. He did not bring his dog or his friends and went to the waterfall alone. The cool water poured down, rolling the petals back and forth, exuding an intoxicating fragrance. Yijioza grabbed the shifugia and rubbed his skin, washing off a layer of mud. Seeing the blood and stains flowing downstream, he washed even more vigorously. But as he washed, the water was dyed with a layer of blood red. Shocked, Yijioza suddenly wiped his buttocks. Thank God, thank God. It's not my period. He raised his arm and looked at his back, but there was no blood. Then the question was, where did the blood come from? Yijioza turned his head and looked ahead along the blood, extending, extending. He suddenly saw a touch of white, lying between the sharp rocks, twitching slightly, and there was a dark red blood stain on the water. This familiar routine. Yijioza swam through the water and went between the rocks. Then, he saw a snow-white Bierna dog that was about to die. Fuck. Bierna. It didn't eat much, was docile and raised. Yijioza deftly took out a tonic and fed it to the dog, bandaged it, and placed it in a safe place. He hadn't picked up a dog for a long time, and now there was a Bierna. It was great. One more dog meant one more time to live. Yijioza dried his body and put on his clothes. Behind him, the Bierna seemed to be awakened by all kinds of noises, and it opened a pair of irritated and indifferent eyes. This is the remaining demonic power and spiritual energy here. Before Yoshiasakura could recall anything, he saw himself raise his snow-white paw. Yoshiasakura. Chapter 92. Yoshiasakura, the 165 of the Ultimate Villains, 280 in thought and action. The vengeful man who mastered the technique of hacking accounts and starting over had big and small aliases 1, 2, and 3. His entire life had been obsessed with the goal of destroying all of mankind and could not extricate himself. And in order to achieve this goal, he had the Azure Dragon on the left and the White Tiger on the right, with a Mickey Mouse in the middle. Although the road ahead was difficult, he walked alone without any regrets. In the end, The heavens did not let down the scheming dog. He won the championship in one fell swoop with overwhelming strength. He became the spokesperson of the Milky Way Entertainment Company on Earth, king of psychics. He tied himself to the lifeline of the Earth, directly bypassing the halo of the male protagonist and the obstruction of his righteous companions, and truly became the supreme god. However, the scam was, after Mother Earth bound Yoshi Asakura, she suddenly realized that she seemed to have bound the wrong person according to the script of evil triumphing over good. This was the time for the male protagonist to show off his divine might and teach the villain a new life. But when Mother Earth took a closer look, what the fuck? Was the guy being pressed against the floor by the villain the real son she was destined to have? Her own son brought countless little friends, but he was fucking screwed to the ground by the villain. Was she blind? Why did she choose such a person? Not to mention Mother Earth was indeed blind, because Yoshi Asakura and the male protagonist were both dolls that crawled out of the same belly. The two of them were twins. Not only were their figures the same, their faces were also exactly the same. Mother Earth had not cared about the affairs of the world for many years. How could she know if her own son had long hair or short hair? Yoshi Asakura had obtained the fruits of victory, and she had given her support every minute. But she did not expect that she would only give Yoshi Asakura a small chance. And her own son almost burped There was no one else who could be as good as Yoshi Asakura. He was brave and resourceful, good-looking, and had a good temperament. His combat strength was off the charts, and he also had a powerful fire spirit. He left the male protagonist behind by many streets. Apart from his height, he was the perfect spokesperson. Most importantly, Yoshi Asakura was the only troublemaker boss in history to defeat the male protagonist and ascend to the position of world god. He didn't waste time talking when he fought, and his battles were swift. He would never let the main character finish his progress bar. It could be said that he was a clear stream among the chatterboxes, and he outshined all the bosses. Why did he have to hand over the Psychic King that he obtained with his own abilities? If it weren't for the fact that the hero's aura finally came online and made him give up his revenge in a bizarre and tortuous way, all of mankind would have become angels flapping their little wings, lying in front of God's roomy legs and crying. Unfortunately, Yoshi Asakura was one step behind and encountered a space-time storm when he was backtracking. Natural disasters and man-made disasters were unavoidable. The power of space had always been mysterious and unfathomable. Even though he was the psychic monarch, he still fell into it. He still remembered the pain of the storm slicing through his soul. That pain numbed all his senses. When he opened his eyes again, the once all-powerful figure had actually become a pet in the hands of a young girl, transformed into a Bichon. What the hell was going on? No matter how calm Yoshi Asakura was, he was momentarily stunned. He stared at the furry front paws. When the beautiful girl in front of him stretched out her hand, he instinctively cupped his head and rubbed against her soft palm. No, impossible. He, Yoshi Asakura, was clearly the psychic monarch. How could he become a dog? Impossible. No matter what, he couldn't accept the fact that he had become a dog. Although his mouth said no, his body was very honest. When Yigyoza pulled him into his arms, he actually shamelessly wagged his little tail. He wagged his tail. He revealed an extremely joyful expression. Oh my God, this wasn't him. This was definitely not his intention. He wasn't that kind of psychic monarch. However, Yigyoza, who was carrying the Bichon, didn't know about Yoshi Asakura's shouts. Even if he knew, he couldn't do anything about it. You've already become a dog. Can't you let me hug you for a while? If you're a dog, you should have the awareness of being a dog. Yigyoza checked the body of the confused Bichon and discovered that it also had a Gigi. He instantly became very dispirited. It was fine that he was an insulator to girls, but why was even the dog he picked up a damn male? It was simply perverse. There were already a bunch of male dogs in the kennel. If there was another one, would his dogs think that there were no more cute female dogs in the world and end up getting gay in the kennel? At the thought of dog porn, Yigyoza couldn't help but fall silent. He carried the Bichon and walked back to the village. He stroked its fluffy fur and muttered, "Well, I'll call you Gong Zheng from now on." Gong Zheng? What a joke. He had always been the enemy of the Matsang family, humans, and psychics. How could this be called Gongzheng? Hehe. There was no justice in this world. There was only a temporary balance that was maintained by the rule of force. Yoshi Asakura's Chinibu syndrome that should have been cured broke out again and entered the late stage in one fell swoop. It was to the point that medicine could not cure it. The Bichon was very depressed. Yijioza only thought that it was nervous to meet its new owner and did not take it to heart. He carried the dog and stepped into the boundary of Maple Village. From afar, he saw 5 dogs lying at the entrance of the village, waiting for him to return. Yijioza smiled. He weighed the Bichon in his arms and walked towards them. Unbeknownst to him, the dogs shifted their gazes to the Bichon in his arms in unison. Their gazes were as sharp as blades as they looked at the dog from head to toe. A new dog? Uchiha Madara waited in his heart. What kind of fellow would it be? He picked up a dog on a trip outside? 9 Orchid Flower glanced at his companions and frowned. This is the 6th one. Looks like I'll have to follow him next time. Another fellow who wants to divide his territory. Aizen licked its paws. Find a chance to bite him to death. Miscellaneous cultivator. Gilgamesh looked away uninterestedly. Saishomaru fixed his gaze on the Bichon's petite and cute body. He was calm and indifferent. The clear sound of his heart entered Yoshi Asakura's ears. His dog face twisted slightly, and his dark red eyes widened. He did not know if it was an illusion, but this group of dogs seemed to be very human-like. Yoshi Asakura calmed his heart and listened attentively. But it did not take long for him to discover that whether it was the girl holding him or the 5 dogs standing in front of him, there was an inexplicable and terrifying power flowing around them. Yoshi Asakura did not move and stayed obediently in Yijioza's arms. It was very quiet, very quiet. Apart from the shouts of humans in the distance, there were no other thoughts in his ears. He was a Grand Onmyoji with astral vision, and mind reading was his passive skill. No matter when or where, no one's thoughts could escape his mind reading, and the thoughts of humans were truly ugly to the extreme. Yoshi Asakura did not have a good impression of humans. After all, he knew just how ugly their instincts were. With his mind-reading ability, he avoided all dangers and used everything he could to finally reach the point where he became Mother Earth who bound the players. He thought that nothing in the world could escape his measurement, but he did not expect that the dog and the girl in front of him would be an exception. He could not hear the sound of their hearts, unless it was when their emotions were fluctuating intensely. For example, just now, maintaining a calm appearance, Yoshi Asakura obediently settled into Yijioza's kennel. Before the situation was clear, he would not be stupid enough to expose his differences. He stayed to recuperate, and everything seemed to be no different from his daily life. Apart from the fact that the kennel was a little smaller, that he did not like bathing, that he liked to be patted on the head, that the 5 dogs' attitudes were a little strange, and that the dog food they gave him was a little disgusting, there was not much of a change. Even if he had become a dog, he, Yoshi Asakura, was still the strongest psychic king. As soon as he finished speaking, Yoshi Asakura found that his kennel was being pushed by the Tibetan Mastiff next door. He poked his head out of the kennel, and the next second, the other dogs surrounded him with a scrutinizing gaze. It seemed like they did not come with good intentions. Yoshi Asakura was secretly on guard. Although he did not have the advantage of size now, he was still. Uchiha Madara howled twice. Newcomer, are you a human or a dog? Suddenly understanding dog language, Yoshi Asakura's eyes widened. Seeing the bear-like expression on the dog's face, all the dogs understood. This was another unlucky dog that had become a dog. All right, let's have a meeting. Uchiha Madara instantly used his ultimate move. You can get pregnant with anyone you stare at. Before Yoshi Asakura could react, he directly pulled him into an illusion. Yoshi Asakura's worldview was refreshed countless times in a short period of time. When he saw the group of dogs turn into humans, he really did not know how to face it. Because he realized that the group of powerful people with terrifying auras were all fucking taller than him. They were all fucking taller than him. The one with the long black hair was about 180 centimeters tall, and the one with the golden hair was slightly taller than him, maybe 182? The one with the black hair and black eyes was about 184, and the one with the gray eyes with the smiling face was about 186, right? The tallest was the silver-haired and golden-eyed tall. That height was about 188, right? But what about him? He was the psychic king, the strongest person in the world, the genius on Myoji that only appeared once in 1,000 years. He was actually only 165. Only 165. Jealousy caused him to lose control. For the first time, Asakura found that he could not control his emotions. Could it be that the price of becoming the psychic king was to be shorter than others by 20 centimeters? But the more shocking thing was yet to come. Everyone in the illusion had an outstanding temperament, and similarly had unparalleled looks. They had everything. Even the height of the sky was outstanding, and he could not compare to them. The smiling man with the gray eyes touched the sword at his waist and said gently, it's actually a young man. Young man? Uchiha Madara sized up Asakura and nodded. It's amazing to have such a level at such a young age. Young age? Asakura, who was already over 1,000 years old, calmly retorted, I'm already 1,000 years old. Maybe you should call me senior. Gilgamesh said sharply, Miscellaneous cultivator. This king does not have such a short senior. Miscellaneous cultivator? Asakura's aura rose, and he said word by word, What did you just say? 1,000 years old? 9 orchid flowers smiled gently and interrupted the battle that was about to ignite. Well, I remember I'm 10,000 years old, right? Everyone looked at him. 9 orchid flowers said slowly, I can't remember my age. It's been too long. 10,000 years? Asakura was stunned. 10,000 years. 10,000 years was an extremely terrifying number. Regardless of whether it was a human or a god, it was a long period of loneliness that could drive one insane. But the person in front of him did not seem to be lying. His eyes were clean and clear, and there was a heaviness that could not be erased. 10,000 years. What did you do? How did you resist the long loneliness? How did you fight against fate? Asakura was curious. He had lived alone for 1,000 years, and he had already experienced the pain of being alone. He did not expect someone to survive 10,000 years. Then, this guy was really nothing much. 9 orchid flowers smiled. I was just sleeping. Asakura was speechless. 9 orchid flowers said, I didn't expect that when I opened my eyes, 10,000 years had passed. How long? Asakura was speechless. For some reason, he felt like he was being played. Right, what did he want to do just now? Oh, he wanted to chop up that golden guy, but he was interrupted. Chapter 93. Although the Gilgamesh looked like a dog, however, his arrogant attitude and bad temper were not likable. If he did not have the strength, he would have been torn into a skeleton by his ferocious colleagues. How could he allow his nose to the sky to continue blabbering blindly? Each of them was a proud son of heaven. They were also the big shots of their respective planes. As a man who stood at the top of the food chain all day long, how could he accept his provocation of miscellaneous cultivator? Putting themselves in his shoes, the few of them who had already experienced the Hero King's ability to attract hatred knew that Asakura was probably burning with anger. All he could think about was smashing the Gilgamesh's dog head. It just so happened that they had nothing to do and could watch the battle. They could also see what kind of strength this newcomer had in his battle with the Gilgamesh. If they didn't get along well in the future, it would also be convenient to catch his weakness and kill him. However, the big shots present were not idiots who were led by the nose by others. Even if someone was scheming on this side, it still depended on whether the person involved was willing or not. 9 Orchid Flower was the first to see the undercurrent. He looked at the other 4 without batting an eyelid, then turned his gaze to Asakura. Speaking of which, although he was the ancestor of the vampires, his martial strength could not be compared to the others. Firstly, he had been asleep for too many years. Secondly, vampires were used to suppressing with their bloodline. They did not use their strength. Thirdly, he had never met an opponent who could mutually promote him. All wars and upheavals were eliminated in the long passage of time. Even if he had lived for 10,000 years, he still could not compare to Uchiha Madara, who had been fighting on the battlefield for more than 10 years. Therefore, he joined this group as a newcomer. He was very clear that his position was not considered high, and he tried his best to maintain his harmlessness. With the Gilgamesh pulling the hatred of the other few, no one would remember his existence. In this way, slowly exploring and carefully probing would be more beneficial for him to grasp information and make the right judgment. But now, he met Yoshia Sakura. A newcomer with no foundation and powerful strength dared to challenge Gilgamesh directly. He definitely had enough strength to be proud of. Moreover, looking at his fearless expression when facing 5-hour, he was definitely a powerful warrior. As long as he extended an olive branch and was willing to treat him with sincerity, he should be able to form a temporary alliance with the newcomer. To be honest, Nine Orchid Flower had always been wary of the 4 powerhouses who had arrived early. They weren't on good terms, and there was still a murderous aura that couldn't be washed away on their bodies. Whenever there was a conflict, they would always want to kill each other. It was simply insane. Compared to having a good relationship with the other 4, Nine Orchid Flower would rather get close to Yoshia Sakura, who was brimming with the aura of nature. Although he was a creature of the dark, he would instinctively get close to the Lord's natural creations. This newcomer was an expert recognized by nature. Thus, he opened his mouth and changed the topic, preventing the newcomer from getting into a conflict with Gilgamesh. Unfortunately, this good intention was just a flirtatious look thrown at a blind person. For a big boss like Yoshia Sakura, who had many thoughts and deep suspicions, there was no way he would trust anyone so easily. He would only think that these 5 stupid and long-legged fellows were united, taking pleasure in dissing the excellent but short-legged him. This kind of world should really be destroyed. Yoshi Asakura calculated in his heart and asked without leaving a trace, "Who are you people? Since this is our first meeting, shouldn't you tell me your name?" He was once a rare grand Yin-Yang master during the Heian period, and knew the Yin-Yang technique and the power of the 5 elements like the back of his hand. As long as he could find a way to obtain these fellows' real names, he would have a way to make them disappear without a trace. Yoshi Asakura wasn't a good person, but similarly, the other 5 weren't good people either. "Oh, your name?" Aizen's eyes flickered slightly. "Shouldn't you, as the newcomer, be the first to be honest? Where's your etiquette? You want me to be honest with someone who calls me a miscellaneous cultivator the first time we meet? Where's your etiquette?" Yoshi Asakura retorted. "You're the ones who should apologize for being disrespectful to a senior who has lived for more than 1,000 years. This newcomer really had guts. They finally looked at Yoshi Asakura and sized him up. "You dare to call yourself a senior after living for more than 1,000 years? Aizen caressed the Zanpakuto at his waist. "However, you do have a point in calling yourself a senior. There are very few people who still look like a teenager after living for more than 1,000 years. Aizen glanced at him from head to toe in a condescending manner. "You have a way to maintain your youthful appearance. You can't compare. You're already a 1,000-year-old demon, yet you're still pretending to be a young teenager. How shameless." Yoshi Asakura. So infuriating. Is this guy looking for a fight? Yoshi Asakura was enraged, and he was ready to summon the fire spirit to fight against Aizen with soul transcendence. The others saw this burning desire for battle, and it instantly lit the fuse for a fight. Seeing that the illusion had turned into a battlefield, when Uchiha Madara eagerly took out his fan and sickle, Nine Orchid Flower was extremely helpless and interrupted. "We didn't come here to fight, did we?" Everyone, "Oh right, they didn't come here to fight. They came here for a meeting." Yes, a meeting. Putting away the combat brain, they simply sat down together. Seeing this, Yoshi Asakura didn't back down. He directly picked a spot and sat down, directly between Saishomaru and Uchiha Madara. It was as if the conflict just now wasn't between them and him. His naturalness, his magnanimity, his temperament, and his actions were indeed enough to blend in with them. Therefore, if they still cared about whether he was a newcomer or not, it would instead make them seem petty as seniors. The reason for this meeting was because the stench of evil spirits came from a place 300 miles away from Maple Village. They were slowly advancing towards this place and would probably arrive in 4 hours. Therefore, they gathered at the entrance of the village to wait for the feedmaster. One reason was to confirm the feedmaster's safety, and the other was to see if the feedmaster knew about this matter. However, it was obvious that Yi Jioza didn't realize this crisis. When she realized this crisis, Maple Village would probably turn into a battlefield. They had to come up with a plan to not only ensure that their real identities wouldn't be discovered by the feedmaster, but also to ensure that they could warn the feedmaster, or kill the evil spirits without the feedmaster suspecting anything. Uchiha Madara was very generous, and he didn't beat around the bush. He directly said, "There's an enemy attack 300 miles away. We have time to prepare, but there's one troublesome thing. If we go out, we'll turn into dogs and can't do anything." She took a shower. Saishomaru reminded, "Tonight, she'll take us out one by one to take a shower." Everyone, fuck, I actually forgot about this. The feedmaster used to live a rough life. She was so sloppy that she could sleep in the same bed as them after rolling in the mud. However, since she gradually matured and understood the pain of menstrual pain caused by unhygienic conditions, whenever she took a shower, she would immediately take them to shower as well. "Let's leave first," Gilgamesh said. "Let's go now and directly face the enemy. She knows that we occasionally play, and as long as we solve it quickly, she won't be suspicious." "How can you be sure that we can solve it quickly?" Saishomaru said coldly, "Evil spirits rarely gather in groups. If they do, there must be a big demon supporting them. You can use me as a reference for the big demon strength." Saishomaru said so much for the first time. "Can you solve me quickly?" Gilgamesh's expression turned ugly. Uchiha Madara said in a low voice, "If we fight directly after smelling it, instead of waiting at the entrance of the village, we should wait. Who knows if the evil spirit there is a bait or not?" Aizen directly pointed out the essence. The evil spirit's aura is thick. The enemy doesn't know about the existence of fake dogs like us, but they let the evil spirit stink for 10 miles. Then, the only target they want to lure is Inuyasha. After luring Inuyasha out, how much combat power does Maple Village have left? Aizen smiled. "If I'm the mastermind, I'll take this opportunity to massacre the village." Massacre the village. Everyone frowned. They didn't expect that although Harmony was called Harmony, his heart was not harmonious at all, and it was so damn dirty. Destroying something that a person desperately wants to protect is the same as destroying the person's faith. Aizen's eyes were deep, therefore. Not only should we wait at the entrance of the village, we should also leave some people to guard the village. Since the attackers on land have malevolent spirits, they definitely won't send out another army to attack us on land. Otherwise, people will suspect their intentions. Therefore, the only places we need to guard are the sky and water swamp. Saishomaru continued, "And the underground." He raised his golden eyes and stared at Aizen calmly. This man who once looked down on him on the sword did have the weight of a powerhouse and the responsibility of a wise man. "The underground is the favorite place for plant spirits to gather." Saishomaru added, "Maple Village will inevitably become a battlefield. The sky, land, water swamp, underground. Heh, it seems that other than moving the villagers and the feeder owner, we only have a way to strengthen the barrier." Uchiha Madara touched his chin. "But, do you know any barrier spells?" They maintained their smiles and said, "A little." "Oh, it seems that you're not very good at it." Yoshiasakura didn't speak. He was proficient in yin-yang, so naturally, he was also proficient in barrier spells. However, if he wanted a powerhouse to protect him, he had to think about whether it was worth it for those humans. He hated humans so much that he wanted to destroy them. The Psychic King. "Let's move them." 9 Orchid Flower sorted out his thoughts and made a plan. "Get everyone out, and Maple Village will become a battlefield. As for how to get rid of them," 9 Orchid Flower smiled. "We'll demolish the houses, and they can only leave." Everyone, demolish the houses? They're probably going to be fed to a ruler. Let's do it together. Feeder can't kill us all, 9 Orchid Flower suggested. However, Saishomaru and the others looked at him silently with an expression that said, "You're courting death." Feeder indeed won't kill them all, But feeder has many ways to torture people. Think about the golden retriever who was tied to the sole of the brush. Then, it will be a lifelong trauma. 9 Orchid Flower didn't fight with his colleagues, nor was he beaten by feeder owner. Therefore, his plan to demolish the houses wasn't ridiculous at all. How would a person who didn't stare into the abyss know that the abyss was staring at him? This vampire, Sai, was still too young. But in addition to demolishing the houses, as dogs, do they have any other choice? There's no. Kimimaro and Inuyasha were on the battlefield. Jinjian went to climb the mountain to collect herbs, and only a group of ordinary people were left in the village. Who would they find to pass the message? Hypnosis. Yoshi Asakura couldn't help but say, hypnotize a group of ordinary people and control them to leave. It's not difficult, right? Uchiha Madara's eyes lit up. Aizen's hand unconsciously rested on the Zanpakuto, paused, and then quietly put it down. There's no need to use his mirror flower Suigetsu in these places. Since the guy named Madara looked different, it seems that in addition to his powerful force, he still has a lot of cards that he hasn't used. Oh, let's wait and see. A day in the kaleidoscope was a moment in the real world. For Yujioza, he only needed to turn around to find that his newly picked up dog was getting along very well with the rest of the family dogs. Ah, it's a good dog that knows how to be polite, knows how to love the puppies, and is not jealous. Yujioza was very happy. While there was still a little sunset outside, he prepared a bucket of hot water and planned to wash the dogs. He took out the special bath gel for brushing dogs and waved at the Tibetan Mastiff. Uchiha Madara took a deep breath and stepped into the bathtub. Yoshi Asakura was a little confused. They are not dogs, but people in dog skin. Even if they physically hate bathing, they will not refuse to clean their bodies. Then, why did they look like they were ready to die a martyr's death? It seems that 9 Orchid Flower saw his doubts and whispered, because the owner is a girl. Oh yes, it's a girl. What? Let a woman give them a bath? Can't refuse? Yoshi Asakura suddenly broke into a cold sweat. Then he saw Yujioza scooped up water and wet the Tibetan Mastiff's hair, happily poured the bath gel, and rubbed the dog with delicate and dense bubbles. That pair of white and soft little hands rubbed from the dog's head to the neck, from the neck to the back, from the back to the abdomen, from the abdomen to the between the legs. Then she lifted the dog's tail and put the bubbles on the ass equals no. How can she do this? How can she give a man a bath like this without any grudge? Yoshi Asakura was shocked. Almost a white soul flew out of his mouth. The blow was very big. She doesn't know we are men. 9 Orchid Flower sighed. Get used to it. Get used to it. Matsangho stiffened his neck and slowly turned his head. He opened his eyes wide and stared at Jilanshu. What kind of cruel treatment did you have to go through to be able to say, you'll get used to it? After the Tibetan Mastiff finished bathing, it found an open space and shook its hair. He and the Samoyed looked at each other and nodded slightly, indicating that they would take care of the rest. Seeing that Uchiha Madara was going to use the illusion to kidnap the dog, the Aizen had a stiff smile on its face, took a deep breath, and raised its paw towards its owner. Yujioza washed the bucket and changed the water, then dragged the Samoyed into the bucket, rubbed its fur and laughed. Well, ha ha ha, the fur is so long and comfortable, I will skin it for you in the summer. The Samoyed trembled slightly, and its smile became even more stiff. What does skin it mean? Does it mean that the owner hates me and wants to stew me? It seems that it's time to show my charm. Aizen was a conceited person, not only because of his strength, but also because of his appearance. He believed that no matter if he was a human or a dog, he could win over a woman's heart. After all, whether it was Soul Society or Void Circle, there would be a few women who were willing to fight for him. Even if the owner wanted to stew him, as long as she was a woman, she couldn't refuse the pet's intimacy. As long as he was a little gentler, made his presence known, and showed his usefulness and value, he could, but Aizen never thought that they were men in dog skin, and Yujioza was a man in lowly skin. Therefore, when Aizen intimately stretched out its head and rubbed Yujioza's neck, Yujioza's face suddenly changed. The adult Samoyed was very large, especially the mutated Harmony. When its head rubbed over, not only did it rub his neck, but it also rubbed his developing chest. Damn, his soup dumplings. his cute and soft soup dumplings. He hadn't had enough yet, so how could this damn dog bump into them? What if it was flat? Yigyoza slapped the Samoyed's head and kicked it into the water. This sudden change made the few dogs take a few steps back, and they even revealed a horrified look. Yoshiasakura, were all women like this? Nine Orchid Flower closed its eyes and barked in a low voice, as if it was trying to persuade him or hypnotize itself. Get used to it. Go to hell with your habits. Yoshiasakura was ready to leave. He didn't want to be in the same room with Yigyoza, and he didn't want to give his body to her. Women were too scary, but he couldn't escape. When the Samoyed died in the bucket, Yigyoza blocked his escape route and grabbed him by the back of his neck. Gongjong, where are you going? Yigyoza hugged it and rubbed it. Can't wait anymore? Come on, Daddy will bring you to the peak of pleasure. Yoshiasakura struggled violently. Yigyoza pressed him into another bucket of water. Take a bath, and I will let you sleep on Daddy's fragrant bed tonight. Don't move. Even if you scream your lungs out, no bitch will come to save you. Yigyoza frowned. Gongjong, turn around. I will rub your butt for you. Yoshiasakura. No. No. Don't touch there. No. Yigyoza forcibly flipped the ursi over and rubbed it vigorously. In the tumbling water and the rich foam, Matsonghao fell into the bucket with his white hands and ignited the fire. Matsonghao was on the verge of death, covered in mud. He used to be a king until he met Yigyoza today. At this time, Nine Orchid Flower slowly walked to him and sighed. Get used to it. Yoshiasakura was speechless. He was brought into the house by the Samoyed that was beaten. The Samoyed, which was almost bald, lay beside him with a gloomy face. Tell me, why did I get beaten? Aizen couldn't figure it out. This method doesn't work? No, I didn't do anything wrong. Is it because of her? Yoshiasakura weakly barked. Get used to it. Aizen was speechless. Not long after, Nine Orchid Flower came in. He lay at the same level as them and entered the state of a salted fish. He didn't know if there was enough time. The sun was about to set. If Uchiha Madara couldn't move everyone away, the owner would probably look for him. After counting the number of dogs, he would turn off the lights and rest. It was late at night, and it wasn't peaceful. The owner only had one dog left, Saishomaru. White firewood was small and could be cleaned with just one brush. How could they delay the time? Outside the house, Saishomaru looked at the clear water in the cartoon basin, then looked at Yigyoza's smiling face. He turned to look in the direction where Uchiha Madara left, but he didn't see him. Saishomaru sniffed. There was no scent of Inuyasha or Evil Jin nearby, so he slowly expanded his body size from a small puppy to a medium-sized dog, large dog, giant dog, a Godzilla that grew up on steroids. He expanded into the size of a wooden house, and his dark golden eyes stared fixedly at Yigyoza. But looking down from this angle, his gaze unconsciously fell on her messy collar. There was a nice shape of her collarbone, and Saishomaru looked away. Splat! The sponge in Yigyoza's hand fell into the basin. Fuchiang, can you shrink back? Yigyoza held onto his long fur. Shrink back to the size that only Daddy can hold with both hands? That kind of soft, full, plump shape, like a 36E chest. Saishomaru was speechless. He didn't want to know what was going on in her head at all. His beloved dog wasn't very cooperative, so Yigyoza could only wash him with water. Saishomaru closed his eyes and let her do whatever she wanted, but he forgot the step of scrubbing. When her hands slid down his lower abdomen, Saishomaru suddenly stiffened and raised his tail to press down her hands. Yigyoza persevered, and he became more courageous as he moved forward. He was especially curious about the dog's body getting bigger. Would his dick also get bigger? Saishomaru was speechless. He stared at the girl who was trying her best to burrow under him. He didn't know what to say anymore, but he knew that if she didn't achieve her goal, she would never give up. Taking a deep breath, he compromised and shrunk his body, slowly becoming what she wanted. Then, he closed his eyes and could only let her scrub him. His nose was filled with the fragrance of the shower gel, and the rich fragrance made him a little dizzy. He forgot to be wary of his surroundings. Therefore, when Yakumo returned with a small basket on his back, He saw his wise, powerful, and cold Lord Saishomaru lying in a basin with childish patterns like a dead dog. He was being held down by a bold girl who was acting like a hooligan. The water rippled violently, and the little yellow plastic duck shook its body violently. His master Saishomaru closed his eyes, his face full of forbearance, but he had no choice but to submit to power. The impact of such a humiliating scene made Saijin suffocate. Oh my God! Master Saishomaru, how could you let a human woman get close to you? Master, not only did you let a human woman get close to you, but you also let her touch you at will. Master, not only did she touch you at will, but you didn't chop her up. This was not normal. Saijin raised his webs and covered his face, as if he couldn't bear it at all. A woman had gotten close to Master and even touched his kidney. Not only did Master not do anything, but he also allowed it. This kind of woman, it could only be the mistress. No, this was not right. The race was completely wrong. That was a human, Master. Were the female dogs of the dog clan not beautiful enough? Why did you choose a human? Saijin froze on the spot. Perhaps his inner turmoil was too strong, and it directly attracted Saishomaru's attention. Saishomaru suddenly opened his eyes and directly met Saijin's shocked gaze. At that time, Igyoza was lifting his tail and covering his butt with bubbles. Saishomaru, Saijin, you know too much. Saijin, Master Saishomaru, Saijin really didn't see anything? After taking a bath, Saishomaru slapped Saijin away, then went into the house and lay down with his colleagues, entering the state of salted fish. Coincidentally, Uchiha Madara quietly rushed back. The dogs exchanged glances and settled down. It didn't take long for the villagers to carry their bags and hoes, and together with their families, old and young, they went to the shelter dug in the mountains. A little girl ran to inform Igyoza and asked him to leave early and take refuge with the villagers. Although Igyoza had doubts in his heart, he still packed his things and followed the crowd. But thinking that Kimimaro hadn't returned yet, he was really a little worried. When he entered the cave, the sky outside was completely dark. Igyoza exchanged for a defensive item in the shop, set up a barrier, and told everyone to take care of his dogs. Then he used his great Shingon and was ready to find Kimimaro. The next second he disappeared into the night. Uchiha Madara used his Sharingan to knock down all the villagers. After testing the hardness of the barrier, he used several ninjutsu to set up traps, and then left with his colleagues. It was a dark and windy night, closing the door to release the dogs. Mamanara didn't expect that he had sent more than half of the elites of the City of the Living Dead to go out, and indeed attracted the dogs he wanted. But these dogs were fucking mutated. He originally planned to stay in the rear, waiting for the plan to succeed, humiliate Inuyasha, and then kill him. Unexpectedly, in the open area of the front line, accompanied by the long howl of the mastiff, a blue giant suddenly rose. The howl of the mastiff was like a battle horn, lingering in the dark night for a long time. That blue giant seemed to be an amalgamation of energy. It even transformed into a samurai's armor and longsword. It was extremely tall and had the agility of a human. Its defense was astonishing, and its combat strength was even more impressive. It only needed to raise the sword in its hand to sweep a large number of elites. He watched as hundreds of thousands of evil spirits were like carrots on a chopping board, and one by one, they were chopped into dishes by the blue giant. But it was not over yet. Behind the blue giant, a golden light suddenly shone, as if the door of the sky had opened, and as the golden vortex rotated, a sharp noble artifact emerged, and all of them aimed at the evil spirits on the battlefield. Swords and swords buzzed, like galloping arrows, like a dragon in the sky, shot out like a rainstorm, and each sword took the head of an evil spirit. Under such a storm of attacks, the number of evil spirits decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. How? Impossible! Mamonaru opened his eyes wide, staring at Susanoo and the gate of Babylon. But no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find the figure of the caster. Until he saw a group of dogs in front of him, and on the battlefield, there was not a single evil spirit left. Mamonaru was speechless. A group of dogs? Dogs again. Why is it dogs again? Does he have a problem with dogs? 100 years ago, a dog kidnapped his fiancée. 100 years later, a dog pup pissed him off, and now, even his plot was ruined by a group of dogs. Is it so hard to be a bad guy these days? Realizing that Mamanara's heart was wavering, the demon sword Song Yunya emitted a faint red light and said, Mamanaru, the white dog standing in front of you is the eldest son of the dog general. What? Mamanaru immediately looked up and saw 1, 2, 3, 4 white dogs. Equals which one? They're all white. Song Yunya could not help but fall into silence as its thoughts were clear. It found Mamanaru and resurrected him just to fulfill its ambition and then kill all living things in the world. But it did not expect that Mamanara had enough hatred and was smart enough. But this big brother's EQ was not good enough. Even his EQ was affected by his IQ. Can't he just plan properly? When he saw Inuyasha's face, he forgot all his goals. Can't he just develop the city of the living dead? When he thought of Inuyasha's face, he was so angry that he wanted to grow a pair of wings and fly to that half-demon side. Can't he just kill Inuyasha and start all over again? When he looked at Inuyasha's face, he saw the shadow of 16th Night, and then his heart was moved, and there was nothing else. Damn retard. Mamanar. It was blind to find him, but after being bound, unless he died, it could not be freed. Fortunately, the people who wanted to kill him came, and one of them was the eldest son of the dog general. When it left, Saishomaru was still young. It did not expect that after not seeing him for 100 years, he was getting worse and worse. What the hell was turning into a puppy? Song Yunya. Saishomaru looked at the demon sword, and once again thought of his biological father's back when he turned and left without any hesitation. Song Yunya? Aizen said, it's filled with an ominous aura. Is it a demon sword? Demon sword Song Yunya. Yoshia Sakura suddenly said, I've heard of it. It's a sword that can open up the netherworld and control hell. It can draw out the evil thoughts of anyone and make them fall. According to legend, it can only be wielded by the great demons of the White Dog Clan. White Dog Clan. Saishomaru tilted his head. Are you Onmyoji? Yoshia Sakura was stunned. Only orthodox Onmyoji can understand the secrets of the demon realm. Saishomaru paused, and then continued, Path of Yin-Yang. Are you a descendant of Abe no Saimai? Yoshia Sakura did not say anything. He stared at Saishomaru and probed. White Dog Clan? 9 Orchid Flower interjected dryly. Now is not the time to talk, right? Why were they still able to chat when Mamanaru raised at Song Yunya and began to prepare his ultimate skill? However, 9 Orchid Flower did not know that bosses like them usually died from talking too much however. As long as they kept their mouths shut, they would still be good bosses who did their best to cause trouble. As long as they could interrupt the enemy's channeling, they would be able to win. But Song Yunya's big move, Dragon Break, has a special feature. It requires the caster to raise the sword high above his head, and then keep rotating it like an egg, brewing a high-level version of Rasengan. Once the initial speed of the Rasengan was achieved, it would be time to launch it and push it into orbit. The process was neither long nor short, but in the eyes of the bosses, Mamanara's path as a villain had just begun. It was too easy to kill him. Gilgamesh's noble relic pierced through Mamanara's arm, and he lost control of the caged Dragon Break. A huge ball slid out from its original path and spun at a high speed like a top, heading towards the mountains. Susanoo took a few quick steps forward, grasped his great sword, and smashed it down on the ball as if it were a baseball, scooped it up with the force of a sudden clap of thunder, threw it high into the air, and smashed it precisely at the Heisen castle. Boom! Mamanara's pupils shrunk as he saw the monster in the city of men being destroyed. He immediately understood what was going on. If he could not give an explanation, Nara and the flying demon moth would point their swords at his city of men. He did not expect that their agreement to work together would be destroyed in the blink of an eye. Damn it! There was nothing to be angry about. Uchiha Madara controlled the Susanoo and chased after Mamanaru like a cockroach. The dogs worked together to interrupt Mamanara's channeling. Each attack was more lethal than the last, forcing him into the abyss. Seeing that there was no way out, Susanoo swung his sword, splitting the air apart. He swore to chop Mamonaru into pieces. In that instant, Mamoru entered the male protagonist scenario. Like a righteous man being hunted by evil, he looked at the 6 dogs with a dark gaze and memorized the faces of his enemies. Then, he leaped from the cliff and dodged the sword's blast. He fell into the abyss like a bird with broken wings. The dogs ran to the edge of the cliff and looked at the gray miasma below in silence. Is he dead? He won't die. Then let's empty the city of men first. Aizen was best at taking drastic measures. Hurry up, the owner should be on her way back. I need to shower before I go back. Uchiha Madara sniffed. The smell of blood is too strong. She'll be suspicious. It's not easy to be a dog these days. You need to use your brain to hide it. Are you going to leave the mongrel in the abyss alone? Gilgamesh licked her paws. Or do you have other plans? Don't we have Nara? Aizen smiled. We'll leave the miasma to him. The dogs forced Cha na Mingmaru to retreat, destroyed the city of the living dead, raided the city of the living dead, and seized a few warehouses full of grains and jewelry. Since there was no small space for storage, they could only use the dog paddle style. They buried the spoils first, and then pushed the owner to accept the spoils. They did not really recognize Yigyoza as their owner. They were just a group of men who did not have the face to freeload from a little girl, so they wanted to compensate her as much as they could. At the very least, they had to comfort themselves. I'm not a freeloader. After everything was packed up, they rushed back and caught Nara, who had been on the run for a day and a night. When Susanoo's long sword was pointed at his head, and when the noble relic of the Gate of Babylon was pointed at his body, Nara, who had been reborn, shed sad tears. They finally formed a food chain where Yigyoza bullied the dogs, and the dogs bullied Nara. Nara bathed the 6 dogs bitterly. Then, she was forced by Uchiha Madara to dress up as 16 knights and jump from the cliff into the miasma of the abyss. Nara's heart ached. He understood the logic, but why did he jump off a cliff for a man? Mamonaru, right? It's all your fault. I'll play you to death. Therefore, when the sun rose the next day, Mamonaru opened his eyes in a cave and saw 16 knights, whom he had been yearning for and hated to the bone. She still looked like she did 100 years ago. She was as beautiful as a willow in the wind. 16 knights. She looked at him and smiled. Ananda, you're awake. Mamonaru was in a trance. Was he dreaming? 16 knights. Heh. Men. Chapter 94. The 6 smelly dogs finished their fight. They returned home smelling good. They pretended to be happy and wagged their tails. They ran to the ferocious rake. Yigyoza squatted at the empty entrance of the maple village. He stubbornly guarded the Wonger stone. Until the night grew darker. Not even the slightest sound could be heard. Kimimaro didn't even show his leg hair, let alone his figure. The surroundings were eerily quiet. It was like the prelude to the death of the old corpse in the mountain village. The darkness was getting thicker and thicker. It was like ink blotting out all his senses. Yigyoza's hand that was holding the sword was trembling slightly. He felt that the atmosphere was very similar to a horror movie. And when he began to imagine, it most likely meant that he was scared. At this moment, there was a rustling sound in the bushes. Several animals of different sizes came out and stared at Yigyoza. They reflected the faint green light. 1 pair, 2 pairs, 3 pairs. There were 6 of them. Yigyoza was shocked. He didn't expect to meet a wolf, and he met 6 of them at once. Was this the evil intention of the universe? He froze on the spot. He foolishly stared at those pairs of green eyes, and when he realized that they seemed to treat him as prey, he felt a chill run down his spine. Whimpering with delight, it began to gallop wildly towards him with its hooves. Yigyoza's hair stood on end. He raised his sword and instinctively slashed at the wolf in front of him with the yin-yang transformation. The dark blue sword intent suddenly broke through the barrier of the air. It slashed at Samoya's face at an extremely fast speed. It came in a fierce manner. It was powerful. For example, the cloud-piercing arrow. It had an unparalleled momentum. Aizen's face paled. He hadn't expected that his owner would attack him in such a short time. He thought that he would be the first to run to the owner and give her the honor of touching his head. This would not only help to build a closer relationship, but also let the owner remember the relationship and beat him less. But no matter how much he thought about it, he could never have imagined that there would be no benefit of patting the dog's head, but the violence of being struck by lightning would be an option. He had never met such a woman who would fight over a single word of disagreement. In the blink of an eye, Aizen dodged to the side. Guzzi's body made a 180-degree turn, and with a strong twist, the knife light grazed his belly, cutting off a large amount of soft hair. Amidst the fluttering white fur, Aizen smashed onto the ground like a salted fish. For the first time, it lost its image and stretched out its dog paw, trembling as it touched its lower abdomen. Oh, its dick is still there. It was a false alarm. I thought it had been cut. How terrifying. Due to the strong fluctuations in his emotions, this wave of thoughts automatically entered Ma Songhao's ears, causing the corner of his mouth to twitch. She didn't expect that this guy, who appeared so wise and mighty in the illusion, was actually such a sanctimonious person. However, that sword was indeed too terrifying. Dogs silently looked at Aizen's body lying on the ground, and then looked up at their owner who was on high alert 30 feet away. Their mood was complicated. They forgot that human eyes were not good at night vision, and they could only see a rough outline in the dark. They came rashly, and they were afraid that she would mistake them as beasts. Uchiha Madara opened its throat and barked twice. This kind of helpless barking was very familiar to Yi Jiaoza. He immediately came back to his senses and realized that the dogs were here for him. He should have been very touched, but he remembered the sword that he had just used. Harmony. Yi Jiaoza screamed and ran helplessly towards the white, unidentified object. He grabbed its lower limbs and hugged it tightly in his arms. Harmony, what's wrong with you? Cheer up. Yi Jiaoza vigorously shook the Samiyed's buttocks and held it up as if it was its head. Aizen's head was in the mud, and its paws were struggling. However, its buttocks were held too tightly, and it couldn't get away. Yi Jiaoza saw that the Samiyed was no longer breathing, so he covered its buttocks with his hands and started to feel it up and down. However, he could only touch a bare piece of land. Yi Jiaoza was shocked. He thought that he had cut off Harmony's head. Oh my God! Harmony, where's your head? Where's your head? Aizen, you held it in the wrong place. Let go of your hand. My head is still there. It closed its eyes and barked a few times. Until then, Yi Jiaoza realized that he had held it in the wrong place, and he was caressing the dog's buttocks. Yi Jiaoza dropped the dog's buttocks without any sincerity. Oh, I held it in the wrong place. Let's do it again. He turned around and held the back of the Samiyed's neck and shouted hoarsely, Harmony, what's wrong with you? Cheer up. Dad didn't do it on purpose. It was just a mistake. Aizen, dogs, do you know that your apology is insincere? Yi Jiaoza wiped away the non-existent crocodile tears and clicked on the interface of shop. He fished out the hand of child from gadgets and kept it by his side as his pet. The hand of child was a palace lantern embroidered with delicate patterns, and the light was soft and dim. Once the user equipped it, it would move with the user like a pet. Even if the user had to go through hell, it would not leave him. It exuded a warm halo, and golden light shavings fell down, weaving into a beautiful tassel swaying in the air. When the darkness was lit up, Yi Jiaoza finally saw the Samiyed's miserable state. Out of a man's instinct, Yi Jiaoza looked at the dog's lower abdomen without hesitation. When he saw that the weapon was still there, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Oh, the penis was still there. It was a false alarm. I thought it was cut. The strong heartbeat was clearly transmitted into Yoshi Asakura's mind. The dog's face twisted, and he couldn't help but look at Yi Jiaoza. He didn't expect such a cute and beautiful girl to have such a rough side. Moreover, both of them had the same amount of attention. Should it be said that the dog was raised by the person? Yoshi Asakura couldn't help but sweat for his future. Right now, he was also a dog that she was raising. Just when the dogs were indifferently watching the Aizen show, the wind in the forest became a little fiercer. The palace lantern swayed its body slightly, and the warm yellow light didn't weaken. It swayed, and the shadows on the ground swayed. Igyoza and the Guzi raised their heads and looked up instinctively. They saw a beautiful face. They saw a beautiful woman sitting on a huge feather. She held a folding fan and put it to her lips. Kakagura. Igyoza remembered her and said in surprise, "Long time no see." Kagura looked down at him, and her expression kept changing. After a while, she suddenly said, "I was ordered to kill you." Huh. Igyoza was stunned. Kill me? What do you mean? I didn't expect you to be here. Kagura's eyes were filled with indifference. I was only ordered to slaughter the village. Since you're here, then even you. Wait. Igyoza put down the dog in his arms, stood up, and asked seriously, "Slaughter the village? Slaughter the Maple Village? Who ordered you to slaughter the village? Is it just you? Aren't you with Kikyu? Where's Kikyu?" Kagura paused, opened her folding fan, and covered half of her face. "Of course it's not just me." As soon as she finished speaking, there was a thunderous roar from the clouds in the sky. Flames flashed in the dark clouds, and thousands of monsters stretched their necks and hung down from the clouds. A group of demon horses covered in flames galloped over, and on the back of the horse sat a white-haired, purple-eyed boy. His expression was gloomy, and there was a smile on his lips. His eyes were full of indifference, and he didn't look like a child at all. He rode on the demon horse and shuttled through the thick demon aura. He swung the sword in his hand up and down, looking down at Kagura. "Kagura, why are you flying so fast? Are you trying to warn your prey?" This child was really unpleasant, and even his voice sounded very cold. Kagura froze and retorted, "Ha! How is that possible? I just want to kill a few more people before you do. White boy, don't think too highly of yourself." "Oh?" White boy waved his sword and said casually, "Then explain why we didn't see a single person in Maple Village after preparing for a long time." Kagura frowned. "Ha, up to you. I'm not going to accompany you." Kagura looked at Igyoza meaningfully, turned the direction of her feathers willfully, and directly left this place. She was not interested in participating in White Boy's expedition, and she was even more unwilling to face Igyoza. She had seen Igyoza's lethality in Heisen Castle, and she would never risk her life. As for White Boy provoking Igyoza, haha, a naughty child needs to be punished by a more naughty child. Why should she intervene? Kagura came and left quickly. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared without a trace, leaving only White Boy and Igyoza looking at each other. "White Boy." Igyoza looked at the child riding on the horse. He felt that his outline and eyebrows were somewhat similar to Nara. Could he be Nara's illegitimate child? White Boy glanced into the distance, pointed his long sword directly at Igyoza's cheek, and said arrogantly, "Human, where are the others?" Igyoza was speechless. For him to ask such a question, was this kid an idiot? Not to mention the fact that they were from different races. Just the fact that they were 20 meters apart meant that there was no threat at all, even if you pointed your long sword at me, okay? "Don't you have eyes?" Igyoza pointed at the dark lights of Maple Village. "They are either asleep or gone. Can't they think with their heads on your shoulders?" White Boy was speechless. He couldn't help but look back at the large group of monsters behind him. They screamed hungrily and stuck close to him as if they would rush out as soon as he gave the order. It completely created a terrifying atmosphere. This should be an extremely terrifying scene, but why isn't the human raising dogs below afraid at all? He even has the mood to mock me. Where are the rest of them? White Boy asked in the same tone and posture. "Are you stupid?" Igyoza was dumbfounded. "The one left? Isn't it me? I'm standing in front of you." White Boy was speechless. He took a deep breath and no longer talked nonsense. The long sword in his hand fell, and he issued the order to attack. A group of monsters roared and pressed down. When the 6 dogs were extremely vigilant and were ready to attack regardless of the risk of exposing their identities, Igyoza stared at White Boy and drew his sword. Gathered chi and focus, 6 directions alone. The sword in his hand divided from 1 to 2, 2 to 4, 4 to 8. It gradually turned into countless sword shadows, shuttling among the monsters along the arc of Tai Chi. He raised his hand, and the strong force lifted the sword. When he lowered his hand, the clouds surged, and the gentle force suppressed the killing intent. The operation of hardness and softness was the profound meaning of yin and yang of Tai Chi. He leisurely strolled through the densely packed monsters, reaping countless lives with every step he took. The bright light enveloped his body, and the purple chi from the east offset the enemy's attack. He gathered chi and focused to replenish the internal force he had consumed. Countless monsters' bodies were torn into pieces by the sword light, and blood poured in front of him. Yi Jiao's figure was intertwined in the flesh and blood. He walked slowly and firmly toward White Boy with a strange smile on his face. It's not easy to be a boss at such a young age, young man. I see that your bones are amazing. You will definitely become a great person in the future. Yi Jiao's said in a deep voice. I happen to have a set of 5 years of college entrance examination, 3 years of simulation here. If you stop now, I will give them to you. Sure enough, there was too little homework, so this kind of primary school-age monster came out to cause trouble. White Boy sneered. What if I don't accept it? Chapter 95. Many years later. When White Boy recalled his first encounter with Yi Jiaoza, he only wanted to curse in a sorrowful voice. Women are all pig trotters. Just because I asked you one more question when I was checking the household registration in the Maple Village. I was locked up by you for 9 years of compulsory education. You forced me to learn math, language, and English. And fucking added physics, chemistry, and biology. You promised to give me freedom. You urged me to go to Harvard, and if I didn't get first place in the exam, I would be beaten. I was forced to study for a PhD after graduation. What fucking postdoc? My head was almost bald, and I finally became a professor. I, who was successful in my studies, was forced to go to China. I went on a bunch of blind dates. And I was still a single dog. You had an addiction to abusing me. You just patted your butt and left, and you even left so cleanly == in order to take revenge on you. I went into the Scientific Research Institute. When I make a nuclear warhead, I must blow up the Western countries. Today, the White Boy is also studying hard. Unfortunately, time flowed to the first day of the cause and effect as the number 1 big pig trotters. Kagura did not leave a word about Yi Jiaoza to White Boy. She left the team state like the wind. She turned around and left like the wind, giving White Boy a crazy future. At that time, White Boy was sitting on the back of the demonic horse Yenho. He stared at Yi Jiaoza condescendingly at the same time. He wondered why his mind-reading failed at the same time. He felt that Yi Jiaoza's pretended calm and composed attitude was ridiculous. A mere human dared to provoke him? He probably thought that he had lived for too long. Although she was indeed very powerful and could kill hundreds of monsters by herself, she was still a step behind when facing him, who was riding on the demonic horse Yenho. After all, he occupied the vantage point of the sky, and as a human, she could not fly. When the Air Force with high flexibility fought against the fully equipped army, most of the time, the army was the one at a disadvantage. However, Yi Jiaoza's tactics could not be explained with common sense. He killed a bunch of monsters with a long sword and stood in the smelly dregs on the ground. He raised his neck and stared at the flaming hooves of the demon horse under White Boy's crotch. Then, he fell into a long contemplation. It was a horse with raging flames as its mane and scarlet flames as its wings. In ancient times when resources were scarce, the valiant and formidable-looking Red Bull was a mount that every man dreamed of riding. It was a Rolls-Royce Phantom, the ultimate of Ferrari and Bugatti. It was a divine tool for showing off. Every man had a hobby of collecting Transformers when they were young, and collecting limited edition shoes and luxury cars when they grew up. It was just like how women liked to collect Barbie dolls when they were young, and collect limited edition bags and lipstick when they grew up. As a boorish man, Yi Jiaoza didn't have a lot of money to satisfy himself in real life, but in the virtual game, he was as excited as if he were on drugs. He had caught Chilling Colt, Red Snake, Lightning, and Ju-chan. He also spent a lot of time snatching Flying Sand and Red Rabbit from the major studios. Countless attempts to catch horses, whether successful or failed, gave Yi Jiaoza a lot of experience points. First of all, the player had to prepare the horse lasso in front of White Boy. Yi Jiaoza took out the highest level green bamboo white jade rope, from his backpack. This horse lasso was very exquisite. It was a pole engraved with patterns, and the upper part was carved with a horse's head. It was small and exquisite, and it was easy to carry. If it was not used, it would be as harmless as a beautiful pendant. Without the convenience of mind reading, White Boy just frowned and didn't realize any danger. Therefore, he lost the first chance to retreat == secondly, the player had to estimate his stamina and energy values. Horse lassoing was a tiring job. Whether it was waiting, catching, or taming, it took a lot of time. It took him a year to catch the red rabbit colt, and the demonic horse in front of him must be a more troublesome existence. In front of White Boy, Igyoza took out all kinds of buffs from his backpack to replenish his mana. White Boy was impatient. He raised the long saber in his hand and was ready to slash at her. Therefore, he lost the second chance to retreat == finally. The player had to be like the generals of the Heavenly Plan Palace and prepare the artifact, Imperial Bamboo Grass. Imperial Bamboo Grass, Swordnet, was a high-grade purple-quality horsegrass. It was the favorite tool of the cavalry of the Heavenly Plan Palace to pick up girls. In the eyes of the soldiers of the Heavenly Plan Palace, the Imperial Bamboo Grass was a treasure of the world, a token of love and a holy light in their hearts. Falling in love with one's own horse and accompanying it to eat grass was the most touching love in the Heavenly Plan Palace. In front of White Boy, Igyoza took out a fragrant Imperial Bamboo Grass from his backpack. White Boy rode his flaming hooves and swooped down like an arrow leaving the bow. He came aggressively and burst out with 200% of his strength. Therefore, he lost the third chance to retreat == the demonic horse's flaming hooves could swallow the mountains and rivers, and its speed was as fast as lightning. At the moment when the group of dogs couldn't help but rush up to stop him, Igyoza calmly cast a life Tai Chi. Life Tai Chi, it was better to have Tai Chi than to have a boy or a girl. No matter how fast you were, once you entered the range of life Tai Chi, your speed would be weakened by 40%. The demonic horse lost its proud speed and was basically no different from a wild boar that was caught in a net. Flaming hooves carried White Boy and entered the field of life Tai Chi without hesitation, setting foot on the broken boat driven by Igyoza. Just as the small bed of friendship could be overturned at will, the speedboat of a one-night stand could be vented at will. White Boy never thought that Flaming Hooves, whom he had raised for many days, would betray him. Flaming Hooves ran so fast not because he shared a common enemy with him, but because he was tempted by the thing in Igyoza's hand and couldn't wait to eat it. Just like now, Igyoza calmly watched Flaming Hooves approaching him, then calmly raised the Imperial Bamboo Grass in his hand and threw it at Flaming Hooves' crotch like throwing garbage. The fragrance of the Imperial Bamboo Grass spread through Flaming Hooves' limbs and fell on its tail. Seeing that this unique Imperial Bamboo Grass was about to fall to the ground, Flaming Hooves couldn't care less about White Boy anymore. He quickly stopped and lowered his head. He stretched his neck and desperately tried to get the Imperial Bamboo Grass. Just a little bit more. Flaming Hooves, you can do it. Flaming Hooves came to a sudden stop, but White Boy didn't wear a seatbelt. Therefore, when the demonic horse bent its neck, White Boy maintained his inertia. He slid down along the demonic horse's spine, neck, and head as if he was sitting on a slide. He swooped down with his buttocks on the ground and flattened a pile of stumbling stones. Rip, with a crisp sound, his pants were cut by a stone, and his entire crotch split open. The pink and lovely skin color inside was faintly revealed. White Boy was speechless. My butt hurts. It hurts. White Boy's combat power was superb, and his skills were excellent. However, he had never encountered such an unexpected situation. He had never been treated like a piece of shit. At the moment when it happened, his expression was fucking dumbfounded. When he came to his senses, the long saber in his hand was nowhere to be seen, and only Igyoza was left in front of him with a strange smile. For a moment, White Boy felt an unprecedented chill. He instinctively wanted to get up from the ground, but unexpectedly, in the aura of life Tai Chi, his hands and feet lost the ability to react. However, Igyoza took out his long sword and directly gave him a 7 stars encirclement. accompanied by a layer of light blue 8 trigrams. White boy, wearing a pair of open-crotch pants, maintained a posture with his legs spread apart and stayed motionless in the same place. 7 stars encirclement, a pure yang immobilization skill. As long as the person immobilized did not take the initiative to attack the target would maintain a posture and stay in the same place, losing all mobility. White boy was speechless. Was it too late to cry now? It was too late. White boy was a naive child who had never practiced the 9 infants' true scripture. Although he was a little naughty, a little cunning, as long as he met the more naughty, cunning, and cunning Ijuza, there was no other way. Therefore, Kagura's judgment was very correct. He was a naughty child, so he should be thrown to a more naughty child. In this world, as long as it was a normal human or monster, they could not defeat an abnormal dog. Ijuza abandoned White Boy and became a mighty and majestic man on horseback. His green bamboo white jade rope wrapped around Yin Tue's neck. After a fierce fight, he successfully fed Yin Tue with 100 imperial bamboo grass and became the dog owner of this group of immoral demonic horses. Demon horse Yin Tue rebelled against its first owner and followed White Boy. Now, it rebelled against White Boy and followed Ijuza. Its thoughts were very simple and very powerful. After using Ijuza, it would choose the next owner. After all, it was the most powerful demonic horse in the world. In this world, it was always the one who chose people. No one else would choose it. Ha! Stupid human. However, Demon Horse Yin Tue did not expect that in the Jinjiang system-assisted Kinzo's interface, when it succumbed to Ijuza's rope, its mighty image was already marked with an icon of Demon Horse Yin Tue. The icon of Demon Horse Yin Tue was displayed in orange, which meant that it was an orange weapon, the highest quality set by Kinzo. Most importantly, the silent Jinjiang system was very helpful. It directly engraved a line of shiny words next to the icon, binding after equipping, and binding. It was a contract that could never be removed. Just like that, Demon Horse Yin Tue sold itself for a basket of horse grass equals after subduing Yin Tue. Ijuza came in front of White Boy, looked at the child's young and tender face, and glanced up and down at him. Then, this pair was fixed in the child's crotch, unable to be pulled out. Did Japan during the Warring States period have underwear? Of course not unless it was a big man or a woman on her period who had to use a crotch cloth. Most of the time, people would wear a single pair of pants when they went out to work. And those children who had not yet developed didn't even need a crotch cloth. Although White Boy was a demon, he was also a child. For the convenience of fighting, and because he had no sense of shame, he wouldn't wear anything to cover up. Therefore, when the pants were cut by a stone, the pink dick inside was revealed. Ijuza was heartbroken. We are both little sparrows, but my little sparrow is the smallest one. This is crazy. Damn it, I really want to cut off this dwarf's dick. He showed a cold smile. However, when this scene fell on the group of dogs, it was immediately misinterpreted into another meaning. The owner was a big girl. The owner was staring at the boy's crotch. The owner found the boy's treasure. The owner was in a rare daze. Did the owner find out the real difference between boys and girls? The owner suddenly showed a satisfied smile. No, wait. Owner. You, then. The dogs discovered that their owner was like the king of the mountain. When he was patrolling the mountain, he took a fancy to White Boy. With a wave of his small hand, he carried him to the mountain village and lived a shameless life from then on. Ijuza picked up White Boy and put him on the back of Yin Tue. Under the strange gazes of the dogs, he slapped White Boy's buttocks. White Boy. The dogs. Instead of learning at such a young age, you come out to cause trouble. Pa, damn. It feels so good. Children like you should be locked up and not given food. Pa, why isn't this child crying? Look at my Kimimaro. Everyone praises him as a good child. He gets full marks in his exams and only spends 1 yuan a month to help others. Pa, listen to other people's children. If you continue like this, you will be ruined in the future. If you don't study well and play all day, how can you find a job? Do you want a farm? Pa. So it feels so good to be a teacher educating a child? Ijuza talked nonstop, and used all the tricks that his primary school teacher used to scare him on White Boy. Accompanied by a crisp sound of pa pa pa, White Boy's eyes turned red. He was so angry. Yijioza glanced at him. Why are you crying? If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? If you were a girl. Yijioza was stunned. He rode on his horse and looked at Inuyasha and the others who were approaching this area. They stood there foolishly, watching him. Beat the child == damn. When did they come? Kimimaro, who was the leader, stared at White Boy coldly. The same age as him. White hair. Handsome boy. Male. 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 Sir? Kimimaro looked up. Actually, if you want, I can also let you spank me. Why did you go to other wild children? You even put other wild children on the back of a horse. You even spanked the wild children with your own hands. You have never taken care of me so affectionately before. Sir, I'm going to be angry. Yoshiasakura, White Boy. This similar style, this sudden turn of events, this strange way of thinking. They suddenly realized that having the ability to read minds was not a good thing == also. This little brother, your brain circuit is really very strange. Chapter 96. In order to prevent the White Boy from escaping, Yijioza specially fed him the Jiayuan pill produced by Jian-san. He specially fed him the Jiayuan pill produced by Jian-san. The so-called Jiayuan pill was that after the Jian-san player severely injured the opponent, in order to prevent him from resurrecting on the spot, and the pill that was fed to him, every pill that entered his mouth, would extend the resurrection time limit by 5 minutes. This was a rather sinister and immoral pill. Generally, it would not be used unless there was a deep hatred or camp guarding the corpse. But who was Yijioza? He was a 12th stage pure young big shot in the arena, a robber who ran on the business road, and a righteous emissary who tortured and killed the scumbag Little San for the girls of the gang. In short, his enemies were all over the world. As soon as he boarded the Mila ship, his daily routine was to kill. As the saying goes, if you walk too much at night, you will run into ghosts. If the players kill too much, they will be attacked after many times of killing and being killed. He cleverly discovered the benefits of the Jiayuan pill. Soon, he passed the serious injury, corpse guarding, the life of sitting on someone else's face and tearing them apart. That was a mess. Almost all the players in the server knew that the Pure Yang Palace had a dog than Mila. It was simply the misfortune of the sect. And now, under the upgrade of the Jinjiang system, the Jiayuan pill was far more than just a simple effect of prolonging the resurrection time. In the explanation of the pill, a line of small words appeared. After feeding the enemy the Jiayuan pill, all his power will be sealed and he will receive a random debuff. The effect of the pill lasts for 24 hours. Please pay attention to the time. Yijioza just wanted to try the effect of the Jiayuan pill. He also thought that as a monster, the White Boy should not die from eating it. Therefore, he did not hesitate to stuff the pill into the other party's mouth and quietly waited for the miracle to appear. What did you give me? The White Boy's face twisted. He could clearly feel the demonic power in his limbs and bones slowly retracting back to his dantian. The elemental severing pill. Yijioza laughed heartlessly. The demonic aura was fading, and the demonic power was being suppressed. There seemed to be a cage in his abdomen that tightly wrapped around his strength. It was slowly binding and binding. No matter how much strength he used, he could not break free. White Boy was shocked to find that his body seemed to be separated from the ranks of monsters. He was so weak that he could be compared with a human. Moreover, the injured areas could no longer be healed immediately. The areas that needed to bleed were bleeding, and the areas that needed to be scratched were scratched. The unignorable pain continued to attack his nerves, making him unable to concentrate and think, and even causing him to enter a state of drowsiness. He was like a real child. Even though his brain kept reminding him to stay awake, his body was extremely tired and needed sufficient sleep. In a daze, White Boy saw Inuyasha approaching him. An alarm went off in his mind, but he couldn't lift a finger to resist. As a mini-boss second only to Nara, he had already pulled all of Inuyasha's aggro. Encountering an enemy when they were at their weakest, even if they didn't die, they would still lose a layer of skin. No one knew what Ichioza said to Inuyasha, but Inuyasha's eyes lit up with eagerness. He picked up White Boy with a grim smile and turned to discuss with Gu Wei. Master Mithraea opened the wind cave and cleaned up the mess in the Maple Village. Whether it was dust, soil, bones, or rotten flesh, everything flew up from the ground and was absorbed by the wind cave. This scene surprised Ichioza, and he praised repeatedly, "What a good vacuum cleaner!" Gu Wei was speechless. The Maple Village was not damaged. Except for a lot of monster blood, it still looked the same. Kagura escaped before the battle. White Boy was accidentally captured, and the monster army was completely annihilated. Presumably, Nara, who was far away in the horizon, would immediately notice the heretics here. At that time, there would definitely be a fierce battle. The villagers of the Maple Village were not in a hurry to move back. It was better to hide in the deep mountains and forests than to be directly exposed to the battlefield when a disaster was imminent. Ichioza randomly found a wooden house, lit a candle, and sat down with everyone to discuss the plan. At the same time, he asked Kimimaro to look after White Boy. They were about the same age, so they should be able to play together, right? White Boy lay weakly on the ground. His buttocks were faintly aching. He stared at Kimimaro indifferently, but unexpectedly, the boy squatted down and slowly pulled out his leg bone. The long leg bone changed, and one end condensed into the tip of a knife, exuding a cold light. It was held in the other party's hand like a knife that could stab into his heart at any time. However, Kimimaro held the bone knife and gently placed it on White Boy's neck. Then he said in a gentle and amiable tone with a smile, "Master wants me to make friends with you. Are you willing to be my friend?" White Boy was speechless. It was the first time he saw a way to make friends with a knife on someone's neck. White Boy smiled stiffly. "It's my honor." Kimimaro did not retract the bone knife. Instead, he took out that step-by-step point reader that Ichioza bought for him in the mall. He spread it in front of White Boy, holding the touchscreen pin, and pointed at the wrong places. Ichioza was a salted fish. How could he have time to bear Kimimaro's academic problems? However, no matter how poor he was, he could not be poor in education. He still generously bought a step-by-step point reader to urge his cheap son to study hard. Kimimaro did not disappoint him. He was already able to complete the 4th grade content on his own. Now, Ichioza made him a little teacher, leading the naughty child White Boy on the brightest path of socialism. Master said that if you don't like to study, throw the antidote into the latrine. White Boy was speechless. By the way, Master will check the progress at any time. White Boy was speechless. As soon as the voice fell, the tip of the iceberg of White Boy's future life was revealed. When Inuyasha repeatedly mentioned Nara and Flying Demon Moth, Ichioza suddenly realized, fuck, where did Nero run off to? Nara was fishing at the bottom of the cliff at this moment. Song Yunya endowed Mamanaru with evil power and resurrected him as a ghost. Then, he fell into the devil's path because of his obsession. He had great strength and strong physique, but he still retained the character and persistence of a human. And 16th Night was the white moonlight that he couldn't get for 100 years. He thought he would hate her. Unexpectedly, when he woke up and found that she was still by his side, his heart that was so confused that it had nowhere to rest settled down. The exact same aura, the exact same soul. Was he dreaming? 16th Night was dead. But even if it was a dream, he didn't want it to end early. He wanted to continue. Song Yunya, is she a monster? She's a human, Mamanaru. Song Yunya said gloomily, kill her, I need blood. Mamanaru stabbed it into the ground and said coldly, shut up. As long as she's a human, this information was enough. Is it 16th Night? Is it her? What's your name? 16th Night. Nara smiled. May I ask who you are? She didn't know. She didn't remember. She was the reincarnation of 16th Night. That's why. She didn't understand anything. Mamanaru. He looked at her. My name is Mamanaru. Nero smiled gently, but in the next moment, her brows furrowed slightly, as if she was slightly worried. Ferocious pill. Her heart was full of twists and turns, full of twists and turns. Mamanaru's body shook. Your sword is a bit scary. Can you put it away for a while? Nara stood up and said, I'm a little scared. Mama Naru. Song Yunya said sternly, kill her. There's something wrong with her. Ignoring Song Yunya, Mama Naru looked down and held the sword in his hand tightly. No. Nara was still gentle and virtuous. Don't worry, I made porridge for you. Remember to eat it? After saying that, he put a bowl of porridge aside and turned around to leave the cave. Men knew men best. Mama Naru had refused her request to put away the sword, so he would definitely comply with the second request of a little woman. As long as I drink that bowl of porridge. Nara narrowed her eyes. It was late at night when Mama Nara woke up. When he opened his eyes, he found that it was terribly dark around him, and his arm was empty. The broken arm that belonged to Saishomaru had been pulled out, and even Song Yunya was nowhere to be seen. The space where he could move was narrow and dark, as if he was confined in a coffin, so cramped that he felt like he was buried alive. There was no such thing as 16th night. There was nothing here except darkness. He couldn't help but hit the coffin that sealed him. His heart was cold. He was buried alive? Could it be that woman lied to him again? Chapter 97. Nara's temperament was melancholy. He was handsome, although he had a lot of bad ideas. She couldn't resist his fake gentleness and elegance. He was a handsome man that people loved and hated at the same time, unable to get rid of. But since he met Yijiuza, not only did he live a rough life, even his personality became more and more mischievous. He used despicable means to deal with Cha Na-ming, in order to prevent Song Yunya from controlling him to start a massacre. Then, he straightforwardly ripped off Saishomaru's severed arm, and even used a spirit formation to seal it. But Song Yunya was not an ordinary demonic saber. It had existed for a long time, and the demonic energy it absorbed from killing had accumulated and settled. It was also mixed with the power of the netherworld. It was not a demonic creature that could be subdued by the boundary technique constructed by demonic power. If he couldn't reach a consensus with Song Yunya, then when it broke through the boundary, it would be his death. Nara's abacus was cracking. He understood that Song Yunya's demonic saber could easily make people burn themselves by playing with fire, but he still couldn't resist the temptation to become stronger. He wanted to have it, hold it, lift it, and open up the world. But he also knew that Song Yunya had already gained intelligence. It was not an idiot who could be fooled. If he accidentally angered it, the power of Dragon Break alone was enough to make him suffer. But it didn't matter. He still had Cha Na-ming. As long as he isolated Song Yunya from Cha Na-ming and then brainwashed Cha Na-ming, as long as he did it properly, even if he didn't have Song Yunya, he would still have an assistant who had Song Yunya. With a multitude of thoughts and dark and frightful thoughts, Nara sealed the tooth saber and stuffed Cha Na-ming into the coffin. Then he carried the two treasures and worked hard to find the way. He took off diligently. He didn't want to go back to Yijiuza at all. Living under the same roof, not only could he not fight against the naughty child, but he also could not beat the mad dog. Living at the bottom of society, there was no happiness index to speak of. Since he couldn't afford to offend him, couldn't he hide? He could elope with the two big babies at any time and start a new life. Who wants to go back to that dog kennel? White Tomorrow is waving at Nara. As long as Nara can get rid of the dog Loli's control, she feels that the sky is bluer, the water is greener, and even the flowers are redder. He happily carried his school bag to school, but he didn't expect that when he flew to the top of the cliff, he would see the dean. Oh no, he saw the black Tibetan Mastiff riding a Susanu, looking down at him condescendingly. Nara, why do I always have tears in my eyes? Because I feel deeply about this fucked up fate. The blue giant possessed him and grabbed Nara like he was grabbing a chicken. He easily lifted her up and placed her at his feet. Uchiha Madara raised his paw and pointed to the front, signaling Nara to go home. Nara's lips curled into a stiff smile. Carrying the coffin and the magic saber on her back, she walked toward the maple village with heavy steps. At this moment, he felt that the sky was dark, the water was dark, and even the flowers had withered. When Nara returned to the maple village, it was already the afternoon of the next day. As expected, he wasn't welcomed by the dogs. Unexpectedly, he received the food that Gyoza prepared for him. Nara held the lunchbox in his hand in a daze, and he had mixed feelings. He never admitted that he had a human side, but now he was a little moved. Gyoza stood on his tiptoes, patted his shoulder, and said, "Hurry up and eat. If you don't eat, the dog food inside will go bad after tonight." "Nara, dog food? Why do you look like that?" Gyoza comforted him. "Don't feel embarrassed. Fuchong and the others don't want to eat it, and it's a waste to throw it away. I still have you, right?" "Nara, so, the Tibetan Mastiff came to me just to make me come back to eat dog food?" Nara wanted to kick over the bowl of dog food and throw a Tibetan Mastiff at Gyoza. However, under the gloomy gaze of the bosses, he took a deep breath and returned to his elegant appearance. "Thank you very much," he said while gritting his teeth. Nero deliberately removed the coffin and the magic sword from her back and quietly placed the dog biscuit on the ground. She pretended to say casually, "I went out and brought someone back for you. He also brought some messages." Gyoza stared at the coffin and swallowed. The rough wooden board was wrapped in thick yellow mud, like a mud ball with a beggar's chicken inside. It seemed that as long as it was roasted in the fire, it would emit a tempting fragrance. Then, he peeled off the yellow mud and tore off the lotus leaves, revealing the golden and tender chicken inside. Gyoza said excitedly, Can it be eaten?" The veins on Nara's forehead bulged. "No." Oh, he was indifferent. "Inside is the master of the city of the living dead, Mamazumaru." Nara spoke faster. "The one next to it is the magic saber Tsong Yunya. On it is the broken arm of the great demon Saishomaru. You..." Before he could finish, Gyoza grabbed his collar and roared, "What? The wind is too strong. I can't hear you. What kind of pill did you say there was?" "Mamazumaru. Very good." Nara instantly lost his value and was pushed by Gyoza. The latter ran to the coffin and quickly removed the bindings. He didn't think that the Jinjiang system would let him complete the task in this way. He didn't have time to do anything, and the master of the city of the living dead was already lying in the coffin? He had a stomach full of plans, but he didn't expect this result. Don't think that he didn't know what the hell the two tasks were. He came to the Warring States period to save the world. As long as he could remove the Mamazumaru, the rest would be quick. Looking at Gyoza carefully digging the yellow mud, Nara squatted beside him with the dog food and whispered, "They say that he is a guest. Wouldn't it be rude if we don't prepare something to welcome him?" Gyoza heard it and thought, it makes sense. What do the living dead eat? Gyoza was puzzled. Can he get used to human food? Nara weighed the dog food in his hand and said, "How about we treat him to some dog food?" He stuffed the dog food into his hand. This is something that doesn't exist in this era. It tastes very unique. The living dead definitely can't get used to human food, so it's better to let him try the dog food. What if he likes it? Gyoza smiled and said no, but he honestly took the dog food with both hands. "I'm sorry, I was going to give it to you." "Ah, at least Nara knows what's good for him. He's smart." Nara smiled. "Not at all. It's my honor to share your worries." He had finally given away the dog food. He was really wise and powerful. Dogs, so, what they usually ate was so despised by others. When Mamazumaru woke up, the sky was already dark. With the help of the dim yellow light in the room, he saw a beautiful girl sitting in the simple and crude room. She was wearing a white gauze dress and had an exquisite figure. At the moment, she was holding her chin in boredom and humming an unknown tune. As he fixed his eyes on her, the 6 dogs that were sleeping in the room opened their eyes. White Firewood stared at him coldly, swept his tail, and patted Gyoza's arm. "Huh, you're awake?" Mamazumaru was very alert. He still remembered the 6 dogs that had knocked him off the cliff. Not a single one of them. But now, they were sitting next to the girl, obedient. They must have recognized her as their master. And the person who could become their master might have a more terrifying side. If he rashly attacked, then Mamazumaru gave up the idea of fighting and asked lightly, "Who are you?" "Nice to meet you. I'm 1001 Nights." "Mamazumaru." Gyoza clapped his hands, and Nara lifted the curtain and placed a plate of dog food that was about to expire in front of Momozumaru. He was still dressed in women's clothing, with the face of 16 knights, a gentle and innocent smile on his face. His fine black hair cascaded down his back. Just by looking at him, one could tell that he was a virtuous wife. Momozumaru was stunned. 16 knights. You. Why did he? Ijiuza interrupted him. He's not 16 knights. He's called 365 knights. Momozumaru. 365 knights? Wait, him? He. Didn't he mean a man? Momozumaru's eyes were filled with doubt. Nara smiled and began to remove her demonic power, restoring her rather feminine face to that of a man. Her hair was still like a waterfall, and she was still gentle and kind. But when Nara's gloomy aura spread around her, this seemingly pure skin became evil. A man? Momozumaru had just woken up, but he felt like he was going to faint again. How could it be a man? No, impossible. Hey, Momozumaru, right? While he was opening his mouth, Ijiuza grabbed a handful of dog food and stuffed it into his mouth, watching him chew it mechanically. To be honest, I've heard about you, and I've always wanted to talk to you. Ijiuza quietly approached him. Actually, I don't have much to say. Women are all big pig trotters. Men are all big assholes. Ijiuza pointed at Nara and whispered to him, I really don't understand. You've finally come back to life. Why do you want to jump into the fire pit again? Seeing that Chana Mengwan's eyes were out of focus, Ijiuza persisted. This world is so cold. Only the dog beside me has some warmth. He hugged white firewood and rubbed its back. Look, you've finally come back to life, and you've even become the city lord. It's time for you to live a life of raising flowers, playing with birds, and walking dogs. Momozumaru forced himself to come back to his senses and said coldly, What do you know? I have things that I have to do. He hated Inuyasha's family. Whether it was Quan General stealing his love, or Shirlu Ye's betrayal, or Inuyasha's birth, he hated them all to the extreme. King Dojo died with me in the sea of fire. So what? My hatred for them can't be erased. I can only make it up with blood. White firewood looked at him coldly, not moving an inch. Make it up with blood. Ijiuza advised, this can still be done. I'll let Inuyasha bleed and make you a bowl of duck blood curd. How about that? Momozumaru. He didn't know what duck blood curd was, but he knew what kind of food it was. What's with that look? If one bowl isn't enough, I'll give you 2 bowls. Anyway, with the blood recovery potion, he could eat more than 10 bowls if he wanted. Wasn't it just making it up with blood? There was nothing that a bowl of duck blood curd couldn't solve. If there was, then 2 bowls. It wasn't a problem. There was nothing wrong with it. I want revenge. Don't you understand? Momozumaru's tone was gloomy. Any kind of bloodletting can't compare to the fountain of blood after I cut off the enemy's head. Only by killing him can I get rid of my obsession. Had he been driven crazy by a dog? In his past life, he had died with a dog, just like Momozumaru. Although he didn't lose Brother Condor, it was obvious that he had mental problems, thinking about killing people every day. However, in ancient times, there were no toilets, detention centers, or mental hospitals. If Momozumaru wanted to go crazy, he could only accompany him. Ijiuza thought for a while and said, You're right, there's no point in living without revenge. Why don't we do this? Ijiuza suggested, in order to strengthen your power, you should build an revenge alliance. Think about it, there are many people who have conflicts with Inuyasha. If you can rope them in, they would fight amongst themselves over who could cut off Inuyasha's head first. After all, Inuyasha was the male protagonist. The Revenge Alliance? Momozumaru fell into deep thought. That's right. After he killed Inuyasha, he could lead the Revenge Alliance to attack the West. Chapter 98. Ijiuza discovered that, as long as the topic did not involve General Quan and 16 knights, Chana Mengmaru could be considered an easy person to talk to. His desire to establish a revenge alliance was very firm. The goal of wanting to skin Inuyasha was very clear. The intention of wanting to destroy the Western country was very arrogant. He was an outstanding general when he was alive. He should have had a beautiful family and a bright future, but unfortunately, he was given a good person card and was forced to take a green hat. As a single dog who was single until he died, his resentment was not small. But even if Chana Mingmaru lost an arm, he fell and became a demon. He still had the bottom line as a human, and his mind was still clear. When Tsong Yunya's evil aura no longer affected his mind, his need for Tsong Yunya was also reduced to the minimum. Indeed, Tsong Yunya was very powerful, so powerful that one strike could change the landscape of mountains and rivers. As a man, as a martial artist who wanted to become stronger, he really had no reason to refuse this kind of temptation. But the strange thing was, Tsong Yunya was General Quan's knife. Holding his rival's knife to show off was a trampling on his dignity and personality. Although Japanese samurai did not like this, they even advocated collecting the enemy's sword after killing them as spoils of war. But Chana Mingmaru could accept anything, he could not truly accept Tsong Yunya. When he was resurrected, he was blinded by hatred. Unfortunately, his mind was bewitched. He became a puppet of the knife. Fortunately, he escaped from Tsong Yunya's control by chance. Seeing that Ijioza had no intention of returning Tsong Yunya, Chana Mingmaru did not want to stay any longer. He pushed the boat with the current and forgot Tsong Yunya's existence and decided to leave. If he were to be in the same room with Nara and see that face disguised as 16 knights, he was afraid that he would not be able to resist tearing him apart. But thinking of the 6 dogs in this room, Chana Mingmaru chose to remain silent. He would not tell Ijioza about the 6 dogs beating him up. After all, as a man, he wanted to save some face in front of any woman. Moreover, this matter was simply a dark history. Chana Mingmaru wanted to leave, but Ijioza felt uneasy. Look at this big brother. In the previous life, he was forced to perish together with a dog. After his resurrection, he lost an arm and was cuckolded. Now, his clothes were ragged and his face was full of depression. He was ready to walk alone on the road of the Women's Federation. How pitiful. His experiences were worthy of being featured on the Swordnet's third-year scoop. Ijioza endured the pain and dug out the cloud tooth from the backpack. It was still wrapped in a layer of enchantment and looked very harmless. But no matter how harmless it was, it couldn't stop the Jinjiang system from rating it as an orange weapon. And it was a fucking big orange weapon. It was a large orange weapon that could be used for both long and close combat, regardless of internal or external force. As long as there was energy to control it, it could unleash terrifying power. It was like a cheating device. It could move mountains and fill seas, steal the sky and change the sun, and it even had a brain and could speak. Who knew what kind of expression he would have when he saw the explanation given by the Jinjiang system to Tsong Yunya? This big orange weapon has awakened its weapon spirit. The rebellious index is 5 stars. It likes to devour its owner. Please use it with caution. In addition, Tsong Yunya was also an orange weapon, but unlike Demon Horse Yen 2A, it couldn't be bound by the Jinjiang system. In the explanation of this magic sword, there was no mention of bound after equipping. It was as if it was constantly reminding Ijioza that this was not a weapon that could be tamed easily. But it was an orange weapon. However, in order to appease his conscience, Ijioza's hands trembled slightly as he reluctantly handed over the large orange weapon. Here, your sword. Ijioza looked pained and looked away. You fucking take it away, or I'll regret it. He shouted very loudly, conveying his unwillingness. Chana Mingwan could tell that Ijioza cherished the Confluence Cloud Tooth, very much so. Yet, he was born with an honest heart. He had not cultivated the word greed to perfection, and he actually wanted to return the spoils of war. He was stunned, but he didn't move. The sky was already dark, but under the dim candlelight, he firmly remembered this young and tender hand, as well as the peerless demonic blade in her hand. Don't you want it? Chana Mingwan asked. Do you know what you're giving me? I know. It was a motherfucking orange weapon. How could he not know? Ijioza took a step forward and handed it over. Take it. It's yours. Stealing someone's orange weapon was like stealing the team's glazed crystal. It would be hung on the wall of morality. He really cherished the cloud tooth, but he wouldn't give up his bottom line for it. Chana Mingwan suddenly smiled. For the first time, He felt relieved, and his suppressed emotions were gone. This girl was so innocent, so thoughtful, so determined. It seemed like not every woman in the world was like Shirley's 16th night. She was able to resist temptation. That was rare. No, it's not mine. Cha Na Mingwan replied. That's the sword of the Western nation's general, the King of Tusks. The King of Tusks is dead, so it's just an ownerless weapon. Yi Jioza was stunned. An ownerless weapon? Yes, I don't want this sword. Cha Na Mingwan's voice became loud and clear. No matter how powerful it is. Yi Jioza stared blankly at the man in ragged clothes. For a moment, he saw the aura of a golden spear on the man. At the same time, the 6 dogs looked up. Even Nara couldn't help but look at him in awe. I've been tricked once, so I can't be tricked again. Cha Na Mingwan turned around and opened the curtain. Plus, I'm holding the King of Tusk's sword. I'll live in his shadow for the rest of my life. He glanced at the 6 dogs, and finally fixed his eyes on Saishomaru. TSK, that guy's eldest son? Heh, but now, he had no interest in finding fault with Saishomaru. However, when Cha Na Mingmaru saw the puppy widened eyes at his words, he felt that he could look down on General Quan even more. Didn't he let the eldest son of the direct line of descent receive proper education? What a scumbag who only knows how to give birth and not how to raise. Just one look and he knew that General Quan's eldest son had not walked out of his father's shadow. Otherwise, the dog demon would not have looked so surprised after hearing what he said. Instead, it should be approval. Strangely, he felt a surge of anger in his heart. He was ready to make a comeback, but whether it was Inuyasha or Saishomaru, neither of them had grown to the extent that they were worthy of the word powerful. His revenge was like child's play. Cha Na Mingwan turned around, and for some unknown reason, he said, "It's not my sword. Why should I covet it? Do you think you're proud of using someone else's strength to win? I will have my own sword, even if it's worlds apart from Tsong Yunya. But to me, it's unique." Saishomaru sat on the table, stunned. Cha Na Mingwan's words overlapped with what Aizen had said, complementing each other, resonating in his mind. My own sword, my own Tao. Was it because he was too attached to his father that his father had shackled him? This man, Saishomaru understood now. The person who understood his father the most was not him, but the enemy who had once fought to the death with his father. But why did he say all this to him? As soon as he finished speaking, Cha Na Mingwan lifted the curtains and stepped forward. Tsong Yunya is a demonic sword. It cannot be controlled by a human. Since you are not attached to the power it brings, I advise you to seal it. Otherwise, it will take over your mind. Not long after, Cha Na Mingwan's footsteps faded away, and all sounds disappeared into the night. Yi Jioza held Tsong Yunya in his arms, and was silent for a long time. Cha Na Mingwan might be his mission target. As the owner of the city of the living dead, he should die by his sword. He should not let him go, and even set up a revenge alliance. Yet, when he looked at the stern Cha Na Mingwan, he felt like he was looking at a fierce general on the battlefield. Such a person should have died on the battlefield where 2 armies were facing each other. He should have died defending his beliefs instead of leaving his corpse in this narrow and dark place. Moreover, he did not believe that a person with such a character would occupy a mountain and create the city of the living dead. He did not believe it. The problem was, the city of the living dead did exist, which meant that Cha Na Mingwan really did create this chaos. And at that time, he should have been with Tsong Yunya. If that was the case, then Tsong Yunya, thinking of Tsong Yunya's 5 stars traitor index and likes to bite master attribute, Yi Jioza could not help but fall into deep thought. In short, Tsong Yunya was not only born to be a traitor, but also liked to set up his master. Oh, you're awesome. Look at what you're capable of. It's a pity that you've met me. He must be a retard to not use a big orange weapon. Men loved high-end weapons, just like how women loved lipstick. Seeing that the barrier set by Nara was about to be corroded by Tsong Yunya's evil energy, Yi Jioza not only did not retreat, but he was even a little eager to try. He was excited that he was about to hold this orange weapon. However, his excitement did not affect the 6 dogs in the room. They all looked at each other, thinking that the dog had been corroded by the evil energy, and would not be able to absorb clean spiritual power in the future. The young white firewood jumped down from the low table, jumped up, and hit Yi Jioza's arm hard. The next second, Song Yunya fell to the ground, and the Tibetan Mastiff dove quickly, picked up Song Yunya, and ran away. Woof, woof, woof. The Pomeranian barked as if it was loudly reminding something. Throw it as far away as possible. Run. The owner is catching up. Damn democracy. Stop right there. Yi Jioza took a deep breath and was about to use the great Qinggong. The remaining 5 dogs shivered, and their bodies were faster than their minds. They quickly jumped in front of Yi Jioza. They rushed forward to block Yi Jioza's way, like a group of loyal officials rebuking a fatuous emperor. They wanted to prove their loyalty with death, hoping that Yi Jioza, the foolish emperor who wanted to take Song Yunya as his concubine, would calm down. There was chaos in the room, similar to the court in an uproar. Woof, woof, woof. Never let the owner go. Stop, your majesty. Never let your majesty go to see that bitch. Woof, woof, woof. Is that sword good? This king has a lot of treasures. Your majesty, please take back the order. Song Yunya has no merit or virtue, and is not worthy to be a concubine. Woof, woof, woof. Did the guy named Madara throw away the sword? Sisters, has the Empress Dowager solved that bitch? Woof, woof, woof. Saishomaru, go and block the door. We can't stop him. His Majesty has made up his mind. We can only force him to abdicate. Fuck, you dead dogs. Seeing the big orange weapon in his hand fly away, Yi Jioza roared, pulled out a long sword, and went up to use Wufang Xingjin. Wufang Xingjin, pure yang body fixing skill. No matter how fierce the situation is, as long as the target is hit, it can not only bring a certain amount of damage to the target, but also make the opponent stunned for a period of time. When Angry Ba attacked, the 4 dogs became wooden stakes. Yi Jioza ran out quickly, but saw the puppy Fuqiang suddenly turned into a huge white dog, wrapped his body like a thick wall, tightly wrapped the house. By the way, he put his head on the roof, and no matter what means Yi Jioza used, he was unwilling to move. What kind of sword is Song Yunya? He is very clear. Let a human being like Yi Jioza take the risk to hold it, use it, this consequence. He did not want to think about it, and he did not want to bear it. Song Yunya is the sword of the White Dog Clan. Yes, that's right. How can I let a human have the sword of the White Dog Clan? He will not allow it. Fuck. Fuqiang, you motherfucker. Yi Jioza cursed, but as a fighter, he will not give in. Heh. He is a man who has fought countless holy wars with the Huskies. How can he fall under the siege strategy of the White Firewood? As expected, it is time to use the ultimate weapon. Compared to the time consumed, the rare orange weapon is more important. As long as it does not endanger his life, the lost time can be gained by completing missions, but if he loses the orange weapon, maybe it will become an orange weapon in someone else's hand. Yi Jioza cannot bear it. He opened the merchant shop and flipped through the machinery category. He took out 15 days' worth of time, gritted his teeth, and made up his mind. He bought the Lanxiang excavator that was popular in the whole of China. The advertisement was so good that it was better than Qingbei in the United States. Lanxiang excavator, the excavator of excavators. Osaka's best weapon to poach brothers. It is a product with a conscience that is highly recommended in every issue. Huaxia's products are trustworthy. If you don't use Lanxiang to poach brothers, Fu Shoshin will be angry with you. As the saying goes, it is better to have a Tai Chi than to have a boy or a girl. It is better to buy an excavator than to buy a house or a car. Yi Jioza was burning with rage. He reached into his crotch and pulled out a large machine gun. He sat on his prototype machine and tore the wooden house into pieces. Nara rolled and crawled to the corner of the wall. Suddenly, the last bit of the world boss dignity was gone. You have Zhang Liang's plan. I have the excavator. Yi Jioza propped up the huge mechanical arm in the broken wooden house and swept the 4 dogs aside. Then, in front of Saishomaru, he dug up the ground and drenched Nara with mud. What kind of stubbornness is this, that you can never forget Song Yunya? What kind of breadth of mind is this, that you can tolerate your indulgence in front of me? The excavation continued. After the immobilizing effect was lifted, The dogs were buried in a pile of mud. Saishomaru poked his head in from the roof and bit the mechanical arm. Unexpectedly, the girl in the excavator suddenly opened the door and ran out through the gap in the excavator. Saishomaru was speechless. Damn it! He immediately abandoned the excavator, turned around, and rushed toward Igyoza. Unexpectedly, she raised her hand and used 9 turns to 1, knocking him back more than 10 feet. The next second, Igyoza's body suddenly rose, like a white crane flying in the sky, elegant and beautiful. The dark blue energy left a dazzling mark in the deep night sky. He held his breath and chased after the dissipating evil energy. Behind him was a group of worried dogs. Seeing that the people and dogs had left, Nara pushed away the debris on his body. His whole body was exhausted. He took a deep breath and looked up at the starry sky, like a dead fish stuck in a bread. He didn't expect that he was still alive. It was really God. Today, he was also working hard to survive equals. In the end, Uchiha Madara couldn't escape the claws of Igyoza. When Saishomaru arrived at the scene, he was being beaten on the ground. In this battle, the ancestor of Uchiha was particularly wronged. If he fought with all his strength, he was afraid that he would break this delicate little girl. If he fought with all his strength, he was afraid that he would be broken by Igyoza equals in the end. He still protected his vital parts and was beaten by the naughty kid. Countless dog fur fell off, and the Tsongyunya was taken back. He could have run far, but he underestimated the dog's instinct. While running, he foolishly circled around the tree a few times, then stretched out his front paw and began to dig the soil, and put the Tsongyunya into the soil Uchiha Madara felt that he was crazy. He was now a dog, but he did the action of his ninja cat, burying shit. This Tsongyunya was poisonous. He would have buried it like it was shit but what was more terrible was that his owner was very fond of this shit. He slapped him away, dug the soil, and hugged the shit in his arms. He really didn't know what to say. There was only a thin layer of enchantment left on Tsongyunya's body, and it was only a matter of time before it was eroded. The spirit of the enchantment had already woken up, and it seemed to notice the existence of Igyoza, and suddenly laughed strangely. Ha ha ha. Human? Where's the pure Reiki? Tsongyunya's body trembled, and the sand and stones around him also trembled. Hold me, human. Tsongyunya tempted him. You will have unparalleled power. Ha ha ha. I really want to see you being tainted by evil energy. Igyoza squatted down and quietly listened to its nonsense. Then he took out a bottle of mineral water from his backpack and poured it all over Tsongyunya's body. Are you awake now? Tsongyunya, I will give you another chance to reorganize your words. His eyes were focused, staring at Tsongyunya without saying a word. Dogs who knew Igyoza's temperament all knew that its owner was angry because Tsongyunya was too arrogant. Ha ha ha, little girl. You are so arrogant. Tsongyunya laughed wildly. Reorganize my words? Chance? I have always been the one giving chances to others. No one has ever asked me for conditions. Human, you really think too highly of yourself? Huh? It was the devil's sword passed down from generation to generation in the White Dog clan. From the netherworld to the purgatory, from the yellow spring to the river of forgetfulness. As long as it was related to evil, it would be involved. It couldn't be controlled by humans, because it gathered the evils of the world. It couldn't be owned by monsters, because it induced them to make mistakes. Only people with a strong mind could resist its erosion, and only the most powerful people could use its power. It had always been worshipped, fought for, feared, and sealed. It didn't expect that the first people it met this time were human beings, but it was better than nothing. It had a puppet to play with, which was better than being exposed to the sun and rain. Unfortunately, Tsongyunya didn't expect that since it fell into the hands of Igyoza, it had lost all its dignity. After listening to Tsongyunya's nonsense, Igyoza smiled cutely. You, very good, very good. He reached out his hand and held the hilt of Tsongyunya's sword without hesitation. The enchantment around the sword hilt was very thin. When his hand touched the sword hilt, countless slender tentacles drilled out of the magic crystal and stuck close to his skin, trying to drill into his blood vessels. His blood was full of spiritual power, exuding the fragrance of a virgin. The young girl in front of him was like a supreme dinner. Delicious, young, and fresh. Such a taste was far better than the hot blood of a powerful person. The purple tentacles rolled up and wrapped around Yijioza's arm. In the nervous eyes of the dogs, Yijioza chuckled, slowly opened the purple defense, and calmly bought 2 bottles of essential balm from the shop. Song Yunya, there was a way to heaven, but you didn't take it. There was no door to hell, but you broke into it. Yijioza picked up the green magical balm, shook it up and down, and sprinkled the cool liquid on Song Yunya's tentacles. The tentacles intertwined and absorbed the balm, sending it into Song Yunya's magic crystal. Song Yunya. It fell into a long silence, which was rare. After a while, Song Yunya opened his mouth, and his voice was choked with sobs. Stupid human, what poison did you put in me? The deadly smell of the essential balm filled the air, and Saishomaru kept stepping back. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore and ran far away. The dogs followed him closely. They really couldn't stand it anymore. Why were they so stupid to worry about their owner? They should be worried about Song Yunya. When a naughty child grows up, she will only become a naughty girl. They thought that their owner would become a gentle and virtuous Yamato Fuko, but they were really stupid. Damn it. Dogs scattered, and Yijioza talked to Song Yunya in a friendly way. Essential balm. Are you afraid? Let me ask you, are you convinced? Song Yunya gritted his teeth, and he wanted to peel off Yijioza's skin. He felt that his whole body was filled with the strange smell of essential balm. Human, you will regret it. Song Yunya, you don't know how to talk, do you? Yijioza sneered, feeling that it didn't learn a bad lesson. I tell you, I can make you regret it now. Yijioza opened the shop and bought a bottle of Laoshan snake grass water. He opened the lid with his teeth, shook the bottle, and poured the essence of the Laoshan snake grass water on Song Yunya. Wow, the feeling of becoming an immortal was like soaking oneself in a pot of boiling oil, sprinkled with cumin and covered with sauce. From the hilt to the tip of the sword, from the outside to the inside, from the tentacles to the soul, everything is sublimated like being struck by lightning. Passing the test. Becoming an immortal. Song Yunya trembled all over. The smell of essential balm and Laoshan snake grass water fermented on his body, condensing into a very terrible smell. Song Yunya felt dizzy and confused. He just wanted to faint, but he didn't expect the existence of essential balm. The more he smelled it, the more energetic he became. No. Song Yunya, let me ask you, are you convinced? Song Yunya was like an unyielding martyr, vowing to die to resist stubbornly. Human, you will not succeed. Are you still not convinced? Yijioza took out a pair of clamps and pinched his nose. In Song Yunya's frightened eyes, he took out the shop and bought a can of canned herring that smelled like baked shit. This was a traditional delicacy from Sweden. It tasted like a latrine pit that had been sealed for several years, and then suddenly had a huge rock removed. In an instant, the smell of feces being roasted in a microwave wafted through the air. Even though Yijioza covered his nose, his face couldn't help but turn green. The 6 dogs outside the forest didn't stop the smell, and they ran out of the forest crazily. As for the safety of their owners, trust them, no monster will dare to come close to them under the smell of baked shit. If they come close to them, it will be self-torture. Song Yunya finally couldn't stand it anymore. Stop, human. Aw, bastard. Stop. Yami, let me ask you, are you convinced? No. Wow. It smells so bad and disgusting. Let me ask you, are you convinced? No. Song Yunya's momentum gradually weakened. Yijioza sneered. You won't give up until you reach the Yellow River. Let me tell you, we, the Pure Yang Palace, treat our swords with the same warmth as we treat our lovers. But we have many ways to deal with disobedient swords. He immediately used his qinggong and flew to the sky with Song Yunya. After a few ups and downs, they returned to the Maple Village. Then they ran at full speed to the toilet that they would never go to normally. The toilet in the Warring States period was a ditch full of excrement, emitting a horrible stench. But in order to subdue this orange weapon, Gyoza also tried his best. He stepped into the toilet, and his head was dizzy. He tenaciously stabilized his body and mind, and then he raised Song Yunya. Song Yunya, think about it carefully. If I put it in, you will become a shit stick. Song Yunya. It had no doubt that if it answered wrongly, Gyoza would definitely put it in the pit. Damn it, it was really scared. It was the most powerful sword in the world. If it became a shit stick, how could it survive in the circle? It was only at this time that Song Yunya regretted not treating Chana Maimara better. It even missed General Quan, who died early, and Inuyasha, who it had always looked down on. As for Saishomaru, no, it would never choose Saishomaru. It didn't have anything in common with Tian Shengya, but it suddenly realized that even if it chose Saishomaru, it was far better than being controlled by Gyoza. I'll ask you one last time, do you surrender? Song Yunya looked at the pit and broke its last bit of moral integrity. Surrender? Couldn't it just give in? Gyoza smiled in satisfaction. He saw the girl holding a long sword in her hand, and the ordinary long sword suddenly emitted a dazzling orange light. Ha ha ha. The orange weapon was in his hands. Oh yeah. At the same time, after Song Yunya and Gyoza established a weak connection, the Jinjiang system's electronic voice suddenly rang. Ding. Congratulations, Knight, for clearing the special large instance, Fire of the Warring States, Smoke of the Dead City. Calculating the data. Ding. Congratulations to the Knight's Vanguard unit for defeating the zombie army and destroying the city of the living dead. You are hereby rewarded with 3 years of survival time. Keep up the good work and strive for better results. Gyoza. Vanguard unit? Wait, he didn't even do anything. How did the city of the living dead get destroyed? Ding. Congratulations to the Knight's Vanguard unit for defeating the demonized Chana Maimara and preventing the destruction of Maple Village. You are hereby rewarded with 3 years of survival time. Keep up the good work and strive for better results. Gyoza. Nara was the only one who had contact with Chana Maimara. Did Nara give birth to a football team and form the Vanguard unit? Damn it, it was scary when a man could give birth. Ding. Congratulations to the Knight for completing the special instance. You are hereby rewarded with 3 years of survival time and a mysterious treasure chest. Knight, please. Gyoza was dumbfounded. He couldn't understand it at all. Song Yunya followed him, and he completed a special instance? Was it poisonous? However, when he thought about how the key clue to this instance was Song Yunya, Gyoza couldn't help but gasp. Damn it, stopping this sword was equivalent to stopping the destruction of the world. Song Yunya was amazing. Against society, against humanity. Was it trying to stir up trouble? Gyoza couldn't help but look at Song Yunya. After thinking about it, to prevent it from causing trouble, he stuffed it into his backpack. Forget it. It wouldn't die if it was locked up in a small dark room for a few days. Song Yunya. No. Let me out. Give me a bath. I'm going to die from the stench. However, Gyoza had already forgotten about it. Sad equals equals. After escaping White Boy, Inuyasha returned to Maple Village with his friends and Kimimaro. They found Nero in a pile of rubble and 6 dying dogs by a nearby stream. Kagome looked at the huge excavator and fell into a long silence. When Inuyasha and the others left this time, they lost the city of the living dead to fight with Chana Mingmaru. They didn't know that the place had experienced some kind of tragedy and turned into ashes, leaving only ruins. And Chana Mingmaru was long gone. Even the living dead in the city were all killed. The city of the living dead was destroyed, and there were no more threatening big monsters around. After a discussion, they took the villagers of Maple Village back and continued to work. If they didn't work, their food rations next year would be gone. Gyoza didn't stay to participate in the labor. He just gave a pile of severing yuan pills to Kagome and left White Boy to them. He also put down a pile of elementary school, middle school, and high school exercise materials, urging Kagome to reform White Boy. Before leaving Maple Village, Gyoza said to Kagome earnestly, "White Boy is Nara's son." White Boy and Nara's faces turned very green. Who the hell is whose son? Although they came from the same source, they were formed from different individuals. How could they be related by blood? Think about it. Although Nara is insidious and cunning, he is very smart. Yigyoza pulled Kagome and whispered, Kimimaro told me that white boy is very smart. He finished the curriculum from 1st grade to 4th grade in only 3 days. Kagome was very surprised. So powerful, white boy. I quarreled with them, and they praised me as powerful. Is reading such a magical thing? You can learn with white boy. Yigyoza patted her on the shoulder. I can't teach you by your side. You have to run between the Warring States period and the modern era. You need a top student to help you. White boy is talented in learning. Just teach him and let him teach you. Yigyoza winked. If it doesn't work, you can let him do your homework for you. Anyway, you have severing yuan pills. You can do whatever you want. If you can't handle it, you still have me. I promise that I can catch him back once he runs away. White boy, hey, I can hear you, human. Kagome was shocked. Can you do that? You don't have to worry about what will happen to him. Only you can return to the modern era. I tell you, children, no matter how smart they are, they still have a desire for food. Use candy, spicy strips, KFC milk tea and ice cream to keep him hanging. Even if white boy is a monster, he will obediently give in. Kagome nodded and solemnly said, I understand. White boy, hee, even if I die here, I won't eat a bite of your food. Who has ever seen a monster obsessed with human food? No. Damn it, the instant noodles imported by Huaxia are so delicious. Especially the braised beef noodles. The taste is so delicious. Today's white boy is still falling into depravity. After completing the task, Yigyoza made a windfall. Humming an out-of-tune tune, he drove the excavator with Kimimaro and the 6 dogs and slowly left Maple Village. Not long after, the short-legged evil spirit desperately caught up with them, clinging to the excavator and refusing to let go. Yigyoza was impressed by his professionalism. He came all the way to cook for him, so he simply let him go with him. At this moment, the excavator fully displayed its advantages. It could shovel the uneven ground, dig up the slanted trees, and push aside the huge rocks. It could even scare the little monsters and block the sun and rain. It was simply the Rolls-Royce of the jungle. Lanxiang Excavator, a good off-road machine. Not only could it recruit disciples, but it could also save energy. He let Kimimaro sit in the passenger seat and happily poured tea for him. Yigyoza cleaned up a few evil monsters and asked about the route to Shigwa. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. The new Nara kept attacking Shigwa, so he went to Shigwa to see if he could become a soldier. Mama Naru was building a revenge alliance. Before his position was stabilized, he would not come out to cause trouble. In other words, as long as he helped Shigwa resist Nara and the flying monster moths, he might be able to complete the second special quest. The first special quest gave him too many benefits. The huge sum of money from 9 years was enough to stabilize his heart. In comparison, the penalty of 180 days for failing the task seemed negligible. But if he completed the second task, he could get more time. Who would waste it? He did not know when he would encounter the next special quest. Since he was not sure, he must seize the remaining resources at hand. He suspected that every time he completed a task, the Jinjiang system would increase its evaluation of him. Perhaps the more perfect and outstanding he was, the higher the chance of obtaining a special quest in the future. Yigyoza clenched his fists and made up his mind to complete the task properly. Thinking about the Jinjiang system's intentions, he suddenly remembered that there were 2 special treasure chests in his backpack that he had never opened. Yigyoza was eager to try. Should he open one? Fine, he would open one. Just one. Yigyoza closed his eyes and turned his body. He flipped his right hand, and a shiny golden chest appeared in his palm. It was small and exquisite, only the size of a ring box. The surface was inlaid with gold and silver, and it looked very valuable. Yigyoza touched the small chest and opened its lid. In the next second, before he could even see what was inside, he saw a ball of golden light suddenly rush out and enter his mind. Yigyoza thought, what the fuck? A strong and strange force flowed through his body, and he felt as if he had been stepped on by a group of huskies. He felt extremely sore and limp. Yigyoza gritted his teeth and put a hand on his forehead. He took a deep breath to prevent Kimimaro, who was next to him, from noticing anything amiss. Soon, he heard the Jinjiang system's voice again. Ding! Congratulations, Knight, for opening a mysterious treasure chest. You have received the Blue Cloud Sect skill, Shield Dance. The skill has been upgraded. Please receive it. Yi Jioza was speechless. What? Did he hear wrongly? Wait a minute, he was a bleat, right? Fuck. Oh my god. Shield Dance. Blue Cloud's group attack skill. He could actually receive it like this. This was awesome. Yi Jioza was extremely excited. While he was still lucky, he quickly turned around and opened the second mysterious treasure chest. The familiar golden light, the familiar pain, and the familiar heat. Yi Jioza's eyes were as bright as stars. Ding! Congratulations, player, for opening a mysterious treasure chest. You have received the Blue Cloud Sect skill, Shield Flight. The skill has been upgraded. Please receive it. Yi Jioza was indescribably excited. He excitedly took out his backpack and took out a frying pan lid. Although this shield was a little small, it could indeed be used as a weapon. He was overjoyed. He aimed at the big tree in front of him and threw a shield flight. The pan lid spun at high speed and cut the big tree in half, accompanied by a loud roar. The pan lid spun and spun until it returned to Yi Jioza's hand. Dogs, evil spirits. Kimimaro was the only one who applauded. Sir, you're so amazing. The word "oh" was filled with indifference. Dogs. Kimimaro, you're still applauding? With this ability, it would be easier for her to beat up people and dogs in the future. Chapter 99. The closer they got to the territory of the Western country, the lush greenery became even more desolate and cold. First, there were fewer and fewer types of vegetation, and then, there were fewer and fewer plants of the same kind. Finally, there were no traces of vegetation, only the scarlet land remained for thousands of miles. This vast expanse of flatland was dark red. It was the color of dried blood, and there was a stench that could not be erased. There were giant trees that had been uprooted, rocks that had been shattered into pieces, rivers that had been cut in the middle, and mountain ranges that had been completely flattened. Every large crack condensed the power of the great demon. Every changed landscape showed the fierceness of the battle between the two sides. 1,000 miles of Scarlet Land was indeed Scarlet Land. After crossing this Scarlet Land that was filled with danger and killing intent, they would officially arrive at the entrance of the Western country. If they broke through the entrance of the Western country, they would be able to directly attack the Yellow Dragon, the sword pointed at the throne of the White Dog clan. Originally, the specific location of the Western country was only a legend. Although many demons yearned for it, they could not obtain any information. For hundreds of years, they only wandered around the Scarlet Land. After a long time, they could not find a way to do it, so they reluctantly left. The newborn Nara was one of them. He was also a member of the failed army. However, Nara was not someone who gave up easily. He spent a lot of effort to find the sealed flying demon moth and unsealed it. As expected, the one who understood the enemy the most was always the enemy's enemy. The flying demon moth was a great enemy who had fought against General Quan. It did know the way to enter the Western country. One of the reasons why he and General Quan became mortal enemies was because he discovered the hub of the Scarlet Land. And once the hub's existence was destroyed, the stable life of the Western country would be shattered. General Quan risked his life to seal the flying demon moth and foolishly did not add a stab. He dragged his heavily injured body to save the 16th knight who was about to give birth, but he forgot to tell his eldest son who stopped him at the seaside. The flying demon moth knew the location of the Western country's hub. When Yi Jioza and the others stopped at the Scarlet Land, Saishomaru quickly jumped out of the car and carefully distinguished the smell in the air. When he discovered the demonic power of the flying demon moth, his mood became very bad. Who would have thought that his biological father would make such a mistake? Since he had sealed the flying demon moth, he had to at least inform the people of the Western Kingdom to reinforce the barrier every year to prevent it from escaping. However, even though the other party had died in battle, he had not left a single word for him and his mother. Why? Perhaps there was no reason at all. His biological father had sacrificed a lot for the Western Kingdom. Even if he made mistakes later on, he had no right to criticize him. After all, apart from the war with the Leopard Cat clan 50 years ago, Saishomaru had given nothing else to the Western Kingdom. When his father was around, he was the one who put in the effort. When his father wasn't around, his mother was the one who did the hard work. Since he had returned to the Western Kingdom, it was time for him to end his training and fulfill his duties as the successor. There was nothing in Saishomaru that he wanted to protect, but this piece of land was an exception. The Scarlet Land covered a large area. The deeper they went into the hinterland, the stronger the smell of blood. Slowly, they saw the gigantic demon's corpse. Their corpses were half-rotten, attracting a flock of vultures and other monsters. They gathered around the corpse, gnawing on the rotten flesh while staring at Igyoza and the others. Their yellow eyes were filled with hunger, revealing an indescribable greed. Human, a fresh young girl. In the next moment, a dark blue sword energy pierced through its head. In the midst of the spurting blood, the vultures flapped their wings in fear and flew away. The monsters cowered and retreated. Powerful spiritual power, young age. She was a rare powerhouse. Provoking her might not be beneficial. Their eyes changed from fierce to alert, squeezing each other as they watched Igyoza leave. As the excavator moved away, they returned to their original nature, gathered around their newly dead companions, and ate them until nothing was left. On the vast plains, the sound of them chewing on white bones reverberated. Igyoza frowned and scolded. A bunch of animals. He really didn't expect that after spending half a month here, not only was there no legendary oasis full of vitality, but it had become a red desert. Corpses were everywhere, and cannibalism was everywhere. How was this a pure land that monsters yearned for? It was clearly purgatory on Earth. The gap between reality and ideal was too big, and he couldn't help but wonder if he had gone in the wrong direction. Nara, are you sure this is the direction? Igyoza asked directly without turning his head. Nara couldn't help but look at Saishomaru. Seeing the puppy lying in its nest nodding, he immediately replied, "Yes, I'm sure this is the direction, but why don't I see an oasis? I heard that this area is like spring all year round, and there are often monster markets that sell all kinds of strange things." A war broke out. Nara fulfilled the role of a follower and comforted him. When the war is over, and the flying monster moth and the other me are defeated, this place will return to normal. Igyoza nodded, and then he found that following the direction pointed by Nara, there were more corpses of monsters, and the traces of battle were more tragic. One of the lakes had been dyed blood red, and a large number of the fish inside had turned their bellies upside down and died. Half of the giant snake was dead, and only half of the huge snake head was left. The monster aura was very strong, and the monsters that stayed here to eat were also very strong. Unlike the small monsters in the previous areas, they didn't even observe and pounced on them to eat. Without saying a word, Igyoza took out his sword and attacked fiercely. In the group attack of 6 Directions the Only, he took out the lid of the frying pan and suddenly added a powerful shield dance. Shield dance was the group attack skill of Blue Cloud Daddy, and it was an explosive skill that killed without blinking. With the black and red flames around him, and the inner force complemented it, it could continue to hurt the enemy until the effect of the skill ended. With the Blue Cloud Shield Dance and the only of 6 Directions, Igyoza was like a walking killing machine. Wherever he went, even the strongest monsters were killed. If it weren't for the poor quality of the frying pan's lid, he might have been able to kill them more quickly. With his group attack and long-range combat, and Kimamaro's close combat, the dogs who wanted to help scratched their claws, and found that they could only watch from the sidelines. Igyoza was having a great time fighting. He lifted the deformed pot lid and smashed it on the nose of a demon. Then, he flipped his hand and smashed it on the face of another demon. Seeing that the lid couldn't be used, the monsters became more arrogant. Igyoza sneered and took out a hard, durable, and long-lasting, the lid of a high-pressure frying pan. The monsters were speechless. When it came to shifting the blame, Igyoza was a professional. He had just made a shield dance, starting gesture, and his waist was slightly bent back. When the monsters saw that the pressure cooker was about to be thrown out, they were scared and retreated. Yigyoza retracted his posture, and the monsters quickly approached. Yigyoza bent back, and the monsters quickly retreated. He was having a lot of fun, and while doing fake moves, he added real moves. Between real and fake, the number of monsters decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. As he used the last inexhaustible, the only strong enemy died under his sword. Kimimaro returned to his side, and his white bones were stained with blood. "Sir, I won." Yigyoza gave Kimimaro a loving hug. He was a child, and when asking for a reward, adults must be sincere. Not only did he have to praise him, but he also had to give him a gift. "Say it, Kimimaro. What do you want?" "I'll buy you a remote control plane, a luxury car model, and a warship figurine." Kimimaro shook his head and suddenly said, "Sir, you'll remember me forever, right?" "Huh." Yigyoza was a little confused. "What? Remember you forever? Isn't that obvious?" "Then, I hope that you'll remember me forever." Kimimaro smiled, and his eyes curved. "This is the gift I want the most." As he grew older, the blood-stained boundary became more and more powerful. The traces of atavism in his body suppressed the nourishment of Yigyoza's spiritual power and further eroded his body. When Senju Takuma said that he wouldn't live for long, he believed it. When he said that there was no way to solve this problem, he also believed it. In the end, he would disappear in the life of the person he loved the most. 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, he wanted her to remember him. Whether it was Huiyi, Kimimaro, or freedom of the waves. She gave him freedom, and he would give up everything to give her the freedom she wanted. That was his lord, and that was what he believed in. But, as long as he understood some of his little thoughts, it would be fine. When the time came, he would find a quiet place to leave. He would let her believe that he would be free to live in some corner of the world forever. He would not allow himself to let her shed a single tear. Kimimaro's obedience and understanding exceeded Yigyoza's imagination, and he couldn't help but rub his head. For some reason, looking at this child's gentle smile, he felt a little uneasy. Kimimaro's lord was good at close combat, and his physical defense was excellent. He really didn't know what to give a combat talent who could attack and defend. He didn't like to play, and liked to read quietly. He didn't like weapons, and liked to play with white bones. He didn't like noise, and liked to be alone. He didn't like to move around, and liked to cultivate and meditate. Yigyoza sighed, and opened the shop to look for expensive items. Since he was being raised as a child, he had to give him the best. He finally chose one thing, the Kiss of the Elves. The Kiss of the Elves, a magical legendary item in the shop, was a necklace with simple yet elegant workmanship. Its appearance was very unique, with silver intertwined branches and leaves as the chain, and green water droplets as the pendant. It was like a fruit that was born on a silver wondrous tree that was exuberant with vitality, and it was brimming with boundless and high vitality. It was as gentle as water, compatible, and had a buff effect on the wearer of any attribute. The Kiss of the Elves, the creator's unique pet. Not only did it nourish the body and prolong life, but it would also activate absolute defense when the wearer's life was in danger. Every time it was used, the green water droplets would dim a little. When the green faded, absolute defense would disappear. And the pendant would completely turn silver, and it would have another function, teleportation. An enemy who could shatter all absolute defense was definitely an opponent that was difficult to deal with. At this time, there was no other way but to run. It could be said that the design of this chain was very user-friendly. However, its price really left Yigyoza speechless. 10 years. He hesitated for a moment, and thinking of the vague uneasiness in his heart, he finally gritted his teeth and bought it. Then, with a solemn expression, he pretended to take something out of his pocket and immediately put the Kiss of the Elves on Kimimaro. He could earn back 10 years of time after spending it. But on the battlefield, he could never find Kimimaro again if he lost him. No matter where this uneasiness came from, he had to strangle it in the cradle. "Sir, don't leave it. It's a gift." Yigyoza looked straight into Kimimaro's eyes and gave a rare reminder. "You will encounter a lot of danger with me. Protect yourself." Kimimaro nodded as if he didn't understand. Only Nara and the dogs narrowed their eyes. They stared at the necklace that Kimimaro put into his collar and kept close to his body for safekeeping. Their minds were spinning quickly. She also has a treasure trove similar to the Gate of Babylon, right? Gilgamesh analyzed. That chain is full of vitality. It's a rare treasure. Everyone has their own secrets. There's no need to dig into it. Uchiha Madara sneered. Why? Do you really want the owner's treasure trove? TSK, a mongrel. You can't question this king's tolerance. Gilgamesh retorted. This king's treasure trove contains everything in the world. How can I covet other people's things? You don't even have the tolerance to tolerate others. Why should this king call himself this king? He's really angry. The dogs glanced at him. However, what Gilgamesh said made sense. A king should have the power of a king. They themselves were the unique powerhouses in the world. If they were bewitched by external things, why should they call themselves powerhouses? The mind and will of a powerhouse would always be stronger than the body and strength. What did other people's relics and weapons have to do with them? Not everyone thinks the same way. Saishomaru opened his half-closed eyes. Kimimaro can be trusted. What about Nara? The dogs looked at Nara and saw him staring straight at Kimimaro's collarbone. He did not move his eyes away for a long time. That's right. This guy loves to collect jade of 4 souls. He probably covets the treasures a lot. They were not afraid of the brat's strength, but they understood the horror of greed. If Nara has any bad intentions towards the owner or has the intention to rebel and leak the news that the owner has a treasure, it's better for Nara to be killed. Under the dog's watchful eyes, Nara shuddered and suddenly woke up. I forgot myself. Nara turned his head quietly and found that the dogs were either sleeping or licking their paws. They did not seem to care. He breathed a sigh of relief and calmed his emotions. Ichiuza seems to have a lot of good things on him. Unfortunately, he can't kill her and is often killed by her. Plus the dogs around her. He must be out of his mind to fight her head-on. If that's the case, it seems that the only way to get better resources is to gain her trust. Nara pondered and decided to perform well to improve his status. However, the plan could not keep up with the changes. When they entered the West, there was a major change in Nara's life. There were 2 ways to enter the West. One was to look for the ever-changing door in the sky. The other was to find the hub of the barren land and use blood that was filled with demonic power to break the entrance from the outside. The hub of the barren land was a huge rock. It was surrounded by a mountain of corpses and was covered with mottled blood on the empty plains. The flying demon moths started a war. They tried to use their demonic blood and resentment to corrode the entrance and destroy the passage. However, they encountered a strong enemy and their plan failed miserably. Ichiuza drove the excavator to move away a pile of corpses. It didn't take long for him to find broken arrows on many corpses. Nara suddenly got up, quickly stepped forward, pulled the arrows from the corpses, and examined them carefully. It's Kikyo. His expression was very complicated. Kikyo has been here. Nara looked around, clenched the arrow in his hand, and pursed his lips. In the West? Kikyo. Kikyo is here too? Ichiuza put away the excavator and put it into the backpack. He drew his sword and approached the rock. Is it here? Then the question is, how do I get in a rock? I don't see the door. Nara didn't say anything. Her fingers gently stroked the arrow, wiping off the blood on it little by little. Ichiuza raised the sword and hacked at the rock for a while. Only then did he find that the rock was very strange. There was not even a sword mark, let alone a crack. He put his hand on the rock and tapped it gently. Taking advantage of this, Saishomaru quietly stepped forward. Because he only had 3 paws, he could only straighten his body and put his front paws on the rock according to Ichiuza's rhythm. Then, he injected his monster power into the rock. In an instant, layers of silver ripples surged on the surface of the rock, like a key entering the keyhole, rotating, and opening the long-closed door. The pure blood descendants of the West, their monster power was the key to open the door. This was a means set up by the White Dog clan to protect the clan. For generations, no one could break the defense of the door. The rock suddenly came to life. With the vibration of the ripples, the dust and stone chips on it slowly peeled off. The folded rock layer condensed into deep wrinkles and gradually turned into an old man's face, showing a sense of vicissitudes of life. He opened his closed eyes, and his voice was old and heavy. Pure blood, descendants. Under Yigyoza's vigilant gaze, Elder Rock's dull eyes deeply fixed on a young dog. Then, he frowned and stared at Saishomaru's missing arm. The wound was smooth, and the arm seemed to have been cut off by a sharp weapon. Is the war not over yet? His voice was muffled, revealing deep exhaustion. Never mind, the war will not end. The Scarlet Ground was still the Scarlet Ground. Whether it was 1,000 years ago or 1,000 years later, whenever he opened his eyes, the Scarlet Ground was blood red, and there were piles of rotten bones. And in every tragic battle in the demon world, the White Dog clan would appear. For thousands of years, this clan had protected the Scarlet Ground, protected the pure land of the West, and for this, they had sacrificed a lot. Perhaps after every war, the Scarlet Ground would shine with new life. But under the thriving life, there were many white bones of great demons buried. You go in. Elder Rock didn't look at anyone. Wherever his eyes went, Saishomaru was the only color between heaven and earth. After saying that, he seemed to be tired. The old man's face disappeared, and a crack suddenly appeared in the middle, opening outwards little by little. A dazzling light flowed out of the crack. Like a warm wind, it rolled up all of them and sent them into the world behind the door. Yigyoza didn't know that when Saishomaru's breath appeared in the west, the beautiful woman lying on the throne in the palace in the clouds had already opened her beautiful half-closed eyes. She sat for a while, then slowly got up. Dragging her gorgeous Haori, she walked elegantly along the high stairs, and there was a playful smile on her lips. Saishomaru, you still remember to come back to see your mother. She played with her white hair and said meaningfully, you really touched me. Her son had left home for 100 years and hadn't returned. He was always thinking about his dead father's inheritance. He was rebellious, dislikable, and needed a lesson. When she heard that he had gone missing some time ago, she was a little worried. She kept thinking that if he died outside, then he might as well just die outside. Lingyu, a mortal fairy, expressionlessly held up the underworld Dao stone on her neck and opened the mirror image to look for her son. But when she opened the mirror image, she widened her eyes. Her son, Saishomaru, who had always been cold, unromantic, and didn't get close to women, who only thought about fighting and becoming stronger, and who was about to become a 1,000-year single dog, had actually turned into a puppy, and he was even nestled in the arms of a young girl. Lingyu, a mortal fairy's expression was calm, and she still maintained her noble and dignified demeanor. But only she knew what she was really thinking. She never thought that the dead general dog's inheritance would be so toxic. It was fine that he liked humans, but how did he give birth to 2 children, and each of them liked humans more than the other? What was going on with turning into a puppy and getting close to humans? Was this still the eldest son that she was so proud of? Which little brat always mocked and ridiculed his father, and also looked down on human women? Which little brat slapped away the demoness that she had carefully selected, and coldly left home for 100 years? Saishomaru, you little brat. But this young girl was indeed very beautiful. Lingyu, a mortal fairy, stared at Yigyoza, and she raised her hand to cover her mouth and smiled. Even if it was an illusory mirror image, the aura on the young girl was as clean as a mountain spring, tender and clear, and could be seen at a glance. Different from the noble women that she was familiar with, the young girl was full of vitality, and her personality was also very fierce. She actually grabbed the back of Saishomaru's neck and threw him to little white hair beside her. She saw her own son staring at the young girl's back view coldly, and then he jumped down and chased after her. That's really interesting, Saishomaru. Do you really care about that child? Come to think of it, raven hair, porcelain white skin, exquisite facial features, a slim figure. Although she was not fully grown, her looks were already obvious. If she were to fully grow out, she would probably be an outstanding beauty. 100 years ago, 16th Night was a famous beauty in the world, as pure as a jasmine as beautiful as a cherry blossom. If he did not have the capital, General Quan would not have changed his tastes and even fell in love with her. However, in Ling Yu Immortal Fairy's eyes, 16th Night was indeed a beauty that could cause the downfall of cities and countries, but she was still miles away from the young girl in the mirror. She seemed to have gathered the essence of heaven and earth, and every frown and smile was filled with an indescribable beauty, unfettered, comfortable, self-centered, and cheerful without any desires or demands. She interpreted beauty, and also used a kind of honesty to sublimate beauty. Ling Yu Immortal Fairy was a famous great demon and the true ruler of Shi country. She had the magnanimity and brains of a ruler, and before she married General Quan, she was the Ling Yu Queen of this land. General Quan was only a general, and compared to a ruler, he was still too far away. Their marriage was for the benefit of the White Dog clan, and also because of the great demon's reproductive instinct, but it was purely a physical relationship, and it did not mean that they had no feelings for each other. General Quan gave her a comfortable and relaxed period of time, and she also gave her feelings to him. Unfortunately, he was not a guy who fell in love. He fell in love with a human and betrayed her. Ling Yu Immortal Fairy put away the mirror image and stroked the underworld path stone. This underworld path stone was the last thing he gave her, so that his firstborn could complete the trial to sublimate itself. What a hateful fellow. He had left behind a legacy for everyone, but he had only given her an illusory relationship and a child who gave her a headache. 100 years had passed, and her feelings for him had long been worn down. She would not lose her heart because of a failed man, and she would not fall because of a human woman. Shi country was still a country where demons, half-demons, and humans lived happily, and nothing had changed, not even in war. Because she was Ling Yu Immortal Fairy, the true ruler of Shi country, she slowly walked down the stairs, graceful and elegant, as beautiful as the clouds. She slightly raised her chin, noble and domineering. Let Saishomaru come to see me. If he is not willing, then tie up the woman beside him. All the demon servants, wait. When did Lord Saishomaru have a woman? Didn't Lord Saishomaru want to marry Taisuya? So strange. Lord Saishomaru actually fell in love with a woman? Yijioza could not suppress a strange excitement, especially when he found out that this intersection led to the commercial street as soon as he entered the Shi country. He threw white firewood aside and was attracted by the dazzling array of new goods. He took out the gold, silver, and copper coins that had been accumulated in his backpack for a long time and started the buy route that only girls liked. This kimono is sky blue, very suitable for Meili Luo to wear. Buy. This fox mask is so cute, very suitable for Meili Luo to wear. Buy. This beautiful jade that is warm in winter and cool in summer is too rare. Very suitable for Meili Luo to wear. Buy. Wow. This basket of freshly picked demon fruits is very unique. Very suitable for Meili Luo to eat. Buy. Damn. Look at what he saw. There was a shining shield hanging in the weapon shop. Very suitable for Meili Luo to throw. Buy. Sorry, I can't buy it anymore. This shield that was cast with dragon scales was a purple-grade weapon, but it weighed 200 pounds. He couldn't lift it. Bah. He couldn't lift it. Bah. He couldn't lift it. Yijioza was a little sad. He touched the heavy shield lovingly, and finally gave an order to the demons in the shop, asking them to help create a purple-grade pot lid equals demons. This was the first time they saw someone come to the weapon shop to make a pot lid equals. An older demon couldn't help but ask, "Little girl, why do you want a pot lid? Was the shield in the shop not practical enough?" Yijioza sighed. A pot lid is very good. It can be used for defense on the battlefield, to cook at home, to block rain, and to block arrows. Can your shields be that strong? If I had to say, a pot lid is the real beauty. Demons. What she said made sense. Why don't we make a batch of pot lids in the future? Because Yijioza opened up new ideas and a new source of income for them. The 1,000 gold that he had to pay to make a pot lid was immediately reduced to 500 gold. Using 500 gold in exchange for a purple-grade weapon, Yijioza was very happy. So, he immediately became friends with the demons, providing various designs of pot lids to ensure that customers who needed them were satisfied. The demons were very touched and promised to send one to Yi Gyoza at a 50% discount for every new product. Both sides reached a consensus and had a pleasant cooperation. Dogs. Saishomaru looked back at the shield hanging on the wall, not saying a word. Yi Gyoza felt like he was going crazy. He didn't understand why he would go into a rouge and powder shop and buy a lot of beauty cream. When he came back to his senses, the number of beauty cream in his backpack had reached 100. No. He couldn't chop his hands anymore. He was a real man. How could I buy this kind of sissy beauty cream? In the blink of an eye. Oh my goodness. Another kimono shop. Let's go in and take a look. Yi Gyoza happily continued to chop his hands. Dogs. They felt like their legs were about to break. Why wasn't Yi Gyoza tired? How much longer is she going to shop? Uchiha Madara was like a diligent old ox, carrying a pile of beautiful kimonos. His eyes seemed to have lost hope. Why is it clothes again? And red. This is rose red. 9 Orchid Flower wasn't spared either. He carried a basket of jewelry, looking weak. The ones I bought before were pink, orange, red, and water red. Aren't they all red? Uchiha Madara's face was distorted. What's the difference? 9 Orchid Flower shook his head. There's a difference. Pink is light, orange is bright, rose is charming, water red is charming, and red is beautiful. This was probably the benefit of having raised a younger sister. He thought about how many lipsticks he had bought for Yuheim. He couldn't even remember them. Anyway, he just had to buy a full set. Dogs were in awe of 9 Orchid Flower's analysis and expressed that it was unreasonable. How much longer is she going to buy? Gilgamesh carried a basket of fruits and felt that his status had been dragged down a lot. When will she stop? Don't expect a woman to stop shopping. Aizen carried a variety of snacks and said helplessly, unless she runs out of money, otherwise, dogs couldn't help but fall silent. Yoshia Sakura had been watching from the side, but ever since Yi Gyoza tied the mask on his back, he felt like he was going crazy. Is there any way to stop a woman from shopping? Yoshia Sakura frowned. Destroy this place? No. 9 Orchid Flower shook his head. If you destroy her street, she'll destroy you. Yoshia Sakura was speechless. The best way is to buy this street and give it to her. Dogs were speechless. After a long time, Saishomaru took a deep breath. She's starting to buy shoes. Dogs were speechless. I can't live like this anymore. Oh right, where's Nara? They turned around and saw Nara holding all kinds of things and struggling to hold a basket in his mouth. Forget it. He's also very pitiful. Let's not hurt each other anymore. Yi Gyoza walked from one end of the street to the other until he was stopped by a group of guards with solemn expressions. They bowed as soon as they saw him. They didn't look around, and their legs were straight. They didn't have the arrogance of a monster at all. Instead, they looked very amiable. After asking, he found out that their mistress seemed to be interested in him and wanted to invite him for lunch. Yi Gyoza was excited. This was the first time a woman had struck up a conversation with him. Oh my God. Although the person who came was a subordinate, although he hadn't even seen her face, but he had even thought of the name of their future child. When it came to women, Yi Gyoza's single soul began to play tricks. He happily followed in the footsteps of strangers and was easily abducted. Dogs were speechless. Owner, please, turn around and look at us. They followed behind weakly and didn't notice that Saishomaru had quietly landed and slowly disappeared at the back with the leader of the group. Master Saishomaru, Master Ling Yu wants you to see her. Saishomaru said in a human voice. He closed his eyes and suddenly said, the shop behind. What's wrong, Master? Is someone disrespectful to you? No. He was silent for a moment, but after a while he said, move this street to the palace. His legs were just sore from walking. He wouldn't have to walk if he moved there. What the hell? Master Saishomaru, what's wrong with you? Xiejian, who had been acting as a wallflower, clenched his skull cane tightly. His heart was already full of tears. Why did he feel like he was marrying off his daughter? Saishomaru, a good cabbage that he had raised for hundreds of years, was suddenly taken by the pig next door. What's more, it was his cabbage that went there willingly. He felt terrible. Chapter 100. The moment Igyoza stepped onto the stairway to the sky, he raised his head. He looked at the stairs that reached into the clouds with a resolute and forbearing gaze. His eyes were filled with devotion, as if he was on a pilgrimage. Passerby, tell me, do you want to ask my fairy to live in the sky? The corner of the monster guard's mouth twitched. I understand the logic, but what is passerby? He restrained all of his expressions, lowered his head, and said in a low voice, Yes, but I didn't expect that I would live for so long. Am I finally going to see the right girl? Igyoza sighed. His tone was filled with obvious excitement. There was obvious excitement in his voice. I met you, the most beautiful you, at the end of this road. He took the first step, he took the second step, he took the third step. The monster guard wanted to say something but hesitated. Please wait, actually. You don't have to stop me. I have made up my mind. Igyoza raised his hand to stop him from saying what he wanted to say, leaving everyone with a righteous back view. She is waiting for me there. I will let her know my determination. My fate is up to me, not the heavens. I will definitely rely on my own strength to reach your current level. Please wait. The monster guard could not help but raise his voice. Actually? Fuck. There are always dogmen trying to stop me from picking up girls and swearing. Igyoza turned his head and glanced at him coldly. Then, he suddenly activated his great Qinggong. He flew towards the top of the stairway that was tens of thousands of feet long, leaving behind 6 dogs, Nara and Kimimaro, as well as a number of guards. With a gust of cold wind blowing, the monster guard put down his raised hand and numbly added what he wanted to say. Actually, we have a demon car that goes straight to the top of the sky. Everyone. They could not help but look at the stairway. At this moment, the back view of Igyoza climbing up with difficulty was so retarded equals. Nara could not help but cover her face. Why didn't you say it earlier? The monster guard felt wronged. She didn't give me a chance to finish speaking. Dogs. Then the problem was, what if Igyoza was exhausted like a dead dog, drenched in sweat, and saw them passing by her one by one in the demon carriage? Even if they didn't die, they would at least lose a layer of skin, right? But if he didn't take the demon carriage, it wouldn't be so easy to climb the 10,000 feet heavenly stairway. In the end, the dogs coldly and heartlessly abandoned their owners and chose the most comfortable and convenient way to reach their destination. What sharing wheel and woe? What sharing wheel and woe? None of that existed. The giant eagle flapped its wings and parted the clouds. The billowing airwaves pushed Igyoza to both sides, making him stagger and almost fall from the heaven stairway. He squinted his eyes and looked up, only to see a huge black shadow sweeping past, flapping its wings and flying high like a rock. Behind it, it was pulling an exquisite little carriage. The 6 dogs lay at the back of the carriage, resting their heads on the edge of the carriage, quietly watching Igyoza. Igyoza was half lying on the ladder, his long hair dancing in the wind, looking up at them in a silly manner. The distance between them was getting further, and the demon carriage was getting smaller and smaller. After a long time, an earth-shattering roar came from below the clouds. Shit. Wait for me. Let me hitch a ride. Hey, don't pretend not to hear. Igyoza stretched out his hand, but Ziwei didn't turn around in the carriage. After 2 hours, Igyoza finally moved to the top. He leaned on the long sword, sweating all over, like a seriously injured old bull, rolled his eyes, and came to the huge square in front of the palace. He panted heavily, looked across the square, and fell on the high throne. His blurry vision slowly focused, and he saw a dignified and beautiful woman sitting on the throne lazily. She seemed to be looking at him. She was staring at him. Oh shit. Fairy sister, are you my master? Look at me. Look at me. I'm your saber. Igyoza showed a satisfied smile, as if he had finally stuffed enough red envelopes into his wife's room, and his whole body was filled with the holy light of happiness. He wiped his sweat, calmed his breathing, and walked forward with trembling legs. He ignored the guards on both sides, ignored Nara's hesitant expression, ignored Kimimaro's figure running towards him. Step by step, he finally stood in front of Ling Yu, a mortal fairy. When Ling Yu, a mortal fairy's full appearance came into view, Igyoza instantly felt like he had fallen into a wonderful dream. A beauty that could make a city fall, another beauty that could make a country fall. So there really was a fairy above the clouds. She had golden eyes, slender eyebrows, and the slight tilt at the corner of her eyes and the tip of her eyebrows rendered her compelling beauty. She had snow-white skin, a jade-like nose, small cherry lips, and a noble temperament. She wore a gorgeous dress and had a warm and thick fluffy tail. Her figure was hot and eye-catching, and even though she was lazily leaning on the throne, she exuded an aggressive beauty. Fierce, ostentatious, sharp, charming, affectionate, graceful. There were very few women who could control the combination of hardness and softness so well, and could even display their temperament and beauty to the fullest. She was a one-in-a-million beauty, and even more so a one-of-a-kind queen. But, Fairy Sister's face, it seemed a little familiar. Where have I seen her before? Ah, that must be in a dream. Igyoza had never seen such beauty before. He did not hide the amazement in his eyes, and expressed his thoughts straightforwardly. The pure admiration in his eyes did not contain any desire, only praise and shock, greatly satisfying Ling Yu's pride as a beauty. She raised her sleeves and lightly covered the corner of her mouth, glanced at her puppy-like son, and smiled subtly. I really did not expect you to be able to climb to the top. Little girl, your stamina seems to be not bad. This not bad stamina could be said to have a deeper meaning. But in Igyoza's ears, when a woman praised a man's not bad stamina, it was an affirmation of his ability. It was the prelude to darling, we can get married and have babies. At this moment, Igyoza was no longer panting. His waist was no longer sore, and his legs no longer hurt. His limbs and bones were filled with righteousness, and he could climb the stairway to heaven by 3 times. Wow, the fairy praised me. I have to quickly express my loyalty. He was extremely excited, and said full of vigor, Fairy Sister, my name is Igyoza, this year, 13 years old. Looks that can't scare people to death, body is excellent, and everything I eat is delicious. Do you think I can? Do you think I can? When these words fell into Ling Yu, a mortal fairy's ears, it immediately became another meaning. Ling Yu King. I'm already a big girl at 13 years old. Looks are not bad, body is good, and appetite is great. Do you think I can give birth to a puppy for your son? Sigh, this girl is really straightforward. When did the marriage style of humans become so open? Ling Yu, a mortal fairy, glanced at Saishomaru again, but saw that his dog face was still as cold as ice, and even his eyes did not waver. She could not help but blink at him, but saw that her son did not move at all, as steady as a mountain. As if he did not understand what they were talking about. My stupid son. Your father had a wife when he was 200 years old, and you are already 400 years old. It's fine that you rejected the female demon that I sent, but you don't even like humans anymore? Could it be that you like men? Heh, stinking brat. I think you don't want your remaining 3 dog legs anymore. Ling Yu, a mortal fairy's thoughts turned quickly, but she still smiled and maintained a gentle look. Of course I'm satisfied. It's rare to see such a lively little girl like you among the human girls. I'm very satisfied with your stamina and endurance, and you can definitely withstand the demands of a big demon. Moreover, your body is very healthy, and you can definitely give birth to litters of cute puppies. It doesn't matter if you are a human, as long as I can enlighten my stupid son. Not only will I die alone, I can even accept giving birth to a bunch of half-demons. The West Country is a paradise with strong compatibility. The half-demons in the outside world live in the cracks, but the half-demons here live happily and happily. As long as you are strong, no problem will be a problem. Igyoza's face was flushed, and his eyes were bright. He could hear the hidden meaning in the goddess's words. I'm very satisfied with your strong and tall body. It's rare to see such a stalwart and handsome man like you among the humans. I like you, and want to do it with you. Ah, as long as you're satisfied. Igyoza was extremely excited. Then, although it's a little presumptuous, I still want to ask. His fair little face blushed, revealing an intoxicated and seductive look. When can we start? Oh my. After being a single dog for close to 30 years, He is finally going to bid farewell to his virginity. This is simply too exciting. The goddess's eyes were like a torch. She could see the essence of his eight-pack from his girly appearance, and she even had an epiphany of his loyal, manly qualities. She was simply a scanner among the fairies. Unexpectedly, when Yijioza said this, even Ling Yu, a mortal fairy's heart trembled. She did not expect Yijioza to take the initiative to this extent. Since Master Ling Yu is satisfied, then, although I feel embarrassed, I still want to ask, when can I and Master Saishomaru have a dog? Ling Yu, a mortal fairy, she had never seen such a pure, refined, and unpretentious girl, completely different from those flirtatious bitches outside. Well, there's no rush. After hundreds of years, a silly girl finally sent herself to his door. It would not be good if she was too anxious and scared her away. No matter what, she had to let them get along, lest her silly son accidentally sent her flying again. Ling Yu, a mortal fairy, smiled. You can stay in the West Nation for now. We will make arrangements after the war is over. The human girl was 13 years old. It was already the age to get married. It would be a pity to miss out on such a sweet peach-like girl. Yijioza understood Ling Yu, a mortal fairy's condition. There's no rush. We can cultivate our relationship first. When you help the West Nation win the war, we can put our relationship on the table. She is indeed a fairy. She does not want a house, does not want a car, and does not care about his meager salary. As long as he proves to her that he is a real man who can fight on the battlefield, it will be a good thing. Oh my God. There is actually a goddess in this world who does not look at a man's appearance, but focuses on the beauty of a man's heart. I will love you for 10,000 years. How can I reject such a great kindness? As a man, he cannot say that he is not good enough. Yijioza replied firmly, I will not let you down. His voice was loud and clear. He bet all his determination and dignity as a man. At this moment, even Ling Yu, a mortal fairy, could not help but be moved by his persistence. Don't worry, I will not let you down. I will bring healthy and cute puppies to the West Nation. Ling Yu, a mortal fairy, nodded. She had a good impression of Yijioza. Ever since Saishomaru became an adult, it was not that he had not been pursued by female demons. It was just that after being rejected time and time again, they were all disheartened and threw themselves into the arms of other demons. Unexpectedly, after 200 years, a piece of burning coal finally appeared, intending to melt the ice that was his son. Saishomaru was good at talking, good at giving birth, and even allowed the other party to stay by his side. It seemed like this could happen. Both of them talked intimately for a long time. They were obviously thinking of two different things, but they were able to use their terrifying imagination to fill in the unexpressed meaning of the other party's words. After talking for a while, both sides were happy. Yijioza maintained his dreamy smile, feeling dizzy, and left the place with his people, but he neglected the small figure of white firewood. He did not notice that it had quietly stayed behind. Dogs, why does it feel like something is wrong? West Countryside Hall, in an elegant and exquisite room. Ling Yu, a mortal fairy, lazily leaned against the snow-white fur tail. Through the rising fragrance of tea, she looked at her son, who was sitting on the other side of the short tea table. After not seeing him for 100 years, her son was as cold as ice as ever. His whole body was cold and white, like the snow on the mountain peak, never melting all year round. Saishomaru, what's going on with your body? Ling Yu, a mortal fairy, did not talk nonsense. She threw away the gentle facade and became a real strict mother. The demon power is 3 times denser, but it has not been assimilated. If not for your talent, you would have been crippled by now. Saishomaru had always been mature and steady, arrogant since he was young. He pursued domineering ways. He had always trusted himself and looked down on external forces. Other than being too obsessed with Taisuya, he would never covet power that did not belong to him. But now, the aura around him was mixed, blocked by various forces that were difficult to clear. They were huge and dense, crowded together. Unless one used gentle spiritual power to slowly melt and guide them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Saishomaru looked up. Why do you think? I am following that human? Ling Yu, a mortal fairy, was slightly stunned. I, Saishomaru, will not do unnecessary things. His voice was cold, low and cold. Her spiritual power can solve my problem. Otherwise, Why would I let the person who offended me live for so long? Saishomaru's slender fingers lightly tapped the edge of the cup, his voice containing a warning, "Mother, do not do unnecessary things." His son was still that son, cold and heartless like a stone. Unfortunately, this last sentence was said at the wrong time. Saishomaru, you actually came to warn Mother for this kind of thing? I did not say that I wanted to interfere with anything. Lingyu, a mortal fairy, glanced at him, rubbed the underworld Dao stone on her neck, and said slowly, "Is natural tooth useful?" Saishomaru. Saishomaru, put down the cup, chopper. Lingyu, a mortal fairy, turned her head, looked at him, and said with a rare serious tone, "Saishomaru, even if it is a chopper, it has been used by your biological father for 800 years. You still don't understand? You still don't understand? Understand what?" She looked at her son, and after a while she looked away. "Go back first? It is not that time yet. He still needs a little more time. As long as there is a chance, he can." Lingyu, a mortal fairy, leaned against the fluffy tail. She looked at her eldest son's leaving figure and sighed slightly. The reason why great demons were great demons, other than having great power, they also had a strong and tenacious heart. There was a balance between all things, but great demons had the ability to break the balance. Therefore, if a demon only knew how to destroy but did not know how to restrain, only knew how to destroy but did not know how to protect, it would never be able to truly step into the ranks of great demons. Strength and temperament, both were indispensable. Only when Saishomaru truly understood the meaning of protecting, understood the value of all living things, could he restrain his killing intent because of compassion, and could reflect on himself because of kindness, could he truly have the tolerance and character of a king. Now, his obsession with Taisuya had disappeared, but he was still trying to find his own power. "TSK, my stupid son. It's all General Dog's fault. His sons are all dumber than the other." Lingyu, a mortal fairy, narrowed her eyes. Since the child was back, she did not need to worry about the flying demon moth anymore. Leaving that flying insect for Saishomaru to practice was also a good thing. Igyoza was in his new temporary home, organizing his backpack, and expressionlessly spread out the pile of things he bought on the floor. Look at what stupid thing he did previously. Cut off his hand. Oh shit. He also bought a pile of duplicate things, and spent a lot of money. The worst thing was, his mind was filled with joy, and he did not have any rationality at all. 100 boxes of beauty cream. Should I throw it away? No, the price is not cheap. If I give it to someone, the goddess might not like it. If I give it to a banshee, I can't let the goddess misunderstand that I am interested in someone else. So annoying. Forget it. I'll keep it for myself. 66 kimonos. Should I throw it away? No, it's even more expensive. If I give it to someone, even demons are bigger than me. If I give it to a banshee, it's not appropriate for a man to give clothes to a woman. So annoying. Forget it. I'll keep it for myself. 33 pieces of jewelry. Should I throw it away? No, the price is too high. If I give it to someone, I'm very reluctant. If I give it to a banshee, why should I give it to someone who has nothing to do with me? So annoying. Forget it. I'll keep it for myself. Igyoza sorted out for a long time, rummaging through them, but in the end, he could not bear to throw anything away. If you don't want to throw it away, then don't throw it away. I'm a thrifty young man, not a stingy one. However, it's better not to do this kind of buy thing in the future. He is a real man, and sooner or later he will get the goddess. How can he be so dishonest? He made up his mind to stay away from the commercial street, but plans could not keep up with changes. Igyoza never expected that the commercial street outside would actually move into the Western Kingdom Palace. Damn, an entire street. An entire street. Damn it, it moved in. How will I live in the future? Igyoza stayed in the palace for a long time. In order to prevent himself from chopping off his hands, he shut himself in the palace and spent all his energy on training his body. In order to get the goddess's favor, he had to train his strong chest muscles and smooth abdominal muscles, or else the goddess would look down on him for being too feminine. It was not easy to find a beautiful woman who was willing to live with him. He must do his best for her. But he did not know what went wrong with the training method in his previous life. He stayed in the Western Kingdom for half a month, doing push-ups and sit-ups every day. But not only did he not gain any muscle, his body became more and more slender. What was most unbelievable to him was the 2 lumps of flesh on his chest became bigger and bigger like balloons equals no. No. He was training his chest muscles. Why did he increase his cup size? He was stretching his muscles. Why did he raise his butt? He was training his abdominal muscles. Why did he slim his waist? After half a month, not only did he not become a man, but he became more and more feminine. Not to mention Nara and Kimimaro. Even his own dog began to dislike him, and even Fu Chang was not willing to let him hug it. Damn, he was so angry. Yi Jioza began to feel uncomfortable as the changes in his body became more obvious. He suddenly found that the bigger the chest, the more sore his neck, the more perky his butt was, the more enchanting he walked, and the thinner his waist was, the uglier it was. Was there a problem with his training method, or was there something wrong with the feng shui in the Western Kingdom? Unable to hold back, Yi Jioza sat in the hot spring to wash off his sweat, and he weighed his chest with both hands, feeling that it was getting heavier. He did not know what a girl's size should be at the age of 13, but when he thought of his junior high school classmates, there was really no one like him. Developed so exaggeratedly was it the legendary B cup that he could hold with one hand? Then the problem was, he was only 13. In a few years, would he still be alive? No, he could not think about it anymore. He had to take advantage of the time to settle the good things. What if the goddess ran away because of his body? Yi Jioza cleaned himself up and went to see Nara, asking for a lot of information. He planned to go to the Barren Land with the army sent by the Western Kingdom to fight the enemy. The departure date was set for 3 days later. He had to take a good rest and recharge. It was night. The light in the spacious room swayed. In the dim yellow light, Yi Jioza sat cross-legged on the tatami. His long hair was messy, and he stretched out his hands to unbutton his bra, but he could not find any method. The 6 dogs were lying on the ground with their backs to him, feeling complicated. When a girl grew up and matured, it was really too awkward to get along with her. Nara and Kimimaro had long avoided suspicion, but because they were in the shell of a dog, they were not guarded by their owner. She did not feel it when she was young, but when the girl grew up, she found that everything was a problem. As soon as she returned to the room, she would first take off her underwear and release the 2 jade rabbits. This action was abrupt and rude, and the soreness during puberty also forced her to raise her hands to rub her chest from time to time. To be reasonable, although they were dogs, they were also men. Even if they were a group of big bosses, they were not real Lu Xiaohui. An extremely beautiful woman sat in front of them, almost naked, and raised her hands to rub her private parts. This was too stimulating, and they did not dare to go in and out of Yi Jioza's room easily. But Yi Jioza, he did not have the consciousness of a woman, and he felt that a family should be together when he slept at night. This was fine. Sleeping together was not a big deal. They were just dogs. But the terrible thing was that Yi Jioza was used to being rough, and he did not like to be restrained at night. When he was a man, he slept in a pair of flat pants until dawn. Now that he was a woman, he still kept this habit. She liked to sleep naked This was a sweet and headache-inducing behavior for men. This was fine, but she was used to hugging dogs when she slept, and among them, white firewood was a ready-made warm baby. If it was not for the spiritual power, he really did not want to stay in this room. To be honest, they did not want to know what Saishomaru suffered every night All men knew. Colleague, did you sleep well at night? The owner's arms were still very warm, right? Aya, why are the dark circles under your eyes even heavier? Colleague, why do you look so tired? Are you not feeling well? Oh, why did your footsteps become so weak? Colleague, Saishomaru felt that he had never lived such a miserable life. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the day of departure. Yi Jioza lazily stretched out his hand from the quilt and stretched himself. As expected, when he looked up, he saw white firewood nestled next to the pillow. He did not know why this little guy was so uncomfortable with him, but as soon as he approached it, it was very alert, as if he was the enemy. But when he rolled his eyes and turned his hand to the Ursus, the little guy became fierce again, showing his teeth, as if he was going to bite off his hand. A few days ago, white firewood was sleeping in his arms, struggling as if it had rabies. But when he rolled his eyes and was about to change to a Pomeranian, this guy would obediently lie on his body, its golden eyes fixed on his hand, as if it was considering where to bite. Yigyoza. Although I don't know why, I feel a little scared in my heart sigh. A dog's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. It would be great if Enki was here. Perhaps he would tell him what was wrong with his cutie, rich and strong. For example, now, this guy was lying in his arms as a hand warmer in the first half of the night, but in the second half of the night, he came out and slept next to his pillow, curled up like a hamster, not moving at all. Was it because he had a strong sense of crisis because there were so many dogs around him, and he felt that he was not valued? No. Fuchiang, no matter how many dogs Daddy has, you will always be Daddy's spiritual pillar. Yigyoza turned around, half-propped himself up in the quilt, and raised his hand to rub White Firewood's soft fur. His long hair was loose, and his silhouette was beautiful. His two snow-white breasts were pressed against the tatami, forming a deep ravine. Lively and fragrant, nothing more than that. White Firewood curled up into a ball, ignoring him, and seemed to be sleeping soundly. Yigyoza got up to put on his clothes. His eyes swept across the dog kennel, and he sneered in his heart. Very good. This group of dead dogs also slept with their butts facing him today. He did not know what was wrong with each of them. Not only did they lose their previous hobbies, but they also liked to use their butts to attack people. They turned their backs to him before sleeping, and turned their backs to him when they woke up. Did they plan to not recognize him as their father? Well, he would not force it. Sometimes it must happen, and sometimes it won't happen. Hot pot. Ha. Yigyoza packed his things, ran out the door, and called Nara and Kimimaro over to the army. After he left, a sigh of relief came from the dog kennel that was as quiet as a chicken. They never knew how tiring it felt to be in the same room with a woman the heart was tired, and the body was even more tired the five dogs could not help but turn their eyes to White Firewood at the same time, and found that this guy was still curled up on the pillow, looking pitiful. Uchiha Madara could not help but remind him, Saishomaru, the owner has left. Saishomaru said coldly, It was really cold, and it was the tone of someone who could not make friends for 10,000 years. Uchiha Madara nodded and did not care. Let's go, follow the owner. Although this owner was very annoying, she was still an immature girl. If something happened to her, after all, she was a child that he had raised for a few years, and he really could not bear to see her suffer. The dogs left one after another, and only Aizen twitched his nose slightly, as if he had discovered something. Haha, very interesting. He left, and all the dogs left, and there was no longer a living creature around. White Firewood, who was beside the pillow, slowly loosened his curled-up body. His eyes were a little red, and it was unknown whether it was shame or anger. This small area was left with his strong breath, and all this loss of self-control was because of a charming dream. How could it be a human woman, in the end? He had overestimated himself and underestimated her allure to him. Yigyoza did not know that holding a dog to sleep would cause an accident. At this moment, he was immersed in the joy of reuniting with the goddess Kikyo and trying to clear the name of the idiot Nara. Unlike Gu Wei, who was simple and easy to fool, Kikyo recognized Nara at first sight and coldly raised the bow and arrow in his hand. Even if he broke his mouth, he could not change the fact that Kikyo was determined in his heart. Nara should die. 50 years of resentment from her death was not something that could be quelled in a short period of time. And her biggest obsession after waking up, apart from the hatred for Inuyasha, was the hatred for Nara. The man in front of her, in her world, was a thick darkness that could never be washed clean. Only his death could quell her anger and let her hatred come to an end. Nara did not avoid the influence of evil and Enigimo's obsession. In his heart, Kikyo was still the most special woman. After following Yigyoza for so many years, Yigyoza's mind had been cleansed by spiritual energy. Although he couldn't completely change his evil nature, he understood one thing. He loved Kikyo. Yigyoza was a beauty with great influence. But even though he had been with such a beauty for so many years, he was still obsessed with the white-clothed priestess and her dazzling arrows. Different people, different feelings. She would never care about him, but he had to care about her. Love, this kind of thing, has never been fair. But even if she resented him, and he was deprived of his life, he was willing. Without evil thoughts, without the influence of Enigmo's consciousness, he was just Nara, but he still wanted to be entangled with her. Since he was destined to die in her hands, then why did he have to say those thoughts out loud? Chapter 101. Nara had the style of a literary and artistic youth. The bullet screen in his heart was Deep Love in the Rain. Kikyu was carrying the template of the nemesis. The script was, Don't talk or fight. Kikyu pulled the bow full. The arrow full of spiritual power was aimed at Nara's throat. His eyes were sharp. His behavior was generous. The overflowing murderous aura filled the air, as if he was issuing a death notice to Nara. At the critical moment of life and death, Nara looked calm. He stared at Kikyu for a long time. Suddenly, he smiled in relief and no longer made any extra movements. He seemed to accept the dead end calmly. There was no dissatisfaction in his heart. Seeing this, Yijioza was eating melon seeds and felt that the gap between Nara and Kikyu was separated by the distance of love you for 10,000 years. The same woman he loved pointed a sharp weapon at his vital point. Joker could still have tears in his eyes, looking up at the sky at a melancholy and bright 45 degrees angle, saying the fine quote in the book of Picking Up Girls, love you for 10,000 years. And Nara in the same situation in a disadvantageous position. Not only did he not have a strong desire to survive, he also didn't know what the hell was going on in his mind, showing an expression as if he had understood it completely. Stupid tramp. Even if you can't love for 10,000 years, at least learn to say, love you for 50 years. This EQ. Damn. Nara really relied on his ability to be single. Why was he still worried? Do whatever you want, you have to pay back when you come out. The personal grudge between Kikyu and Nara, he was not qualified to intervene, and he could not intervene. Because if he intervened, it meant that he was standing on the opposite side of Kikyu. As for which was more important, Nara or the goddess, was there a need to ask? He could stab his brother with a knife, and he could stab his brother twice for a woman. However, Nara was not even a brother. Not to mention stab him twice. He could stab him 3 or 4 times and cut him into pieces to make sashimi. However, even if he raised a dog, he would have feelings for it. Nara had accompanied him for many years to relieve his boredom and comfort. Therefore, Yijioza decided to jump for this idiot before he died? A few times. Kikyo, it's meaningless to kill him like this. Yijioza sat on the broken rock with his dead fish eyes wide open, showing no restraint at all. He cheated you for 50 years, so you should have enslaved him for 50 years. Kikyo's arm was very steady and did not waver at all. Letting him die is letting him off lightly. Yijioza tried his best to reduce Nara's sentence. He tried his best to change the sentence from immediate beheading to reprieve. You see, he has done a lot of evil and owes a lot of money. If you shoot this arrow, who's going to work like a slave to atone for their sins? Kikyo glanced at him and lightly said, You and Nara together. I will settle accounts with you later. Yijioza's courage trembled, and he immediately became terrified. Ha ha ha. Nara is a man who has done all kinds of evil and has no conscience. Kikyo, you are enforcing justice on behalf of heaven by killing him. You are a role model for us righteous people. To tell you the truth, the main reason I hung out with this guy back then was to bring him to you. Yijioza explained in a sonorous and forceful voice. We went through countless difficulties and humiliation before we finally reached the shore of victory. Kikyo, I've sacrificed so much. Do you have the heart to settle accounts with me? Kikyu, Nara, I have never seen such a brazen person. Yijioza's act of selling himself as a good teammate dispelled the tense atmosphere between the two sides. Kikyu frowned and looked at Nara. After discovering that Nara's body was faintly glowing, he finally removed some of his killing intent. You purified him? Kikyu slowly withdrew his bow and arrow. The miasma is gone, and the evil aura is gone. It's much cleaner. However, even if his body and mind had been purified, it could not change the mistakes that Nara had made in the past. She hadn't completely let down her guard against him. If it weren't for Yijioza's bullshit, Nara, wouldn't even have a head left. Purified? Clean? Yijioza was a little confused. What Kikyu meant was that Nara's dirty body suddenly became clean and refreshing. She was very curious about how he did it. Needless to say, how long has this guy been stealing his transparent soap? How can he not be clean under the powerful detergent ability of the soap? Yijioza scratched his head, took out a piece of soap from the shop, and handed it to Kikyu. Here, use this, dip it in water, apply it, and scrub it. It can remove all kinds of stubborn stains, and you will soon be clean. Kikyu held the orange laundry soap in his hand and asked suspiciously, "This can remove dirt?" "Yes," Yijioza guaranteed. "Nara used this thing to scrub every day. Look at him now, he looks so clean. If you can't wash it off at first time, scrub it a second time. If it doesn't work, scrub it a third time. There is no mud in the world that can't be scrubbed, only bad soap. But with the soap, you can scrub anything." He said it so confidently, and his words were full of confidence in this orange thing. Kikyu hesitated for a while, slightly nodded, and finally took the transparent soap. Since it has the ability to purify, it can be used on the battlefield, right? Today, Kikyu also plunged into the mudslide without hesitation. As Yijioza said, it would be too easy to let Nara die. It's better to squeeze out his value before dealing with him. Moreover, there is also a Nara in the flying monster moth's camp. Instead of racking his brains to deal with him, it's better to let two Nara fight each other. What's more, Nara is not only with Yijioza, but also with the Western Demon Army. In this way, he is no longer the simple identity of Nara, but represents the face of the Western Kingdom. No matter what position Nara has in the Western Kingdom, if she dares to kill him with an arrow, it will be a slap to the face of the Western Kingdom. Although Kikyu is born from resentment, it has not fallen to the point of being dominated by resentment. After weighing the pros and cons, it is better to wait for the most important battle to end, and then cut Nara into pieces. Kikyu took the arrow and left. Nara's life was saved. But before Yijioza had time to breathe a sigh of relief, he heard that at the edge of the Red Land, a team met with the subordinates of the flying monster moth and immediately launched a fierce battle. The assailant's name was Luli, a capable general of the flying demon moth. She not only has an immortal body, but also a magical ability, copy. The so-called copy is like the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, copying the opponent's moves on the battlefield and turning it into her own. But unlike the Sharingan that needs time to practice after copying the moves, Ruri's copy directly skips the process of practice and reaches the same level as the copied person. The enemy is strong, and I am also strong, so I can use my ultimate moves at will. Every monster that encounters copy is like fighting with themselves, because if they can't win for a long time, they will always end up being killed by the other self. Ruri the Replicator is a very difficult enemy on the Redland battlefield. All the teams that encounter her are either dead or injured. Because of her copy ability, she has absorbed many high-end ultimate moves in several battles so far. As long as there is a continuous supply of demonic power, Ruri is a powerful killing machine, enough to crush a battlefield. If it weren't for the fact that the anti-demon arrow of Kikyu can't be copied, Ruri's footsteps would have gone straight in, using countless blood and resentment to break the endurance of the Western Kingdom's entry hub. Only Kikyu can stop Ruri, and every place where Ruri appears, there is always Kikyu's bloody figure fighting fiercely. Everyone understands the consequences of the fall of the Western Kingdom. If the flying monster moth gains more power, then the next step will be to destroy humanity. Kikyu is no longer the girl who gave everything for love 50 years ago. After her resurrection, she has been shouldering the responsibility that she once shirked, rushing to the forefront of the protection. But now, she is not the only one fighting. Yijioza followed closely, riding the fastest eagle, heading to the edge of the Red Land. A quarter of an hour later, they came to the battlefield, only to see that there are countless deep cracks on the ground, spinning vortexes rolling countless monsters, slamming into the rocks, knocking out a large number of monsters. Dark red blood filled the air, drenching the ground. A woman who was laughing heartily looked down at the chaos below. She laughed so hard that her body trembled, and her eyes flickered with malice. Ruri. Kikyu drew the bow and shot an arrow. With a purple light cutting through the sky, the purifying spiritual power covered the sky and the earth. Ruri disappeared in a flash, looking at Kikyu with an unclear meaning, revealing a determined smile. Kikyu. Ruri licked her lips. Well, let me see whether your arrow is faster or my teleportation is faster. Ha! Before the last sound dissipated in the air, Ruri's figure suddenly disappeared, and the next second, she jumped directly to the back of Kikyu. She holds a scarlet demon knife in her hand, stabbing it back quickly and fiercely, aiming at the heart of Kikyu's back. Kikyu can't react in time. She just turned her head to look at Ruri's eyes. The demon knife has already cut her clothes and is about to break her clay body. In the blink of an eye, a dark blue taiji exploded on her body. The rotating mountain river of the 8 diagrams shone brightly. Rising warm and inclusive spiritual power wrapped her body, like an invulnerable armor for her to avoid all harm. The demon knife can't move forward anymore. Ruri's back tightened, and she suddenly changed the trajectory of her movement. She quickly jumped to the side, avoiding the fatal crisis. In a flash, yin and yang shape split the place where she stood, tearing a terrible crack. Yi Jioza held the sword, his eyes were cold, and his whole body was bursting with energy. His internal force was running endlessly, purple gas was surging, like an unsheathed sword, full of chilling murderous aura. He was not in a good mood. Using Mountain River in the beginning, is he going to kneel in this competition? But kneeling in this broken place has no resurrection mechanism. If his knees go soft, he may have to sleep forever under the soil. He looked up at Ruri. His face was full of seriousness. Teleportation, the ability to move at high speed in the shortest time. Unless it is a skill with tracking ability, otherwise, it can't let the enemy suffer. Her speed is so fast that it is hard to be seen by the naked eye. Without the protection of Mountain River, Yi Jiaoza is not sure whether he can escape from the opponent's sneak attack. Since this is the case, he can only use some extreme means. Yi Jiaoza asked with a serious face, Kikyo. You? Kikyo shook his head. I am fine. Yi Jiaoza lost his EQ. I don't care whether you are fine or not. I want to ask, what kind of monster is she? Kikyo. She thinks too highly of herself. Then, Kikyo's face turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, Flying demon moth. Oh, flying demon moth. Demon moth. 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 Isn't that a flying insect? Yi Jiaoza's eyes lit up. He touched the backpack and dug out a purple quality pot lid. He has a plan in his mind. As long as he can carry out the plan, he can definitely catch the opponent alive. Even if Luli had copy, so what? Even if she copied his flying shield and dancing shield, she didn't even have a decent pot lid, much less a handy weapon. And Jian San's martial arts has a special skill, that is, when the weapon is not suitable, no matter how strong you are, you can't use the power of any skill. Isn't it just teleportation? Hee, you probably haven't seen Songyun Sect's flying shield. That's why you dare to be so arrogant. Songyun Sect's flying shield is a powerful tracking skill. As long as the player picks up the 40-kilogram shield, locks on the target, and throws it out, the spinning shield will automatically chase after the target, and won't stop until a lot of HP is cut off. He doesn't believe that this moth's head is as thick as a steel plate. She won't be dizzy after being cut by the pot lid. Yi Jiaoza doesn't want to say his lines, so he throws a pot lid at Ruri. The pot lid spins and jumps with its eyes closed, tightly following Ruri's buttocks. The moth hurriedly fled, shuttling through the ruins. The pot lid doesn't let go, vowing to cut the opponent's head until it is bald. Because the moth used a big move in the barren land, it seriously injured a bunch of monsters with the turbulent vortex. Now the water has receded, but in the barren land, there are still large and small pools of water, soaking the ground under their feet. Yi Jiaoza touches his chin and asks Nara, who has been a wallflower behind him, are there any monsters in our army that can freeze water? Nara shakes her head. Yi Jiaoza spreads his hands, feeling helpless. If we can't freeze water, then we can only use the second plan. The second plan? Nara has an ominous premonition, and Guzi, who is familiar with Yi Jiaoza's nature, retreats. Even Yoshiya Sakura, who just joined the Inaku group, follows suit. No matter if it's a coward or not, it's better to go with the flow first. Gyoza goes to Kikyo and exchanges a bunch of carvings from shop. Extraordinary times require extraordinary investments. Gyoza doesn't care about the time spent. He holds the carvings and says to Kikyo, "Tie it to your arrow and shoot it at the sole of the moth's feet." Kikyo doesn't ask much. He ties a piece of orange carvings to the arrow and shoots it at Ruri's side. Because each arrow is not murderous, Ruri, who is being chased by the flying shield, doesn't realize that her feet are full of soap. The soap soaks the water and begins to become slippery. The fragrance of the carvings permeates the whole place. When Ruri is hit on the head by the pot lid, she is dizzy and accidentally steps on a piece of carvings. With a shrill scream, she fell to the ground and knocked out 2 of her front teeth. Damn it, damn human. I must make you pay. Die, die. Ruri is furious, bursting out a horrifying momentum. All of a sudden, a raging fire ignited around her, spreading out in all directions with the momentum of burning the scarlet ground. In the panicked eyes of the monsters, in the situation of the raging fire, Gyoza is very calm. He ties a can of insecticide to Kikyo's arrow and asks her to help him shoot it at Ruri's feet. Raging fire, high temperature, explosion, poisonous gas, diffuse, first kill. Whether you are a big monster or not, as long as your body is a moth, you have to kneel down in front of Dichlorvos. Chapter 102. The capable subordinate of the flying demon moth, replicator Luli, he had once defeated a group of demons with his own strength. Killed her way into the hinterland by cruel means, a powerhouse who was difficult to deal with on the battlefield until she encountered the Dichlorvos fed by Gyoza Dichlorvos, a saint who specialized in killing insects for 500 years. It was beautiful on the outside, and it was light and easy to hold. The shell was like a brick smashing a person's head, and the air was like a gossamer that drifted with the wind. It was a necessity for home travel, murder, and silence. She still remembered that the moon was dark and the wind was high. The summer night was especially unbearable, and there were as many mosquitoes as ants biting. She really couldn't sleep well. Fortunately, her roommate made a move. She grabbed the iron can and swept it horizontally. She aimed at the air conditioner and gave it a good blow. Little did she know that the Dichlorvos were so delicate, it had a taste that was even worse than the floral water. In an instant, all the mosquitoes were killed. Even the 18 years of athlete's foot could not cure this backwardness. It was bad for 6 people to sleep in one bed, dizzy, nauseous, anxious, rolled up the blanket and ran, died of a cold and fever, mosquitoes couldn't escape, and humans couldn't hide either. Even if she was a great demon on the battlefield, she had to kneel and cry. Luli never expected that she would lose so inexplicably. When her entire body twitched and she was pressed into the death cell, she had yet to eliminate the various disadvantages brought by the Dichlorvos. #heartless. A human woman actually did such a thing to a great demon. #shocking. The secrets of the Red Land War that you don't know. The latest biochemical product developed in the West has frightened the flying demon moth group. The power of a great country. 10 reasons why the flying demon moth group doesn't dare to provoke the West. Gyoza's mind was filled with the headlines of the UC shock department. While expressionlessly stabbing the enemy, while working hard to save his teammates. Ever since the iron can of the Dichlorvos exploded in the high temperature, its unique aura had expanded to 8 meters. The fragrance of the melted carvings was wrapped in the poisonous gas of the Dichlorvos. It was mixed into an indescribable smell of roasted shit. It destroyed the enemy monsters like a violent storm, and at the same time, forced his teammates into a desperate situation. Injuring 1,000 enemies, while injuring 999 of himself, was something that Gyoza often did. Perhaps it was because he was familiar with the way he operated. But not only did he not fall, he could also deal with the aftermath gracefully. In such a large-scale offensive and defensive battle, Gyoza had a very clear idea of how to show off, how to raise his prestige, how to take down the head of the commander-in-chief valiantly in the midst of tens of thousands of soldiers, and how to accomplish a world-class achievement that would attract tens of thousands of people. First, he vomited to his heart's content. Then, he took out an excavator from his crotch, dug up his teammates, and piled them together. He ordered Kimimaro to drag the corpses of the 6 dogs away. At the same time, he gathered the few remaining teammates and pointed to a distant place with an imposing manner. "Brothers, this is the kingdom that I am about to conquer." Blurg. Gyoza took a sip of water and directed the offense and defense to enter the most important phase. "Do you see that direction? The base camp of the flying demon moths is there. Come, now, let us summon up our courage and unleash our greatest power. Let us fan the most wonderful atmosphere of this battlefield in that direction." Blurg. "Fuck, I can't take it anymore. If he didn't get rid of this smell, he would die soon. If you don't drive away the mosquitoes for 5 months, you will only be sad for 6 months. Flying demon moths, it's not that I, Gyoza, want to make things difficult for you, but in order for me to marry my wife, you should go in peace. Don't worry, I will burn more paper money for you during the Qingming festival next year." A gust of wind rose from the ground. Under the wise and mighty command of Gyoza, the enemy was completely annihilated and lost all their combat ability. Wherever this gust of evil wind passed, countless small animals in the forest converged into a large river, rolling and crawling as they moved home. It crossed over the mountains, over the hills, across the plains, and lingered in every inch of the place it traveled, carving deep traces. Fighting to cross, startling a group of gulls and herons. Vomiting, leaving countless victims. Gyoza led the army back in triumph. After spending more than 10 bottles of essential balm, he finally woke up his teammates who had fainted. When they opened their eyes and saw his face, they were instantly moved to tears. Under his fatherly gaze, the Western Kingdom army crawled over with difficulty and hugged Gyoza's calf tightly, crying tears of sorrow. "Please, don't go to the battlefield anymore." Gyoza sighed and drew a flower with his sword. "The greatest hero is for the country and the people. Please let us go. For the sake of the country, we live and die. How can we avoid it because of misfortune? I will do anything for you. I only beg you, don't go to the battlefield. On the day the Imperial Army sets down the Central Plains, I will not forget to offer sacrifices to my father, all the demons." He didn't give us a chance to finish our sentence. Gyoza emptied the ink in his stomach and interrupted the Western Kingdom Army's channeling. He maintained a high fighting spirit and prepared to fight to the death with the flying demon moths. If he won this battle, he could go home and marry a wife. Gyoza was excited for a long time. When he thought of Lingyu, the immortal fairy's beautiful face, he only felt that his limbs and bones were full of energy. So, he sent a team invitation to Kikyu. Kikyu stared at him for a long time and refused. "In fact, you alone are comparable to an army." Being praised by a beautiful woman, Gyoza was very happy. He rubbed his hands for a long time and put on airs to find Nara and sent his team invitation. Nara silently stared at him for a long time and tactfully said, "In fact, you alone can kill 100,000 soldiers." Being affirmed by a woman of the same sex, Gyoza felt more and more anxious. After calming down, he thought for a moment and felt that it would be better to pair long-range and melee combat. He sent a team invitation to Kimimaro. Unexpectedly, this time, his little cutie Kimimaro stared at him deeply inside. "Your Excellency, your 6 dogs." Gyoza turned his head and saw his beloved socialist core values lying on the broken straw mat. Their eyes were blank and their bodies twitched from time to time. Gyoza was shocked. They have worked very hard to survive. Kimimaro wrung the towel, soaked it with a light floral fragrance, and put it under the dog's nose. "Your Excellency, please don't go to the battlefield." "Why? I want to accompany you for a few more years," Kimimaro said sincerely. His life was short. If he was tortured over and over again, he might die even faster. He also wanted to live for a few more years. "I want to accompany you for a few more years." Kimimaro used a lyrical method to express his intense and majestic feelings in a calm tone. In a short sentence, He not only exaggerated the darkness of the background and the cruelty of the war, but also expressed his concern for his family and yearning for peace. It highlighted his good character of being loyal to his friends and staying with them through life and death. Yugioza answered the unspoken meaning of Kimamaro's words with full marks in language and reading comprehension. He couldn't help but feel tears in his eyes and gave his cheap son a loving pat on the head. Kimamaro, you are such a filial child. Oh, there was a kind of indifference in his voice. Don't worry, in this war, I will definitely try my best to survive. Dogs, Kimamaro. His Excellency still didn't leave a way out for anyone today. Yugioza was like a lonely seeker of failure. Under the trembling eyes of the Shigwa army, he set out on the road to find fault alone. After he left, Kimamaro nudged the motionless dogs and asked seriously, "Are you going?" The dogs twitched their hind legs and lay down like corpses. His Excellency is rich and has the best food and clothing. What if he meets a robber? Kimamaro was a little worried. Will the robber die miserably? Dogs, His Excellency is very gentle and kind-hearted. What if he meets a liar? Kimamaro recalled Yugioza's fortune-telling on the bridge and continued, will the liar be coaxed into bankruptcy by His Excellency? Dogs, His Excellency is a beautiful girl. What if he meets a pervert? Kimamaro rested his chin on his hand and thought for a while. Will the pervert be beaten into a dead dog by His Excellency? Dogs, His Excellency is just a human. He's not strong enough. What if he meets a strong enemy? Kimamaro analyzed calmly. We'd better retreat. The stronger the enemy is, the greater the risk. Dogs, what a coincidence. We thought of the same thing. So, His Excellency is out. It's unnecessary to worry. Kimamaro concluded. Why should I look for trouble? Kimamaro spread out the broken straw mat and pulled the sheet over him. Then, he stretched out his body together with the dogs who were lying like corpses. It's better to sleep. Dogs, a perfectly fine child had been driven mad by its owner equals. In the Shigwa, within the gorgeous palace walls, Lingyu the Immortal was lying on the throne and laughing. She stared at the little demon who came to report the news and glanced at Xiejian, who was stiff all over. She was overjoyed. She really didn't expect Yugioza to be such an interesting human. In less than a day, he unexpectedly captured Luli alive. She didn't know what method he used to make the army avoid her like a snake or a scorpion. What she didn't expect was that from the mouth of the green-skinned little demon, she found out that her son liked to scratch the soles of people's feet. Indeed, when the cage was big, there were all kinds of dogs. She thought that Saishomaru was a steady person. She didn't expect him to have fun times. However, she was also interested in the person that he was interested in. Thinking of the bunch of dogs around Yugioza, he must be a dog lover. Lingyu the Immortal was curious again after hundreds of years. She really couldn't suppress it for a while. She sent Xiejian away and waved the little demon away. Then, she turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky of Gaomiao. The order of the Shigwa was ironclad. Even if there was no king, it could be stable for 100 years. If she wanted to go out for a walk now, no one would stop her. Lingyu the Immortal felt fresh after not entering the human world for hundreds of years. In order to avoid future troubles, she simply imitated Saishomaru's appearance and turned into a snow-white puppy. She wanted to see her son, but there was an extremely terrible smell lingering in the sky of the Scarlet Land. It forced Lingyu the Immortal to retreat thousands of miles, forcing her to land in a strange place. Late at night, the little bugs were buzzing. The snow-white puppy swayed its tail and went into the forest, wandering aimlessly. She went deep into the forest, killed many snakes and scorpions, kicked away some stupid monsters, and smashed a mountain that blocked her way with a slap. Such an indomitable and domineering manner of advancing forward, killing gods and Buddhas in their way was exactly the same as Saishomaru's style. Saishomaru always thought that his domineering way was unique, but he didn't know that it was a leftover from his mother. Lingyu the Immortal crossed the map in one night. Smelling the smell in the air, her eyes moved slightly. She smelled the scent of a demon, the smell of fresh blood. She pushed aside the weeds that grew to her waist and scuttled between the sturdy roots of the grass. She followed the trail of blood in the water upstream. When the sun rose from the east, she saw a young man leaping out of the sparkling water. Long hair, black eyes, a single horn with blue stripes, broad shoulders, strong waist, long legs, and narrow hips. His looks were not bad, but he looked a little young. She had long passed the time when she liked young men, especially after her marriage was ruined by the old dog, General Quan. Although she did not abstain from sex, she would not easily open her heart to anyone. Although she admired him, but after seeing him, the demon looked like this, a little handsome. Oh, that's all there is to it. Lingyu the Immortal was about to raise her foot, but a small demon came out from behind her. It knelt down in front of the demon and said respectfully, "Lord Mingwan, we are ready. We can attack the Scarlet Land of the West at any time." Lingyu the Immortal's dog paw froze. She met someone who wanted to pick a fight with her just by going out. Was the West so unpopular in the demon world? Haha, Mingwan, right? Chapter 103. Ruri was captured. The news of the entire army being wiped out took 2 days. Finally, it reached the ears of the flying demon moth Agate Maru. He angrily shattered the boulder. Looking back, he coldly stared at Nara. What happened? Agate Maru's question was full of murderous intent. Not only were they defeated, but the entire army was wiped out. Not a single demon managed to escape. Nara wore a white baboon skin and replied submissively, "The scarlet ground was filled with poisonous gas. The fiercest soldiers I sent were all poisoned to death." So, the news was delayed for 2 days. Ruri, that trash? Agate Maru's tone was sinister. Now, what's going on in the West? There's no movement. Nara replied, "They're resting. It seems that the battle 2 days ago injured their vitality. The witch Kikyu stayed there. I sent Byakuya to keep an eye on them. I didn't find any traces of people leaving the Scarlet Ground." Agate Maru pondered for a long time. He sneered, "Since they can't care about us for the time being, then let's go meet General Quan's 2 sons. Taisuya is with Inuyasha, right?" Agate Maru spread out his palm and clenched it tightly. He clenched his fists tightly. "Then kill him. Snatch Taisuya. With that demon blade, the West's army won't be a problem." Nara respectfully agreed and reminded him unhurriedly, "Lord Agate Maru, so far, we haven't found any traces of Saishomaru. If he only cared about finding trouble with Inuyasha and got attacked by Saishomaru, the loss would outweigh the gain." Some words didn't need to be said. Saying it clearly would make Agate Maru suspicious. For a paranoid demon like him, the most taboo thing was for his subordinates to guess his thoughts. Nara wasn't stupid. As long as he appeared loyal and harmless, Agate Maru wouldn't be afraid of him and be on guard against him. Before he devoured the pure-blood demon, he knew how to use Agate Maru's conceit to protect himself. Saishomaru? Agate Maru pondered for a moment. He's indeed a troublesome guy. So, I need to stay here. He turned his head and ordered Nara, "You go with Glass to get Taisuya." Glass, one of the best subordinates of the flying demon moth, had the same face as Azure the Replicator. He was indifferent and proud, and he did not think much of a half-demon like Nara. She had powerful control and hypnosis abilities. Be it human or demon, ghost or devil, as long as there was a crack in their mind, they would be easily eroded and devoured by her, eventually becoming a marionette in her hands. Colored glass could strip others of their abilities, while glass could strip others of their souls. They were inseparable partners, as well as Agate Maru's right and left arms. But now, his left arm was gone, and he had to replace it with the half-demon Nara. Glass was not satisfied with her new partner, but faced with Agate Maru's cold expression, she chose to obey. "Yes, Agate Maru-sama." Yigyoza set off with a heart full of hot blood, valiantly walked for dozens of miles, and then got lost at the crossroads of his life without Dog's help, Kimamaro's navigation, and Nara's guidance. He could only foolishly stroll in the forest, feeling bored as he squatted under a tree and counted ants. That was until he saw the wild animals in the forest fly past him and disappear into the deeper parts of the forest. The trees in the distance kept shaking, shaking away a flock of birds. The fiercest buzzing sound rang in the sky. Igyoza narrowed his eyes and stared at them for a long time, feeling like he had seen them somewhere before. Dense forest, under a tree, squatting in a pit. Wasps, men, baboon skin. Oh, he remembered. They were called Fiercest Victory, and they were pets raised by Nara. Although they looked like bees, they didn't know how to collect honey. They liked to appear in groups and often hovered high in the sky, overlooking everything. Weak in combat and poor in defense, they were cheap consumables on the battlefield. But it was undeniable that their ability to transmit information was top-notch, and they often worked together to organize the information in great detail. Raising a group of Fiercest Victory was like raising a group of paparazzi. With them gathering information, it was much better than working alone. Seeing the Fiercest Victory barging into the forest like a drone, it scanned the area like a radar. Igyoza squeezed into the tree hole, pulled down a Boston ivy, and wrapped it around the gap. He slowed down his breathing, and a moment later, he heard the voices of a man and a woman talking. They gradually approached. As time passed, the fragmented words weaved into sentences, drilling into his ears without missing a single word. In order to seize Inuyasha's Tetsuya, we have to avoid his companions. The man's voice was low, extremely sinister. Or, we can control his companions and use them to threaten him. However, other than Inuyasha himself, he has a witch with powerful spiritual power, a sorcerer with Wind Cave, and a demon slayer with excellent skills. No matter how strong you are, you can't completely defeat the four of them. The woman was impatient. What are you trying to say? We need a helper, Nara said unhurriedly, a chess piece buried by his side for a long time. Now, it's time to use him. Your chess piece? Who? White boy. Igyoza held his breath and looked out through the gap of the Boston ivy. He held the hilt of his sword with one hand and gently pushed aside the leaves with the other. Heh, that man in baboon skin. Even if his body turned into ashes and only his head was left, he would still remember who he was. Whether it was his figure, voice, mannerisms, or temperament, they were no different from Nara. He didn't expect to find them so easily after searching high and low for them. He was about to look for trouble, but unexpectedly, they came to him themselves. However, listening to their conversation, it seemed that they wanted to trip up Inuyasha and seize his iron shatterer teeth. Moreover, the implementation of this plan also involved White Boy. Igyoza sheathed his sword and calmly stood in place, dismissing the idea of launching a sneak attack. When they disappeared, he pushed aside the Boston ivy and flashed out of the tree hole. He looked in the direction where Zue Mengxing disappeared and raised the corner of his mouth. The forest he was in was very close to the Red Land, but it was very far from the Maple Village. He drove the excavator for more than half a month. If Zue Mengxing flew to the Maple Village with a pair of wings, he didn't know how long it would take for him to find a foothold. At that time, not to mention snatching the knife, even the daylily would be too late. However, when Nara and the other person ran away and didn't know when they would return, it was a good time for him to make a move. Igyoza stood up, focused, and prepared to return home. When he was lost, he had already given up. However, for the sake of his dignity and decency as a man, he forced himself to count the ants under the tree. He was unwilling to go back and see Nara's half-smiling face. However, it was different now. He had the latest information. As long as he used it properly, it was enough to give the other party a fatal blow. There was no time to lose. Since he had a good reason, why should he hesitate? Igyoza activated 1,000 miles teleportation. It didn't matter if he was lost as long as he could use it. 1,000 miles teleportation was also known as 10,000 miles teleportation, changing the map in the blink of an eye, and, disconnecting in a second, it would automatically record every place the player reached and give them the ability to travel through space. In the Red Land, the camp of the Western Kingdom's army was the place he had marked. Even if he didn't know the way, 1,000 miles teleportation could give him a chance to go home. He adjusted his breath, channeled, and activated. Igyoza's figure jumped up and rose to a high place. After staying there for 3 seconds, he completely disappeared. In a breath's time, he returned to the army. Dogs realized that as long as they stayed with Hijioza, there would never be peace. They didn't know when it started, but this group of big bosses who wanted to destroy the world had always been silently praying for the arrival of peace. For example, Hijioza forced Nara to wear the baboon skin and dragged him deep into the forest. He twisted his ear and continued to move forward. He took out a long sword of blue quality from his backpack and stuffed it into Nara's hand. He said seriously, remember, use this to fool the moths. Just say that it's Iron Splitter. Nara was wearing the baboon skin and holding the long sword. He was confused. Flying demon moth should recognize Iron Splitter? This sword seems to be a bit long. Hijioza snatched the sword back and began to sharpen it without hesitation. Iron Splitter seems to have a bunch of white hair? Hijioza dragged the Samiyet over and shaved off a bunch of its hair. Then, he stuck the white hair on the long sword. Iron Splitter. When it's unsheathed, it will be in the shape of a big sword. Hijioza bought a scabbard from the shop and put the long sword in it. When it's unsheathed, you can tell the flying demon moth that Iron Splitter has successfully lost weight. That's why he's so thin. Nara. Chapter 104. Nara wore the same baboon skin as Taba. He held the knockoff version of Taisuya. He wore the Guadiao transparent soap. He carried the dichlorvos pesticide on his back. He stumbled into the forest. Hijioza's brilliant plan echoed in his mind. He still remembered how Hijioza shook his shoulder vigorously. He repeatedly emphasized and brainwashed, Nara, you have to remember, you are not fighting alone in this trip to the flying demon moth's nest. You are not fighting alone. You are not fighting alone. Not fighting alone. 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 Of course, he was not a human. But when he came back to his senses, the girl who had coaxed him with flowery words had disappeared. Even Kimimaro and the 6 dogs had disappeared. It was as if they had never appeared. It was as if they had never appeared. Nara was speechless. Didn't he say that he was not fighting alone? But it was too late for him to turn back now. From the moment he stepped into the flying demon moth's territory, he had long been targeted by the other party, and he had become the prey that could be pinched. Nara let out a long sigh. He tightened the baboon skin headgear. He braced himself and went deep into the hinterland. During this time, he ran into the fiercest 1 or 2. But because the smell on his body was the same as that of Nara, not only did they not raise their vigilance, instead, they let him go. He slowed down, stopping every now and then. He dawdled until the moon rose above the willow tree. Finally, he came to the roots of a towering tree. He saw the strongest member of the flying demon moth, Agatemaru. He was a feminine, cold, and surly great demon. He crossed his arms and stood on a thick branch, looking down at Nara from above. The surrounding demonic aura swirled, adding some pressure. Nara immediately understood his position in Agatemaru's eyes. His disrespect had already aroused his dissatisfaction. It seemed that the other Nara was just a chess piece to Agatemaru. According to the way a superior treated a chess piece, his situation could not be said to be safe. Therefore, Nara simply lowered her head and retracted all her demonic energy. She was as obedient as a sheep. Adapting to circumstances had always been the outstanding quality he was best at. As expected, after he had learned his lesson, agate pill's killing intent had diminished quite a bit. Where is Taisuya? He took the initiative to ask what he was most concerned about. Only 1 day has passed since you left. Answer me, Nara. Did the mission succeed or fail? You guys. It seemed that he had a companion. But Agatemaru didn't immediately ask about his safety, which meant that he was probably an insignificant character. No, that's not right. Agate Ball wouldn't send out a nobody for something as important as Taisuya, right? See Fan H Lao Pu won dumbfounded support by you? Asking Hanan to cook with a bitch? Asami Takashi then, the companion who went on the mission with him, was the other party's confidant. But even if the other party was a confidant, Agatemaru didn't care about the other party's life or death. She was cold-blooded to such an extent that she could compete with him. So, perhaps he should really use the script that Hijioza had arranged for him. After all, Even he had suffered countless losses under her hands. Presumably, the flying demon moth wouldn't be able to escape this calamity. Thinking about the group of dogs that had been tormented by her, which one of them wasn't a proud son of heaven, an influential figure, but in the end, didn't they all fall into the hands of Yujioza? She was a professional in dealing with important figures. If he followed those steps, there shouldn't be any problems, right? After giving himself sufficient mental preparation, Nara untied the knife at his waist and handed it out from the fluffy baboon skin. He respectfully raised it above his head. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Agate Pill was stunned for a moment, then immediately burst into a sneer. A wild fire flashed in his eyes. Taisuya. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. He jumped down from the tree, snatched Taisuya, raised it above his head, and laughed heartily. General Dog, did you see that? Your son can't even defend against your knife. Useless. Useless. Agate Pill held the handle of the knife and slowly pulled it out. Taisuya. Taisuya. Yeah? He pulled out Taisuya, but found that the demon knife in his hand was completely different from the big knife in his memory. It was a snow-white long sword that didn't lose to the demon knife in terms of sharpness and spiritual energy, but it lacked the heroic, blood-soaked fighting spirit, as well as the solemnity of 100 years. This is Taisuya? Agate Pill held it and pointed the blade at Nara's head. Are you sure? Nara was calm. I'm sure. Then how? Taisuya will never show its fighting side to a master that it doesn't recognize. Nara began to recite his lines. Only by obtaining its recognition can you obtain its power. Agate Pill moved the sword away and raised his hand to stroke the lines on its body. Oh? Obtain its recognition? Then tell me, if a half-demon can use it, why can't I? Nara lowered his voice and said, I heard that if you want a weapon with intelligence to choose its master, it must be soaked in its master's blood. At this moment, he finally understood the power of Yujioza's lines. Taisuya has been soaked in General Dog's demon power for a long time and has long been accustomed to the Dog Clan's aura. Naturally, it will repel your power and drive. Sir, with the enemy at hand, there is no time for you to cultivate a tacit understanding with Taisuya. Nara raised his eyes and said in a sonorous voice, The only thing we can do now is to soak Taisuya in your blood and make it recognize you as its master. Only then can it display its power. Dripping blood to recognize a master was unheard of. Agate Pill only thought that Nara had really dug out the Dog Clan's secret. He thought for a long time before replying, Blood? My blood? Yes. Nara added, If Sir is not assured, you can use me to test the knife. It's just that, letting Taisuya be soaked in my blood will dirty this treasure knife. Nara's eloquence dispelled Agate Pill's doubts. He immediately raised his sword and made a deep cut on his wrist. Blood flowed down his arm and dripped onto the sword. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops, 4 drops. Nara thoughtfully took out a roll of plastic wrap and spread it on the ground to catch the great demon's precious blood. What are you doing? Agate Pill said coldly. Sir, letting the blood out like this is too wasteful. We have to bring a bucket over. After you let the blood out, just soak Taisuya in the bucket. Agate Pill was speechless. After a quarter of an hour, Agate Pill's face turned pale. He stared at the rising blood level in the bucket, then looked at Taisuya, who was motionless, and said impatiently, How much longer? Nara sniffed the great demon's blood and felt very hungry. Taisuya has followed General Dog for 600 years. Sir, success does not depend on a day or night. In other words, the 600 years of feelings of others could not be erased by a bucket of blood. But there was nothing that could not be solved by letting the blood out. If 200 cc was not enough, then let's do 400 cc. If it was not enough, then let's increase it to 800 cc. Duck blood curd made with 800 cc of materials. How delicious would it be? Nara felt that his brain had been broken by Yujioza. Half an hour later, Agate Pill's vision became blurry. Is this enough? Sir, your health is more important. About Taisuya recognizing you as his master, why don't you? Shut up. Agate Pill did not allow himself to fail at the last moment. What General Dog can do, Agate pill, will definitely do it. Nara maintained his smile. Half an hour later, Agate pill became weak. Taisuya, is there still no movement? Sir, you should rest for a... Shut up. Agate pill let out his own blood and was very persistent. Even a half-demon can control Taisuya. How can I lose to a half-demon? Nara continued to maintain his smile. Half an hour later, Agate pill's lips began to turn pale. It was only at this time that he realized facing Nara in such a weak state was a bit too much. But just as he was about to send Nara away, he saw him sigh and take out a metalkin from behind him. What is that? Sir, this is something to refresh your mind. Nara placed the dichlorvos next to Agate pill and said, if Sir feels a little sleepy, as long as you crush this can and take a deep breath, you can. He did not finish his words, only bowing respectfully. Sir, I still have some urgent matters to deal with, so I will withdraw first. As soon as he finished speaking, Nara immediately disappeared, leaping faster than a rabbit. His breath was like a gust of wind, and he suddenly rushed a distance of hundreds of feet. Seeing that Nara spoke sincerely and loyally, and did not have the slightest covetous expression towards his blood, Agate pill confirmed again and again that Nara would not turn back, and finally picked up the dichlorvos. As long as he crushed this can and took a deep breath, Agate pill did not suspect anything. As a great demon, he had always been proud of his strength and identity, and did not think that any conspiracy or crafty plot could trap him. Nara had long since left, and there were no demons around. In the depths of the forest, only he and Taisuya were left, as well as a small bucket filled with blood. No longer hesitating, Agate pill held the can of dichlorvos and used 100% of his demon power. With a strength that could topple mountains and overturn seas, he suddenly crushed dichlorvos into iron mud. He followed the instructions provided by Nara and took a deep breath. In the next second, an indescribably terrible smell entered his lungs from his respiratory tract, burning every single one of his cells in a fiery manner. It evaporated so quickly, reacted so violently, and spread so widely. In the blink of an eye, all his escape routes were completely sealed. Agate pill staggered and just wanted to take a breath, but he was forced to inhale another mouthful of dichlorvos. He coughed violently and clutched his throat. The excessive blood loss made him unable to resist the corrosion of dichlorvos. He could only support himself on the tree trunk, and his body twitched as he fell to the ground. Gradually, even the coughing sound disappeared. All was silent, and all the birds and beasts had dispersed. Nara stepped on the poisoned corpse of Zue Mengsheng and put the carving transparent soap under his nose to sniff continuously. Only then did he breathe slowly. He walked into the hinterland with a pale face, rolled up the plastic wrap in the small bucket, and took out another bottle of dichlorvos and sprayed it several times on Agate pill's face. Then, he boldly shouldered Agate pill, and with his spoils of war, he walked to the western camp. After Ruri, the chairman of the Flying Monster Moth Group, Agate pill, was also thrown into prison. Yi Jioza was fucking busy. He drove the excavator, took shortcuts, and rushed back to Maple Village in 5 days. As soon as he got off the excavator, he ran to the half-demon boy who was helping out in the fields. Under the boy's horrified gaze, he stretched out his hand and grabbed his belt. Inuyasha was speechless. He felt that his moral integrity was facing an unprecedented crisis. He hurriedly put down the hoe and grabbed his belt. "You woman, what are you doing? Let go." "Shut up. Give it to me." Igioza grabbed the iron shatterer on his belt and roared, "Give it to me. Give you what? Woman, don't talk nonsense. I'm not interested in you. I told you to give it to me. Don't you understand? Let go. Let go of my belt. Ah, my pants are going to fall. Give it to me. Give it to me, Inuyasha." The people who were working in the fields opened their mouths wide, and the hoes in their hands fell to the ground. Kimimaro and the dogs, who followed them, watched coldly with their dead fish eyes. The corners of Guwei and the others' mouths twitched as they held their weapons. They watched as Igioza pressed Inuyasha into the field, and watched in bewilderment as Igioza rode on Inuyasha, and watched in bewilderment as he tore at Inuyasha's belt. Inuyasha's chastity was at stake, and he completely lost his mind. He only cared about shouting at the top of his lungs, "Saishomaru, take care of her." Saishomaru was silent for a moment, and he retracted the paw that he had just stretched out. He was just a half-demon. Wouldn't it be very embarrassing for him to take care of her? But this wretched appearance really threw away the White Dog Clan's face. Inuyasha, with a cold expression on his face, Saishomaru slowly approached them. He ignored their intense fight, stabilized his lower body, and slowly stretched out his front paw. His sharp nails reached over and over. He tore off Inuyasha's belt, which had been tied into a dead knot. Inuyasha was speechless. He turned his head stiffly and stared at Saishomaru's indifferent dog face. Really? He understood the logic, and he could even accept Saishomaru slapping his neck. But why was he helping a woman to tear off his belt in such an awkward situation? Could it be that he finally found his conscience and wanted to check his brother's physical health? However, this terrifying conjecture did not last long. Soon, Inuyasha realized. Saishomaru indifferently went to his side, pushed his belt, and wrapped around Taisuya. Then, he pushed Taisuya in Yigyoza's direction. Yigyoza happily picked up Taisuya, affectionately hugged Saishomaru, and kissed him on the head. Facing Saishomaru's calm expression, Inuyasha's face was completely distorted. He understood the logic, but why did he give his woman his Taisuya as a betrothal gift? You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.